It all started 5 years ago in one of the strongest military families who lived in Hebei province. This family was of the heavenly sword. Two men from this family were walking along the shore of the lake. They did this every morning. The gentleman said that if he had only two sons, he would force them to concentrate on learning writing. The second man, who was with the gentleman, said that he understood him perfectly because his son was born only after 5 daughters appeared. And when he found out that his son was physically predisposed to study martial arts, he then jumped for joy. Sir, answer that he always believed that his son would become the best martial artist in Zhongyuan and glorify their family and leave his name in the history of Kanho for a long time, but in reality, everything is completely different. The master's companion noticed that he simply had not yet felt an interest in martial arts, and when the master's son felt this interest, the boy would strive to grow up. The gentleman thought for a while and then said that he didn't think so, and his son should forget about the sword. He should be given books in his hand. The conversation between the two gentlemen was interrupted by some incomprehensible sound, and this sound was very quickly approaching them at the last moment. The gentleman realized that it was hornets. They turned their heads to the side and saw 3 boys running in the distance and shouting something. One of them who ran was the very first. He shouted not to be pursued by the hornets and shouted at them to perish. One of these gentlemen, when he saw that these hornets were flying after the children, he shouted who decided to destroy the hornet's nest. The gentleman looked at these boys running away and was a little upset that his son was among them. The next moment, he grabbed his son by the ponytail on his head and wanted to remove him from this crowd. The kid was a little upset that he wasn't allowed to play as he wanted because he was determined and had a sword in his hands. One of the lord told the other that there is no need to punish the baby, and they should see what he will do next. The adults walked away and saw that this boy began to fight the hornets, and he did it quite well. He did not allow these hornets to fly close to his body, and those that approached, he killed them with a sword. Despite his age, this boy very deftly and very quickly fought off the hornets. It seemed that he already mastered some kind of sword technique. 2 gentlemen stood aside. They wanted to watch the boy. They were interested in what he was capable of. One of the gentlemen asked his second brother what these sword techniques are that his son wields. To which the brother replied that the boy demonstrated the principle of 3 fundamentals. It was much deeper than the movement of lifting the ball at a critical moment. In fact, it would have been investigated to expect this child to have an innate predisposition to martial arts. There was not a single living hornet left near him. Now it was clear, and no one had any reason to doubt that the child really was predisposed to martial arts. Time passed, and the boy grew and gained new knowledge. He had to study absolutely all sciences. The boy sat in the gazebo and looked at his teacher, who was reading a book to him. He did not listen carefully to his teacher. He was thinking about something completely different. His thoughts were somewhere far away, so he took a deep breath and then let it out. The boy looked at his teacher and thought that this was an amazing picture because his teacher looked like a noble scientist. The boy was interested in watching the old man. He wanted to know what kind of book he had if he was reading it so continuously. Therefore, the boy came up and asked the elder if he could find out the name of the book that was in his hands. The elder stopped reading this book, raised his head and looked at the boy. He immediately said nothing to him. He thought a little. He replied that this book in his hands is very ancient, and this work is called Huang Nen Yu He. The boy thought a little and asked the old man, "So this book is coming out called The Regret of the Flying Dragon." He was very interested in the book, so he also asked what it was about and asked the elder to tell him. The elder looked at him loudly and took several breaths. This was necessary in order to answer the boy correctly. And the very next moment, he handed the book to the boy and said, if he was so interested, then he should read it himself. The boy took this book in his hands and 23 page by page, he was wondering what was written in this book. When the boy opened it, he saw a lot, and it seemed to him that he knew this handwriting. It was indeed the emperor's handwriting, and the entire contents of the book consisted of majestic copybook. 100 asked the boy if he understood what the book was about. The boy replied that all the content was pure metaphors. He had the impression that he was reading some kind of encrypted code. The elder was very surprised because he thought that the boy was a great fellow for understanding it the first time. Then he showed the old ones his notebook and told the boy to look at those moments that he had already sorted out. The boy looked carefully at Stas's notes and immediately understood their significance. According to Stas's recording, it was possible to understand how this or that stanza was read, and that's exactly what the boy noticed. The old woman replied that he understood everything correctly. And after this stanza comes the following. Time passed, and they read one stanza after another. I parsed it with the notes that the elder made. The old man was very pleased that he could teach such a smart boy, and he considered him a great fellow. For his age, he was very erudite. It was clear that this boy was a born genius. The elder turned to the boy and said that this book had been translated from Sanskrit into Chinese, and he asked if the boy wanted to further analyze this book with him. These words intrigued the boy very much. Of course, he wanted to further understand what was written in this book. The boy bowed to the elder and said that he would accept his teaching with gratitude and that he was really ready to deal with it further together. For the start, it was a great joy because he had such a capable and educated student who wanted to study. The day ended very quickly, and evening had already come, and then night. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and all the stars were visible. When the boy was returning home, he was met by his father, who asked him what he had been doing all this time and why he was not training with a sword. The boy replied that today he studied with Master Yu, a great scientist of the imperial family, and with his words he upset his father a little. Of course, his father dreamed of a better fate for his son, and he wanted his son to be trained as much as possible. Therefore, he told him that he was the descendant of a military family until he finished honing the technique of the warrior of heaven. He was not allowed to leave the house. The boy closed his ears, His father was very stern with him, so immediately after he told him, he turned around and walked away in the opposite direction. The boy was left standing alone. He would be very upset that his own father did not understand him. He even wanted to cry. Tears were practically flowing from his eyes, but he decided that he had to be stronger and not upset his parents. The boy decided that he would no longer upset his father and would go to training. The next day, he and everyone else went to training to hone his skills. Of course, he didn't like training as much as, say, reading ancient books, but he also gave his all during training. The trainer said that the fist-fighting training was completed for today, and now they will move on to the horsewalk stance. The trainer further added that the horsewalk is the most basic pose for a warrior, and therefore they must be able to stand in it. The boy exhaled and took this position. He knew that in this position he would have to stand in this position for a long time, and this was the training. He had to use quite a lot of force so that he could pose in this position along with everyone else. The teacher at that moment said that during this pillar stance, you need to free your mind from disordered thoughts and focus only on breathing. And he also added that the essence of Qigong training is that with the help of thoughts, they stimulate energy and promote its circulation to the brain, spine, and stomach. The next thing the trainer told them was to push their belly forward and then inflate it. The coach walked around and made a remark to the boy, saying that his toes should be chained to the ground. When he approached the boy, the coach shouted at him to tense his butt because he was standing there completely unconcentrated. The boy understood that this was his last strength, which he mustered in order to maintain this stance for as long as possible, even after becoming a master of the ball. If he has to meet someone who is stronger, then in this case his head will fly off his shoulders. So he decided to change the blood of an ignorant warrior from the blood of a noble and honorable scientist flowing in his body. He didn't feel like practicing martial arts at all. He could even fall asleep and snore during training. He understood that he really liked to sit like a majestic crane and read books instead of shedding sweat in 3 streams while standing in a horsewalk position. The boy was so tired from this training that at some point he fell asleep and began to snore. And his teacher heard this snoring. He came up to him and touched his shoulder. Then he gave him a slap on the head. Of course, he was very indignant at how his son could fall asleep during training and did not understand what kind of tricks this was on his part. Therefore, he told the boy that if he saw again that he was Philonite, otherwise he would train all night, and asked if he understood him. The boy had no choice but to answer that he understood everything perfectly, and this would not happen again. The gentleman was very indignant at the behavior of his son, and this angered him even more. Therefore, he decided to retire from training so as not to be even more upset. When the gentleman had almost left, his brother asked him to release because he had a question. My brother said that he has heard more than once that it is possible to sleep in a handstand. Just sleep in the horse check position, he hears for the first time. The gentleman replied that his son's eyes were closed, so he watched his breathing, and at that moment he was snoring, which means that he was sleeping. The brother said that this couldn't be happening. It's simply impossible to sleep in the horse stance position when you need full concentration. The gentleman said that as soon as he hit his son on the back of the head, it was at that moment that he woke up. The brother asked if it really didn't seem to him that a dream and a horse check were absolutely incompatible things. The gentleman replied that the brother most likely saw it himself. It's just that his son is flying somewhere in the clouds during training. The next moment, the brother laughed very loudly. The gentleman did not understand the reason for his laughter. So he asked his brother if there was anything to laugh at and if there was anything funny here. The brother answered, "Sir, that the boy is only 12 years old, and isn't it surprising that he sleeps while standing up in a horsewalk position?" The gentleman still didn't understand why his brother was laughing and what made him laugh. This day came to an end. The moon in the sky lit up just as brightly as the previous day. It was quiet on the street. The boy was sitting in his room at his desk, and there was a notebook in front of him. He was thinking that he didn't do very well in training, and he had to sleep with his eyes open. The boy sat and thought that he had finally understood the essence of how you can sleep in the horsewalk position, and just out of spite he was discovered. Someone came into the room and called the young head. The boy turned his head towards this man. A girl came into the room. He asked her if she had visited the Yu estate. The girl handed him an envelope and said that it was intended for him. When the boy opened the envelope, he took out a letter that was really intended for him. He read page after page very quickly so that you could hear the sheets of this letter rustling. Having read this letter, he was a little surprised that he understood absolutely everything that was written there. Of course, he was glad that everything was written so sensitively, as he expected from the great scientist of the royal family. The boy closed his eyes and thought that he didn't know at all who wrote the book, unfortunately for the flying dragon, but this man was truly great. "Let's do all our business," and after reading the letter he began to call at the top of his voice. He was getting sleepy, and after a few seconds his eyes were closed and he was making a quiet snoring. Despite the fact that he was sleeping, the boy could concentrate his thoughts even in his sleep. And this time his thoughts were about that very flying dragon book that he had been reading lately. It seemed that he was being swallowed up by this flying dragon, and the boy's eyes were already glowing just like this dragon's. And this dragon became stronger and stronger every moment, and it increased in size. It seemed that this dragon was bursting right out of him. Alone, this dragon flies all over his room. Not finding a place for himself, the dragon flew around absolutely all the books that were on the boy's shelves. He paused over the boy's body. It seemed like he wanted to go back, and this flying dragon was right above his body, and the next moment, he was ready to swallow him completely. The flying dragon accelerated with his eyes. This was what he needed to return to his previous body where he was. And in the next moments, only the tail of this flying dragon was visible, which also disappeared into the boy's body. The boy continued to sleep sweetly. I don't understand what just happened to him. It seemed to him that it was just a dream. He turned over on his other side and continued to sleep. Even such a dream could not wake him up. Despite everything happening around him, the boy lay on his side and slept very soundly. The next morning, the boy also went to martial arts training. This time, he trained completely alone. The trainer asked him if it was true that he could sleep in the walking horse position. The boy stood in this position and asked his coach if he really thought it was logical that when his body was fully tense, he could sleep at that time. The coach thought and decided to kill. This is true, and this is not logical at all. The boy thought that a little more and he would die in this position. His new sleep technique has not yet worked. The teacher looked at the boy and thought that if you look at him from one side, he is a genius. But if you look at him from the other, he is lazy. And the coach also said that this child can be called a real monster because he remembers everything only the first time. But in martial arts, there are no such mediocrities. And for the coach, it was a mystery how this boy could have a predisposition to martial arts. The boy asked his elder to let him be so cruel to him, and he begged him to give him the opportunity to rest. The boy believed that if he looked at his half-dead face, then he would give him a little break. The coach looked at him and asked how old the boy was now. Without hesitation, he answered that he was 12. Then the coach told him that he should be ashamed that at the age of 12 he was training a pole stand, that in other military families by the age of 8, everyone already knows it ideally. There are also cases that children perfect the posture stance at the age of 6, and he was one of the best military family of Hebei. And his father is the best swordsman in Hebei. And the coach didn't understand how it's possible to do standing posture training at the age of 12. He looked at the boy and said that his heart was breaking and jumping out. Therefore, he said that the boy should think and imagine how the master of such a situation feels. The coach said if the boy has a tongue, he should say something. But in fact, he was thinking about something completely different. He thought that he had succeeded. Yesterday, it took him 15 minutes. And today it took him half as much, and he was quite pleased with his result. The boy, like yesterday, stood in a pose and closed his eyes for a moment and managed to fall asleep again. The coach said that the young heir of the UN family is 3 years older than him, but has already reached the level of first class. The boy listened attentively and thought that he had no preference to live like an illiterate warrior. Then the coach turned and shouted at him to wake up and concentrate on training. The boy asked his elder to give them at least a little rest, so that he would at least take pity on him a little. The coach told him to be patient, because the master said that the boy should stand like this for 1 o'clock and not a minute less. The boy said that it was very difficult for him to stand, but in fact he thought that it was all bullshit, and it was not difficult for him at all. He could even sleep peacefully or fly in his thoughts. At that moment, he remembered the same dream that he had last night. He thought what kind of dream it was, because for the first time in all his time, he dreamed of something so vivid and memorable. And in the very next minute, his consciousness transported him to a completely different part. The boy stood with his eyes open. There was a lot of light around him and everything was very bright, something he had never seen before. He was in charge of a tunnel at the end. There was a very bright light and he wanted to get there. Everything around him was bright and beautiful. Pebbles glowed in the sun from different sides. The boy decided that he needed to go forward and see what was next. It seemed to him that it should be even more beautiful there. He came to a fork and there were 3 roads. Then he realized that he was in a labyrinth and did not understand how to find a way out of there. He looked at these 3 directions and did not know which one was the right one, which road he needed to take to get out. After he tried to go one way, he still returned to the beginning. Then he tried to go another and still returned to the beginning. The boy stood and realized that there was no way out of this labyrinth. No matter where he went, he returned to the original point. And he also had the feeling that he had already seen this picture before. Everything was so familiar to him. The boy understood that in this life, he definitely didn't see this. Then most likely it was all connected with his past life. He stood in a belly, but despite the fact that he controlled himself, something about a past life still came out of his mouth. Most likely, he spoke out loud about this nonsense. When the coach heard his conversation, he even took pity on the boy. He told him to be patient a little. He only had a little time left to stand. The boy didn't argue at all. He did what he was told. But despite this, not everyone was happy with his behavior. The first person who was not happy with how he was training was his father. So when he approached the boy, the first thing he did was hit him on the back of the head. The boy turned and asked his father why he didn't do anything like that. The gentleman was dissatisfied with everything that was happening, and it was clear from his face. The coach didn't understand why the gentleman was so angry and asked him what they were doing wrong. The gentleman began to shout loudly and say that he did not understand what they were doing at all. The trainer answered the owner that he did not understand what he was talking about. The gentleman got even more angry and began to say whether, in the coach's opinion, the boy is now practicing stand-up. The trainer looked at the boy and replied that he had a perfect horse stride stance. The gentleman was still dissatisfied and said that it was necessary to feel the boy's energy, and he thinks that breathing on the stand is not necessary at all. The gentleman looked at his son and told him that he had already received comments from him, but still continued to do things in his own spirit. The boy thought that by thinking about his dream, he had shown imprudence and thus betrayed himself. The gentleman told him if he saw him flying in the clouds twice already, then in that case he wouldn't do any more stance training. And then he added that instead of this training, he would receive more severe training. The father and master were very upset by the behavior of his son. He said that he should be ashamed of himself for behaving like this. Lord, that his son is predisposed to martial arts. He doesn't doubt it at all. That's why his son can do unusual things. The gentleman understood perfectly well that if he showed such skills and simulated training, he would achieve great results by training properly. The boy continued to stand, practicing this pose. The only thing he was thinking about at that moment was when will it all end? The gentleman was so upset that he couldn't even immediately come up with a punishment for his son. After thinking a little, he said that for the next 3 days, he should not leave his room, and at this moment he should think carefully about his behavior. Then the gentleman turned around and left. He no longer wanted to talk to his son or even see him. The boy looked at his father and thought that there was nothing like that here. Only for 3 days he would not be able to leave his room. At that moment, he thought that it would take him at least 5 days to decipher the encrypted expressions in the Book of Regret of the Flying Dragon. Therefore, he decided that he should hurry up and return to his room as quickly as possible. The boy ran away so quickly that the coach did not have time to finish the training, and did not understand what happened. He ran away to close his room and do something that was interesting to him. He sat over the book and tried to understand all the meanings that he could. At some point, he began to succeed. He realized that the phrase simply fits perfectly with the subsequent context, which means that the analysis is accurate, and just like the great scientist of the imperial family. When he deciphered the meaning, he thought how it was possible to hide the meaning in this way. It surprised him very much. The boy sat deciphering this book for quite a long time. He didn't even notice how time passed. The only thing he felt was tiredness in his shoulders. He realized that he was tired and wanted to sleep. The boy pestered him. He decided that he had done enough today and he needed to go to his bed. He thought that if he fell asleep, he would most likely have that same strange dream again. For a long time, he tried not to fall asleep and looked at the starry sky through the window of his room. Well, it didn't work out well for him, and at some point he closed his eyes and fell asleep. He really had the same dream, he thought. So he's here again. Having taken a few steps in this dream, he realized that it was really a dream, but now it seems to him much more colorful and realistic than last time. At some point, he even thought that it didn't matter at all that this was a dream or reality or an illusion created by the spirit. He just wanted to explore these caves that were in front of him. He again stood at a crossroads. He thought that he had already been in one of these caves yesterday and had wandered around for so long and still couldn't find a way out. He decided to go into another cave, and as he walked, he thought that the further he went, the more confusing it became. It was like secret codes from the regret of a flying dragon. But he didn't want to stop and decided to go to the very end because every cave should have its own exit. After walking a little more, he came out to the platform and saw that at the end of this cave, a bright light was visible. Most likely, this was the exit. When he left this cave, he realized that all his efforts were in vain, and he again returned to where he came from. He decided that he needed to sit down and rest and think about what to do next, because all his efforts were useless. He sat like that for a while and even calmed down a little. He thought that in every situation there is a way out. You just need to find it. The boy heard a very quiet sound coming from one of the caves and began to listen. He even strained to hear what these sounds were and how far they were from him. He realized that he had already heard such a sound somewhere. It even seemed to him that it was connected with a flying dragon. The boy stood up. He clearly heard this sound, so he decided to go in that direction. For a moment, he doubted and listened again to see if it seemed to him, but he heard some sound. Then he realized that there was someone in this tunnel that he had not yet walked in, and that is why he headed into this tunnel. He thought that this was the very exit that he was looking for. He began to move towards the sound that he heard. He ran so fast that he stopped looking at his feet and did not notice that there was an abyss right in front of him. The boy stumbled and flew down screaming. He didn't understand where he was falling, so he flew for quite a long time. It seemed to him that this would never end. Well, at some point he realized that he was no longer in the tunnel, but 2 miles away. He flew out of this tunnel with such speed and at the same high speed fell straight into the water. When he fell into the water, he began to sink to the bottom, and despite the fact that he tried to resist, he could not swim to the surface. At that very moment, the boy opened his eyes. He was glad that this nightmare was already over. When he got up, he caught himself thinking that for the 3rd day in a row, he had been having the same dream. He understood perfectly well that this was just an illusion created in a dream, and he couldn't stop exploring the caves in his sleep. He also understood that inside these caves, there is something similar to magic that attracts souls to itself. He analyzed and realized that if you go around these caves, you return to the same place, and if you continue to go forward, you come to the responsible cliff and fall into the water. This whole situation in the dream seemed very familiar to him and resembled the one he experienced in real life. The boy thought that this was a wonderful situation, and the feelings were similar to the fact that he was solving phrases and unfortunately a flying dragon. Despite the fact that this dream terrified him, he decided that he needed to return back to this dream as quickly as possible. He lay back on his bed and decided that he needed to fall asleep as quickly as possible in words. It was impossible to explain it in words, but he felt something. He closed his eyes and began to fall into his dream, which he had already seen several times. He thought that he constantly returns here. There must be a way, but the road is closed, and if you go back, you return to the starting point. He looked to the side and realized that the stone that was in front of him was most likely not real. And this stone that blocked his path may just be an illusion in his head. And if this is really so, then he needs to try to go forward. If this stone is an illusion, then he will succeed. He closed his eyes and took a few steps forward. But he didn't feel anything blocking his way. He understood everything correctly. It was not a stone, but an illusion of the stone, which is why he was able to easily pass it. When he did this stone that stood in his way crumbled into many small stones that fell down, but it was all behind him. He looked at these fragments and realized that he was able to find the right solution. Most likely the way out was there. After he passed, he saw that there was another cave and another road, and this one made him very happy. At some point, he realized that he succeeded only because he solved this riddle and reached the end. At that moment, when he screamed in his sleep that he had succeeded, he jumped up and woke up. The boy looked at the pastor to us. When he got up, he realized that he woke up because he was afraid of his own scream. His sister ran in at this loud cry and asked the young gentleman what was the matter and why he was screaming. The boy looked at her and told her not to worry. He just had a dream and most likely he screamed in his sleep. His sister said he probably had a nightmare and he was screaming so loudly she thought something had happened. The next day, the young gentleman decided that he would continue to study the book and would continue to decipher what was written in it. At some point, he thought that if the encrypted expression from the Book of Regret of a flying dragon was abstract, then the labyrinth of caves in the dream was visual. He pulled himself together and decided that in order to continue deciphering, he needed to remember phrases in Sanskrit and remember what he was studying. He closed his eyes and tried to concentrate to remember the phrases he needed. And the very next moment, he fell into the next dream or illusion that he saw. At that moment, he realized that this couldn't happen. But it was with him that he understood the content without even thinking. When he opened his eyes, he realized that in this case, real books that he could read could help him. The next moment, he went and got all the books he needed. He brought it and started watching one after another. He was very surprised by his capabilities. He realized that he understood the text he saw for the first time. No effort was needed. He decided to see if he could understand arithmetic with complex calculations. He opened a book on arithmetic and was even more surprised because he didn't need to think and didn't need any explanation. He understood everything perfectly. He was happy about this because it seemed to him that this was some kind of incident of the god of learning, since he did not need to make any effort to study. At that moment, he realized that it was time for him to say goodbye to rough martial arts. If he achieves great success in his studies, his father will no longer scold him. He was just glad that heaven was on his side, and he could do what he was interested in. He rejoiced with all his might that he was free from boring martial arts and would never return to it. At that very moment, he heard someone's voice calling him. The young master turned his head. It was at that moment that his sister came into the library. She came with not very good news. The girl said that the gentleman said that his son started training from that moment on. The boy was very upset. He thought to himself that he liked thinking about his behavior more than practicing martial arts. The girl told the young master not to delay because his father gave the order to start training right now. The young master went to training, but he walked with the thought that if he had sat in the room for a couple more days, he would have walked further into the labyrinth. When the boy arrived, he saw the elder who was standing and waiting for him. The elder asked how he had been all this time, and then he said that he would be in charge of his training. The elder also asked the boy if he was still training the pole stand. The young gentleman replied that yes. Then the older man told him if this is serious, then everyone who doesn't look will laugh at him. But he said that the boy should stand in the horse check stance for an hour, and he himself would practice with the ball next to him. The elder walked a short distance and began his training at the same time the young gentleman stood in a stance. When the older man started training and made several movements with the ball, the young gentleman became interested and turned his head. The eldest honed his every swing of the ball and continued his training. The boy watched him carefully. This time he was interested in watching, and when the older one began to attack, this surprised the young master a little. He felt something. He took a closer look at the elder and wanted to understand what exactly he felt. The young master didn't understand whether he could really feel it. He clearly saw the waves from his movement. The young master looked at the elder and saw wave after wave moving away from his movement. The young master was interested, but on the other hand, it was inconceivable what he saw and felt. He was sure that this had something to do with his dream. He felt that after this his mental abilities improved. The young master thought that he had no doubt that in one moment he was able to understand 4 books of Confucian treatises and complex arithmetic at once. For him, it was all very strange, and he did not understand where such abilities came from. He felt in his hands some kind of power that suddenly appeared to him. For him, it was as unexpected as everything else that had happened to him lately, and he also associated this with sleep. He was even happy because he began to feel some strange energy in his legs and hands. He didn't understand where it came from, but he had Bill's strength as a key. He was ready to train long enough. The next moment, he felt himself come off the ground and jump very high. The young master thought that this couldn't be true, but he was floating in the air and he really liked it. His jump ended with him landing on the ground. What happened to him now made a huge impression on him. The young master thought about it. He couldn't even believe that his path was closer to an ignorant warrior than to a noble scientist. And at this very thought, he felt so bad that he screamed with all his might from hopelessness. The elder heard his cry and stopped his training. He could not understand what happened to the young master. The eldest turned and asked what was the matter. And was he really screaming like that only because his legs were numb? The young master did not make excuses. He said that it was precisely because of this that he was shouting so hard. He just felt really bad. The elder looked at him, took a deep breath, and thought that this could happen to everyone. And it happened to him too when he was training. Therefore, the elder said that he could take a little rest to recover and then continue training. The elder did not want to put pressure on the young master. He turned away and continued his training. The boy looked after him and thought that he had been carried away, and he was able to get out of the situation this time too. The young master had the strength to rest, but he was haunted by the thought of what to do next. He understood perfectly well that his father would 100% notice his changes, and in this case, it is unknown how it could end. At the same time, in a completely different part of this estate, the young master's sister was resting in a gazebo near a pond. She loved this place very much and loved to sit here alone. As always, she drank hot tea. I take sip after sip. She was in no hurry. I enjoy the taste of the tea. On this day, she was accompanied by a young gentleman. He came here to talk to her and consult. The girl asked what wind brought their young head to her early in the morning. The boy answered his sister that he came here to check with her when she mastered the soul saver technique. His sister said that now she is at the 8th stage. The 7th stage was easy for her, but with the 8th, everything is different. The young gentleman asked her how long it takes to learn to see the waves and the movement of the ball. The girl didn't quite understand his question and thought about it. It wasn't entirely easy for her. She told him that it took her about 2 years of killer training for her to be able to see this. The young master was very surprised. Did she really need to train for 2 years to see the waves that come from the sword? Well, the young master decided that he would not show it, and replied that this was very good, and that meant he would also need to train for about 2 years. His sister asked why he needed this and why he was asking. She guessed that insight could come to him one night, and he learned to see the waves of the ball's movement. Soul Saver. She didn't say this seriously, but in fact, it was exactly like that. Which is why the young master was surprised that his sister guessed everything. The girl was also surprised. She couldn't even imagine that it was true. She looked at her brother and asked if he was serious and he really had an epiphany. Then she laughed very loudly and told him not to make her laugh like that again. It's impossible. And she made it all up. The young gentleman answered her that in fact he could not demonstrate any movements, but he was very good at catching waves. My sister still laughed. She couldn't even imagine that this could be true. The young gentleman tried to explain to her that he himself was at a loss from how it all happened. The sister said that in this case, he is actually a true warrior of heaven, and he has finally proven himself. And she also added that this significant event should be told about it to the owner as soon as possible, and arranging an exchange with them. The young gentleman did not agree and said that it was better to leave his father in the dark for some time. His sister said that they urgently need to go to the training room so that he can demonstrate what he can do. The young master closed his eyes. He didn't want to go anywhere, much less demonstrate his abilities. Well, he couldn't resist. So they walked up to the training room, which was located not far from the building. We went inside and opened the huge doors to the training room. Not everyone could go in. Then they went down the steep stairs down to where the training room was located. And when they were there, the sister asked the young master to show what he was capable of. She walked over and took one of the swords that belonged to her and took it out. The young master approached the wall and prepared to catch the waves that would emanate from the sword. The girl looked at her little brother and then began her training. She wanted to make sure that her little brother wasn't lying. When she swung and tried to strike, the young master felt the same waves as the previous time. He felt the waves from the sword with every strike during training. The sister stopped and looked at her brother. She wanted to make sure that he was really watching her. And then she showed the part of the training that she last trained. At some point, she swung and raised her sword above her head. The gentleman was very surprised by his sister's abilities. He couldn't even imagine how much she could wield a sword. The girl did not stop and continued to show him the sword technique of the level she was currently at. The young master looked at her with wide open eyes. He only thought that his sister's skill was much greater than he thought. The second older one could not even compare with her. The girl stopped and exhaled, and her training was completed. She was only interested in finding out whether her younger brother had seen the waves and whether he was deceiving her. The young master didn't know what to answer to say that he didn't see anything. It wouldn't be true. But on the other hand, did he really imagine all this? Well, if he says exactly that, then he will have to rack his brain alone. He thought that it would be better to tell the truth, sister, and then they would think together. After all, he came to her precisely for this purpose, so that she could help him figure out what was happening to him. The young master said that during the training there were only 3 waves that he felt. His sister was very surprised. She now wanted to know exactly at what moments he felt it. The boy replied that it was in the middle of the 3rd movement, at the beginning of the 5th, and at the end of the 7th. My sister didn't know how to react correctly. She was shocked. The only thing she could say was, "Dear Mom." She thought that she expressed the first 2 waves clearly, but made the last one almost imperceptible. Then it is not clear how he felt it. After all, he accurately named all the waves and named at what moment she launched them. The sister told her brother that it turns out that he really sees them, which made her very happy. In fact, it turned out that her little brother Cheon-un-sung was just something. So she ran up to him and started hugging him. She said that he is the only son of the strongest sword of Hebei, the young head of the heavenly sword family, and he should never forget these things. Cheon-un-sung didn't know how to react to this. In fact, he wanted to figure out what was happening to him. He had nothing else to talk to, just his sister, so he decided that he should retire to his place. He left the training room and headed down the road straight to his room. In the garden, he also saw his 2 sisters, but he did not want to talk to them. His thoughts were not at all about that. The sisters couldn't understand why he walked past them and didn't even say hello or come over. The young master was busy and was thinking what to do next. At some point, he realized that he should stop analyzing the phrases and regrets of the flying dragon. He realized that he would even be scared to imagine what would happen if he made his way even further. 2 sisters came to the gazebo where the elder sister was sitting. They wanted to know why the young master did not greet them. One of the sisters approached the gazebo and told her older sister that they had arrived. The older sister told them to come in quickly. They were interested in the question why their younger brother Un-sung came to see his older sister. They thought that he was trying to find an excuse not to train. The other sister said that she agreed because there was no reason for this idiot to visit his older sister. The elder sister told them not to dare to call him a dunce. Even though he is their younger brother at the same time, he is the young master of the family, so they should be careful in their words. Added as they say, outstanding parents do not have mediocre children. Just as her dog, Un-sung, is not born in a tiger's den. He just hasn't matured yet. But someday he will definitely become a great tiger. All the sisters were a little surprised by her speech, but replied that they would like to see it as soon as possible. The older sister smiled and said that they didn't have long to wait, and they would soon be convinced of it. Miss later, everything in the castle was as usual and did not foreshadow any events. This morning, like the previous ones, the family always sat down at the breakfast table. The lady said that she received news from her older brother. This time, there were only 3 people sitting at the table. At the head of the table sat a gentleman, and on one side a lady, and on the other side a young gentleman. The gentleman answered his wife that he thought this news was about a feast in honor of his father-in-law's 70th birthday. The lady replied that she wanted to go this time a little earlier than usual. Woon-sung heard that they were going to be happy and asked his mother when. He thought that it was very cool that the trip to his mother's relatives would take several months, which meant that during this time there would be no training. His father got angry and told him that he would see right through him and know what he was thinking about. He looked at his son and told him that he was a fool and didn't understand why they were happy. Well, be that as it may, they really went to his mother's parents earlier, and in order to get to them, they had to sail on a ship. Un-sung sat on the deck and watched what was happening around him. He always liked to watch others. He also really liked it because while they were traveling all this time, he wouldn't train. The young master thought that 2 days had already passed, and they had at least another day to sail. Of course, it was a bit far away. Somewhere in the distance, he heard someone crying. Unsung became interested and decided to see who was crying because everyone on this ship was in a good mood. When he came closer, he saw a girl who was crying very loudly and did not want to calm down. This girl came to the side of the ship and stood and looked at the water. When the young master saw her, he thought if she stood there for so long, she would only get worse. He came closer to her and tried to distract her. The girl replied that she was fine. She thought it was her grandfather. But when she saw that it was not him, she asked the young gentleman who he was and why he was here. The girl could barely stand on her feet. In fact, she was seasick and she couldn't do anything about it. So she went up to Bart of the ship. The young master told her not to hold back her vomiting and to breathe deeply. That's how she could calm down and feel better. The girl did not listen to him and asked him very loudly and again who he was. The young gentleman answered her that he, like her, suffered for 2 days from motion sickness, so she had better take a deep breath. The girl answered him so that he would not interfere and get away, and then she turned away and began to vomit water directly over the side of the ship. The young master didn't understand because he didn't want to say anything bad to her. He wanted to advise her to do the same thing as he did. Unsung realized that she couldn't get out of this state and was getting worse and worse, so he decided to help her. The young master extended his hand and approached her with his index finger. Then he pressed one of the points on her body so that she felt better. Indeed, the next moment, this girl felt better, and she no longer wanted to vomit. She was able to breathe deeply. She felt good. She no longer felt sick. The girl asked what he did, and did he really press on the meridian point. The young master replied that judging because she knows such concepts as meridian points, she studies martial arts. He told her to throw herself out 3 times and the true energy through the points of Shinsu and Shimyu. Because true energy, unlike internal energy which can be accumulated in various ways, true energy is innate and needs to be splashed out. He told her to try it and then she would feel much better. The girl did just that. Then the young master told her that she was doing well, and now she needed to collect the true energy back through the point of Chun Wang and Ko Guol. The girl pulled herself together, took a few deep breaths, and then exhaled, and she really felt better. The next moment, the girl screamed loudly, "Wow!" She felt so fresh and good that she could not contain her emotions. She asked the young gentleman how he did it, and was it really a special type of energy circulation during motion sickness? Woon Sung told her that she could say so if it was convenient for her to call it that. The girl was surprised because it was simply an amazing technique, and her nausea was relieved right away. She introduced her name was Seo Hye Rin, and she was 12 years old. The young master replied that his name was Cheon Un Sung, and that he and she were the same age. Hye Rin thanked the young master again, saying thank you very much for the fact that she would no longer be rocked. The young master replied that if the nausea subsides, she should do as he said, then everything will pass in an instant. The girl replied that she would do so. Then she remembered that she was a complete fool because her grandfather was probably already looking for her. The girl hurried. She said that she had to go and would go to her grandfather and thank the young master again. Woon Sung, when she left, thought that this girl was really beautiful, and when she grew up, she would not be inferior in beauty to his older sister. The young master's thoughts were interrupted by a man he called the boy. It was an old man. He wanted to ask the boy if he knew the name of the technique of energy circulation that he had just told. This old man wanted to ask him about the very technique that he had just taught his granddaughter. It was the grandfather of that same girl. The young master didn't know what to answer. He looked down at the old man and didn't understand what to do. The old man tried to find out from the boy if this was some kind of secret technique that should not be shared with everyone else. The next moment, he jumped off and landed right in front of the young master. Unsung watched the old man and thought that he was really doing this air step. He went down walking on air. And then this old man landed right in front of the young master. He still had questions for him. Unsung. At this moment, he caught himself thinking that in front of him were amazing masters. The boy was not taken aback and began to say that in truth, he actually discovered such a technique yesterday. The old man laughed. This old man thought that this breathing technique for motion sickness, which this child came up with in just 1 day, was better than his calm heart technique, which he had studied all his life. The old man wanted to clarify with the young master whether he seriously came up with such a method in just 1 day. Unsung replied that this was exactly how he felt bad, and he tried to circulate the energy back and forth. At some point, he felt better and repeated this several times. The nausea went away. The old man wonders how he managed to do this in just one day and without putting any effort into it. Unsung didn't know what to answer. He just did it and it worked. He didn't even pay attention to it. The old man said if it's hard for him to explain, then don't let him speak. He'll see everything in his eyes, and he now sees that the boy is not lying. He asked if he could look at his energy paths. The young master did not know what to answer him, and he did not understand what to do. The old man told him not to worry because it doesn't actually bite and won't cause him any harm. Woon Sung thought if he really wouldn't do anything bad to him, then why not let him watch? The boy lowered his eyes and said that he agreed and the old man could check, and then he extended his hand. The old man took his hand in his and put 2 fingers on the very place where his heart was pulsating. The old man thought that in front of him was a true warrior of heaven, so his depth stone reacted to this boy. In fact, the true warriors of heaven at an early age demonstrate the scarlet, relaxing speed of progress in the study of martial arts. The old man thought that most likely this boy has amazing internal energy and combat techniques. But at some point he realized that this boy actually had quite a bit of internal energy. The old man thought that thank God he didn't feel a single drop of polluted energy. If the boy were from a demonic cult or a vile clan, he would definitely feel it. And then he could have made a tough decision in this place. More than 300 years ago, in a vile clan, there lived a warrior of heaven. It was then that a series of events happened that later had tragic endings. This warrior of heaven had dark energy. That's why he was in this clan. He had quite a lot of power, and by the age of 30, he became the ruler of a vile clan. And it was because of this warrior that Murim was consumed by bloody chaos. Murim. This is a military alliance located in the Justice Clan. The enemy of the Justice Clan is the Vile Clan. Several clanships ceased to exist. 9 united clans found themselves in a critical situation. After some time, the Chegal family and the Namgun family united their forces and sealed the true warrior of heaven in the energy circle. The true battle in the sky was destroyed only after dozens of ultimate warriors and hundreds of first-class warriors sacrificed their lives. It was a battle without which it was impossible to stop this dark force. The old man thought that there is not a drop of unclean energy in this child's body, so he can become real happiness for Murim. The young master looked at the old man and did not understand what he wanted to tell him. The old man said that since the boy believed him and helped his granddaughter, he would like to give him a small gift. The old man extended his hand, and on his palms lay a blue stone. He said that this is a stone of depth. It protects health, and it is this stone that he wants to give him. The stone was sky blue with some strange shades and energy emanated from it. The young master told the old man not to say that with this stone, his internal energy with the level of martial arts will increase. The old man asked the young master if this is not good, because every warrior would like to find such a stone for himself. The boy didn't understand why he needed this stone, because as his level became higher, his training would increase. He thought that this stone was his enemy. The old man laughed and said that he was joking. The stone of depth is just a shore, and this stone protects his health. In the cabin where the girl was with her grandfather, you could hear her asking her grandfather where he went, that he really wanted to go fishing for a dragon, but he didn't succeed. She listened very carefully to her grandfather, and at the end asked if there were dragons in this river. The old man replied, of course, in every such wide and deep river there are dragons, including this one. The girl asked, aren't dragons introduced into the lakes of deep mountains and valleys? The old man said that if there is a dragon in the lake, then in such a big river wouldn't there be a huge dragon? She couldn't understand how dragons could really live in such muddy water. The old man looked at his granddaughter and told her that he had already seen one dragon. The girl was very surprised whether her grandfather really saw a dragon in this muddy river and what the dragon looked like. She was interested in this question. The old woman replied that this dragon was still a cub. So because of such a small age, he had an unsightly. However, when he grows up, his hidden abilities can rock the whole world. The girl thought if she had left Palu a little later, then she too would have been able to see the dragon. She was very sorry. The old man told her not to be upset. If their paths converge, they will definitely meet again. Evening came and the waves became even larger. So the ship rocked from side to side. The young master was in his cabin, and so that he would not feel bad, he tried to breathe using the technique that he came up with. He sat on his bed and thought that because of motion sickness, he had to come up with a breathing technique and circulate energy. And he also thought that at this rate, he would never get out of this bond called martial arts. He took a deep breath and exhaled, and then determined that his goal was simply to become an outstanding scientist and nothing more. When he took the next exhalation, he realized that he had succeeded, and this time much faster than usual. He thought that for some reason the energy circulated much better, and it became much easier to carry out this circulation. He realized that from the fact that he looked like a celestial being, the old man had studied his energy paths. The young gentleman was lying in his cabin, thinking that in general he would like to sleep normally today without any dreams. The young master closed his eyes. He wanted to rest this time, and so as not to dream. This time, as soon as his eyes closed, he felt the same pebble that the old man gave him. But this pebble was somewhere near his heart. You are at the same time in Guangdong province. It was very crowded with merchants, as always, selling various things in front of the entrance to the castle. The young gentleman's mother walked down the street and didn't recognize her. It seemed to her that everything had changed here. The gentleman replied that it was natural because 7 years had passed since the last time she was in touch there in her parents' house. The gentleman heard someone's voice. This voice said that he could not believe who was here with them. The gentleman turned his head and saw a bearded man. This man continued to say, "Is it really Taehep Li Cheon Mu Jin, nicknamed the Sacred Sword, Changing Heavens?" The gentleman greeted him and said that he was glad to see the head of the Peng family, and asked what his fate was in such a distance, to which the gentleman replied that he had received an invitation to a reception in honor of the 70th anniversary of the father-in-law of the head of the family of the Sacred Ball. This gentleman said if he knew what he would get, he would have gone with them because his children would have given Pim a fight and expanded their knowledge. And then, for some reason, he asked in surprise if everything they say is true. Wung Sung's father was a little confused and didn't understand what he was being asked. This gentleman asked if it was true that his son dreams of becoming a scientist of the imperial family. Oti Un Sung became very angry and shouted that I would take it, they all said. And then he screamed even louder and clenched his hands into fists. He didn't understand how they dared to mock their family. The scream was so powerful that most of those who were near the gentleman flew to the side and could not resist his energy. His wife came up behind him and told him the way, "Please calm down." She didn't want him to get angry. The gentleman who tried to insult him said that this was already interesting, and rather than offer him a fight and grabbed his sword with his hand. One of the sons and this gentleman thought that his father shouldn't start first. In fact, he didn't know what about the Skyball family. But Payan shouldn't do that. From all sides on this street, some whispers were heard. Some said that they had met Murim residents. Some wanted to know what happened. Woon Sung stood behind his father and felt all the energy that his father was throwing out. He understood that all this was only because of him. It was very unpleasant for him that it was because of him that his parents were subjected to disgrace. The situation had become so complicated that none of the two sides would back down. The young master's mother intervened in the conversation and asked where they heard it from. The gentleman laughed and said that this could just be ridiculous rumors. Don't take his words to heart. One of the sisters said that they arrived here very early because they were from Guangdong province. She just didn't understand the reason for the Peng family's early arrival. The head of the Peng family did not intend to report to anyone, and when he heard these words, he attacked the girl. He started shouting that she had no manners, and should he really report all his actions to the Cheon family? His sons tried to stop him, but the conflict went so far that it was simply unbearable to stop it all. No one wanted to give in to anyone. At that moment, Unsung had no choice but to say that they needed to go faster because their grandfather was waiting for them. His father turned around and looked at him. He was still very angry, and therefore shouted at him where he dared to interfere, because he considered him to be to blame for everything. And at that moment, Unsung began to make strange sounds from his stomach. The boy said that the road was long and that's why his stomach was cursing, but in his grandfather's house, delicious dishes await them. He pushed his father forward and said that they urgently needed to go, because as warriors, we, like all other people, also need to eat well. His father agreed. The head of the Peng family did not understand what happened, and he began to say that they should stop and listen to him carefully. Woon Sung turned to his sisters and told them to walk faster because they were also hungry. The head of the Peng family thought that there really was no point in continuing this conflict, and they could calmly go and sit at the table. His son understood that he did nothing to stop this conflict, and this little gentleman, because of whom this conflict arose, was also able to end it. One of Peng's sons thought that this boy had chosen the perfect moment, and he succeeded. In such a difficult situation when they could not put up a fight and, in order to preserve their reputation, step aside, the actions of this kid helped to get out of the situation. If he acted crazy, then the Keon family would have no future. But if he acted prudently, he will be the biggest obstacle for the Peng family, and he is the one they will have to reckon with. The next moment, Unsung and his entire family, led by his father, moved towards the castle, and the Peng family remained standing still. One of Peng's sons could not understand why this could happen, and why they are now in such a stupid situation. His father got very angry and started shouting at him why he was standing like a pillar. He said that he was walking faster. The guy answered his father that he would do so, but despite the fact that he listened to his father and followed him, the thought of the boy who was able to stop this whole situation was spinning in his head, and this boy bothered him very much. The second son, Peng, told his father that they might not be able to eat here, but only after that they could move on. The head of the Peng family told his sons that this is not a good idea, so they better leave from here. After he saw the Cheon family, he lost all his appetite. One of the sons supported his father and said that he also had no appetite after such a meeting, and that food should go to hell. When the Cheon family arrived at their destination, they were greeted kindly. Unsung was very surprised by what he saw. It seemed to him that this house was very huge, and it reminded him of a royal palace. Evening came, and then the night the moon lit up very brightly in the sky so that it completely illuminated the entire castle. At this time of day, the house where Unsung's mother's parents lived was very beautiful and very calm. That is why Unsung decided that at this time of day, he needed to take a walk and see what was around. He also wanted to do this in order to engage in physical activity. He needed it, more than ever. It seemed to him that with nightly martial arts training, he would be able to shed unnecessary layers of fat that had accumulated while he was not training. He walked and convinced himself that this is exactly what he needed to do. He needed his mind to get fat from walking with meditation. Walking along the paths, he came across something very surprising and it interested him very much. The boy stopped. He thought that this is exactly what he would like to see or solve now. On the other hand, he thought that after all, this was the family of King Fist. And he decided for himself that most likely a spell had been activated, and the arranged garden stones that formed an axis interested the boy. His walk was interrupted by someone's voice asking Woon Sung what he was muttering under his breath. The boy turned and saw that his grandfather was standing behind him, but he thought it was very strange. So he asked his grandfather when he came here because he didn't hear. His grandfather didn't quite understand why his grandson was asking him such questions, and why he was saying not very good words to himself that he couldn't tell him. Unsung explained to his grandfather that he didn't say bad words at all, he just expressed admiration. But since there was silence around him, he did it very quietly. The grandfather looked at his grandson and asked what delighted him so much in what he saw. The boy replied that the highest meaning of Kempo, that is, all martial arts, is hidden in buildings and even in stones on the ground. When his grandfather heard this, he was amazed by such statements from his grandson. He could not even think that his grandson could guess about it. Therefore, Unsung's grandfather asked the boy if he could explain what exactly the meaning of the above is. What is he talking about in all this? Unsung began to say that if you train Kempo while standing on those stones, your arm strength will double, and pointed to the stones lying on the ground. After these words, the grandfather began to think because his grandson said the true truth. But he got to this point in a completely different way. But in fact, here everything is subordinated above the truth, the style of the Taiji Quan Chen step, and under the stones there are iron plates. Ian the old man realized that the mind of his grandson perceives the essence of things differently. Most likely this is because he and the truths are beyond heaven. In fact, the stones support the lower body and help produce more powerful punches. The stones are located so that crimes on any of them, the hands of movement continue, and the warrior can destroy a large group of enemies. The features of this play a decisive role in a battle of your own level. Such a minor difference can change the direction of the battle pendulum towards victory. The old man looked at his grandson and thought that he knew that in fact, no matter what anyone said, great talent does not mature immediately, and he knew for sure that his grandson was a genius. However, even for him, it is difficult to measure the boundaries of his talent. Although he was still very young, it was already clear that this boy was a genius. The old man looked at his grandson and asked if there were any disadvantages to such an arrangement of these stones. The boy looked at his grandfather and thought a little. He didn't immediately understand what to answer. Then he told him that he could not know this because he barely understood about these stones. The old man laughed and said, "But that's how it really is." But he thought to himself that this boy had once revealed the secret of arranging stones with just one quick glance. It was clear that his ability to analyze the essence of things gave me goosebumps. If a boy decides to practice martial arts properly, his skill will grow at tremendous speed. The next day was very sunny, and it was on this day that the match holiday for which the Cheon family came here was supposed to be. Everything was very solemn and beautiful. Many people gathered in the square to take part in this celebration. Woon Sung thought to himself that he finally smelled the feather. It was after the fun dance that the girls performed. The boy sat with his mother and enjoyed the food. It seemed to him that everything around him was very tasty. At that moment, it seemed to him that the more joyful and noisy the feast, the much better, and it tasted much better to him. One of the sisters told the boy not to behave too frivolously. Seong answered her that it was starting again, and he was already fed up with her anxiety. The girl tried to explain to him that they didn't come here to have fun, but one could say that they are part of the one leading the celebration, so they shouldn't relax until the very end of the event. But the boy listened to her to the end, just smiled and continued to eat. He pretended that he agreed with her. He liked these beautiful girls dancing so much, and he also liked everything that happened around him. The girls' dances were more like movements in martial arts, only they presented it all with ease and beauty. The hero of the occasion and the whole family sat and enjoyed everything that was happening. Grandfather even laughed. He said that their dance group was simply amazing. It was as if he looked 10 years younger when he saw their strength of youth. Then he added that the female fist dance of the King Fist family is actually the best and amazing. The girls finished their dance and then began to say from all sides that people began to congratulate King Fist on his birthday. Among them was the head of the Shaolin Temple clan, the venerable monk Wan Mu, as well as the eldest of the clan, Condon Chu Sando, and many others. King Fist answered them all that he was very glad that so many precious guests came to his birthday. Even if they were missing something, he asked them to show their generosity and enjoy the feast. Then he said that you need to discard the long and boring greeting. You need to match King Fist and keep everything short and simple. The only one who was dissatisfied with all this was the head of the Peng family. He even gritted his teeth in anger. And the only thing he could squeeze out of himself was that he was dissatisfied with all the fun that was happening here. The head of the Peng family said that he was very sorry that the military family had such an unlucky and boring group of fist dance girls. Unsung's mom was very indignant that the person with whom they sorted things out upon arrival appeared at this holiday. Unsung's father didn't say anything, but his eyes showed anger and he was ready to continue the showdown. The only one who was absolutely calm and did not show it was the head of the Kulak family, grandfather Unsung, in whose honor this whole holiday was held. Peng struck screaming, "Isn't King Fist's family suitable for more flaming fist dance or fight Pimu young guys?" Woon Sung's mom wondered if this man really wanted to ruin their feast with his performances. The old man thought and muttered something to himself. He knew what to answer to this man, and he made a pause and said that after these words, he realized that he really was not very far-sighted. And he continued that, as far as he knew, the youngest son of the head of the Peng family had recently made great progress in the study of martial arts. However, his son-in-law's son began to take great steps forward. That's why the old man said he thinks that seeing Pimu fight two children who have a chance to become young talented Murim is not such a bad idea. When Woon Sung heard what his grandfather said, he was not at all surprised. He was Shakirova. All the food that was in his mouth, he immediately spat it out. Woon Sung's father and mother turned to their father-in-law. They did not understand what he was up to and why he needed it. And the boy himself asked his grandfather if he was crazy. His sister started screaming at his grandfather that no, not this. But the old man pretended that he did not hear all these people. He continued to say that he thought it would be very interesting, and asked the head of Peng what he thought about this, to which the head of the Peng family laughed very loudly and then asked if he was saying this seriously, and if so, then he just now needs to start the fight with Pim. Unsung couldn't even say a word. He stood and looked at everything that was happening with his round eyes, his mouth open. His father asked his father-in-law what he was up to and thought to himself that his son hadn't even perfected the Kinaku posture yet. And he must not know even the lowest sword techniques, let alone the secret techniques of the Cheon family. And compared to him, Peng John Moon has already begun to learn the best ball technique, paying 5 tigers break through the path. That's what this technique was called. Even if his progress was not great, but no matter how it was, already at the initial stage of studying the tiger technique they were breaking through, Unsong's father thought what Pim might be like now in this situation. Does his father-in-law have some kind of plan? The people who were around began to discuss what was happening now. Some believed that apparently with age, King Kulan's ability to reason had become a little dulled. Others believed that it was simply unreasonable. And the third said that time is not under the control of man, and this is very sad. The only one who felt and was absolutely calm was the King of Kulan. He believed that if this would happen anyway in the future, he wanted this to happen before his eyes. He knew for sure that he didn't want to miss it. Unsong took a deep breath and then exhaled. He understood that he could not bypass this battle and he would have to participate in this battle. Opposite him stood a young man with a huge ball in his hands, who believed that he had already won this fight. The Peng military family has long been a representative of Hebei province and therefore could dictate its terms. However, on the way to becoming the greatest Murim family, Peng had an obstacle, and these obstacles were the Qian family and King Kulak. The Ping family's only goal was to surpass the Qian family. This has been their greatest wish for the past 100 years. Unsung was a little upset. He thought it was wrong. He didn't understand the way of thinking of the Murins at all, and didn't understand why it was necessary to carry out the dialogue with swords. He thought it would be very good to read the books of the sages together and then discuss this topic. The next moment the boy drew attention to the hand of his opponent, which was holding a huge sword. The very next moment he loudly shouted, "Wow!" and said that this is simply incredible. Then he approached his opponent and took a few steps forward. The boy moved very quickly from side to side and at the same time said, "Is it really possible to get such muscles with the help of training?" He liked to tell his opponent that his arms seemed to be made of cast iron, but then Unsung thought about it. He remembered that he had once heard that muscles proportional to ignorance means that his opponent was a complete ignorant. The son of the head of the Peng family looked at the boy and thought that he really felt the treachery of this bookworm. Unsong understood that he needed to do something and began to persuade himself that he needed to focus on his inner world, on his physical form, and he needed to study Long Yu. What was the main book compiled by the students of Confucius? His opponent was very angry and did not understand what was happening. But this boy got on his nerves very much, the mosquito buzzing. He thought that this boy was like a bastard. At one point, the representative of the Peng family was so angry that he thought that he was ready to finish him off today with his own hands. Therefore, I don't think for long the representative of Pain said that, of course, he was interested in what the King of the Fist himself was up to. But now he thinks that the king understood everything and wanted to use him and get rid of the disgrace of the Qian family. Unsung began to take out his sword and told his opponent that they would find out about this after the fight, Pim. At this moment, the representative of the Peng family became even more angry. He did not understand what this boy wanted and why he was going to fight with him, Pimu. He shouted loudly, "Did Unsung really say something about Pimu? And does he really think such a booger like him will suit him as a rival?" Then he swung and tried to strike, while he began to shout how this boy dared to humiliate him like that. Unsung wasn't ready yet, so he told his opponent to calm down a bit. And he stopped because the start had not yet been announced and his opponent was not aware of the basics of Pimu. But everything that Unsung said, not a single word was heard by his opponent, and the sword was very close to him. Already at the last moment, Unsung was able to stop the enemy's sword with his sword, but the enemy had the advantage. A representative of the Peng family responded to this blow by saying that he wanted to see how long the boy could show off his filthy tongue. Unsung held his opponent's sword, but the advantage was on his opponent's side. He thought that something needed to be done. The enemy tried to strike blow after blow at Unsung with great speed. The boy barely had time to fend off his blows or avoid these blows without being hit. But the enemy did not want to stop and swung with all his might to deliver another blow. At the last moment, the boy jumped back and escaped with another blow from his opponent. This angered the representative of the Peng family even more. He was ready to destroy this boy. Therefore, the next moment he swung and tried to strike again. Unsung did not have the strength to parry such a strong blow, but he tried his best. The representative of the Peng family did not stop and hit the ball in this way from his opponent's mat. The forces were truly unequal, and Unsung fought off his opponent's blows with all his might. The boy was quite scared and was not at all ready for such a fight, but he could not give up and had to fight to the end. His opponent was ready to take advantage of his advantage because he was much better prepared, and he was giggling much harder that he had practically won. The enemy did not stop and swung again with all his might to deliver another blow. After the blow was struck, blood began to drip onto the ground. This was the first blood in this battle. Unson Pasha staggered back, drops of blood dripping from his chest. The boy was wounded. His opponent stood opposite and was proud of what had just happened. He was practically celebrating his victory. There was a smile on his face, and he was laughing. You know that he struck a blow that can be called victorious. Unsung's father and mother jumped up and screamed at what they saw. They did not expect what could happen to their son. The people who gathered to watch this spectacle, some supported the enemy and therefore rejoiced, while others stood silently. Unsung, sitting on the ground holding his wound from which blood was flowing, he was in shock. When he removed his hand from his chest, he saw that the sword had touched him and cut his chest. The boy thought that if his opponent had struck a blow a couple of centimeters deeper, then the entire tissue would have been scattered so that his ribs would have been visible. He realized that, with his undertrained basic techniques, he would have to master the one-sided sword of Pengjon Moon. Therefore, Unsung decided that in this case, it would be better for him to use the third-party blade technique that he had studied since birth. The old man looked at his grandson and thought that Kanho is a completely different world, and whoever wants to become a hero must destroy Kanho. Unsung had no choice. He had to win this fight so that this would not happen. At the table where the head of the Peng family and his eldest son sat, there was a conversation about how this spectacle was sheer boredom and fervor. It was clear from the very beginning that this boy was not suitable as an enemy to their John Moon. John Moon stood confident. He won easily. He wanted his father to look at him and be proud of him. He thought that he would win this Pimu fight in front of so many people and prove that their family was worthy of being in charge. Woonsung stood up and snorted to draw his opponent's attention to himself. Then he put his sword forward so that it was clear that he was continuing this fight. Unsung had no choice but to use only the technique that he knew from childhood and in complete perfection. He could move the ball so that the blades of the ball were on all sides. This was the basis of this technique. The boy began to say out loud everything that he was doing. His number one movement was showing the way, not a celestial being. Then he began to say that the movement of the first person pierces another person. His opponent did not understand what was happening and stood with round eyes looking at what was happening. Unseong continued to say that the movement of the second earth horizontal section, reverse horizontal section one blow, sweeps away 1,000 enemies, and the ball hit from top to bottom of the despotism of Mount Tai. Then he began to talk about movement number 3. The sky is vertically sectioned at this moment. He pierces and blocks and cuts. Unsung said that this is the basis of all the basics of the art of the ball. But now the time has come and they must fight in the Pimu battle. Ursun told his opponent that he would fight him with his most refined technique, the 3 basics, and took a step forward and began to attack. His opponent stood motionless and looked at him. Then he asked Unsung what happened to him and whether he had gone crazy. John Moon said, "Does the boy really think that some good-for-nothing will find the 3 base technique? He will be able to crush the one-sided ball technique of the peak of steadfastness." People who watched the battle began to say that Kan Song knows only one technique. And if this is so, then such a technique is used only by third-class brawlers. Many wondered why the Xian family uses this technique of 3 basics. Even his father did not understand why he used the 3-base technique instead of the family technique of lifting the ball. His sister couldn't stand it and screamed that he was an asshole, and it was unclear why he was being stubborn now. The head of the Peng family was very angry after what he heard and did not understand how this boy dared to mock Peng's indestructible technique. But despite everything that was shouted around, Unsung was confident that he was doing the right thing. Because in martial arts, the basics are also important, and the basis of the art of the ball is bronze blocking and cutting. Therefore, Unsung told his opponent that the more skillful the master, the simpler he should be. And the movement of his opponent was too complicated and pretentious. John Munu got very angry and told him in response that he was a bastard and had no right to teach him. John Moon swung and began to attack. He shouted, "How dare this boy even talk to him?" Unsung realized that his opponent was determined and in no case was going to lose to them. Therefore, when the enemy delivered his blow, Unsung said that in his case it was to pierce, and he did not do it very well because Unsung was able to dodge and get away from there. The next thing the boy said was to block. He substituted his sword for the opponent's ball so that he could not move the ball further. And the third thing he did was throw his opponent's sword back so that he himself began to attack. John Moon didn't understand what happened. It was all so fast that he couldn't even figure it out. The very next moment, both fighters swung to deliver an attacking blow. Unsung realized that he shouldn't stop, and he chose the right technique. He also told himself that he would also cut, and immediately after these words, he struck his opponent with his sword. The blow was so close to his opponent that John Moon managed to escape this blow at the last moment. This angered him even more, and he decided that he needed to attack in order to punish this boy. John Moon's sword cut very quickly in the air. The enemy acted at such speed that it was difficult to watch him. Unsung understood that he did not have enough technology and experience, but he knew that in any case, he would not give up. The enemy's sword passed very close to his body. The boy barely had time to avoid these blows. The enemy struck blow after blow, but all the blows did not reach their target. Unsung at some point realized that he was penetrated much faster than him. John Moon understood his advantage, and the smile did not leave his face. He swung his hand to deliver the next blow. He struck this blow from side to side so as not to leave any opportunity but to attack Unsung, so that he would only defend himself. Unsung was a little confused. He didn't know what to do. The blood continued to flow from his chest. In contrast, his opponent was ready to destroy him at any moment. He struck blow after blow and constantly attacked. John Moon was very angry with the behavior of this little devil as he imagined him. Unsung tried with all his might to repel his attacks and block his blows just so he could defend himself. His opponent struck harder and harder and faster and faster. The boy barely had time to repel these attacks. Despite so many blows, Unsung held on and did not miss a single attack. His father looked at this fight and he was very scared. He was worried about his son because he understood that he was weaker than his opponent. John Moon looked at the boy and swung his hand for the next low blow. It was a picnic bone technique. The peak of steadfastness consisted of speed and skill. It seemed that he was not attacking alone, but several of them. And they all attacked Unsung from all sides, so it became more and more difficult for him to repel these attacks. At some point, it seemed that there was nothing left of Unsung. So many blows were inflicted on him by his opponent. John Moon was completely confident that he had destroyed his opponent and stood proud of himself. He heard the boy fall to his knees. At this moment, John Moon had pride in himself and was pleased with what he had done. John Moon raised his sword high up, so he wanted to show that he was the winner in this situation, and in this battle. He laughed as always and thought to himself how cool he was. The spectators who watched this fight did not understand if it was already the end. Some said that this fight was too one-sided, and they believed that the ferocity in Murim is above all the mastery of the techniques of the one-sided sword Peng, which is very great. At that moment, everyone heard the voice of Unseong, who said that the dark ignorant who can only boast of strength, I mean his opponent. And then he added that the enemy had too many useless movements. John Moon didn't understand how this happened and whether he was still alive. Unsung. When he got up, he started saying that he specially chose this outfit for the celebration, and it doesn't cost 3 kopecks, but now he looks like a homeless person. People around started screaming, "Look, this is from the boy, safe and sound," and they said that it was only the clothes that hurt him. John Moon, without turning around and despite the boy, thought what the hell this was and why this happened. Everyone else who watched also wanted to know how it happened and how he really repelled the blow with the technique of the 3 fundamentals. Then it's unclear what's the point of giving a lot of money and studying absolutely the teaching. The guests also did not understand how this was even possible. It was a complete challenge with martial arts. One of the guests said Amitabha. What did the most revered figure in the Pure Land Buddhist school mean? John Moon. When he turned around and saw his opponent intact, he thought that most likely he was playing with him. Getting even more angry, he decided that this was certainly interesting, but in exchange for this, he would make him a colleague. Unsung's mother turned to her father and the boy's grandfather. She asked him to stop them. She was very worried about her son. So she told her father to hit the drums soon. Unsung was lucky to dodge once, but next time he might get seriously injured. The old man was confident in what he was doing. He said that the fight for Pimu was not over yet, so he would not beat the drum. Unsung's mom asked her father if he really calls this the Pimu fight, and Peng Jong-moon can see what he wants. In fact, he can kill Unsung, so she demands to stop the fight. To which her father very calmly replied that she should not worry so much, because Unsung, her son, is now an absolute warrior. Unsung's mom couldn't even imagine that her father could say that, and in general, she didn't even think so. The old man also added that his grandson had proven that he was an absolute master in the technique of the three fundamentals. Woon Sung's mother did not understand what he was talking about. The old man really wanted to know how long his grandson was going to hide his true nature and be lazy. The old man wanted him to show that I'm a true warrior of heaven. Otherwise, he could be broken. John Moon also believed that this boy was very lucky, so he told him that if luck could turn up once, then he wouldn't be able to pull it off the second time. Then he extended his hand forward and said that it was time to have some real fun. He raised his hand to deliver the next blow. John Moon dealt a very strong blow so that the boy barely had time to block this blow. The enemy wanted Unsung to kneel in front of him. Unsung held the enemy's sword with all his strength. He understood that he could not give up for anything, and damn sure he would kneel. There was only one thought in his head, that he would rather die than now show everyone that he conquered his enemy. Even if he loses his head right here and now, he simply will not be able to get to the ground and bow to Peng in front of so many people and his own family. The fact that he did not submit irritated his opponent very much, and so John Moonu began shouting to him that he decided to die instead of kissing his feet. But if he wants it that way, then it will be his way, and he will now die along with his worthless pride. After which he raised his hand to deliver what seemed to him the final blow. Unsung understood that this could be the last moment in his life, but he knew for sure that he would not give up. Every movement of the enemy was like an eternity for the boy. He counted his last seconds of life. But at some point, he heard someone's voice, which seemed to him to be coming from the crowd, and this voice was telling him to remember the stones of the depths. Unseong clearly heard this female voice repeating the same thing to him, Stone of Depth. It seemed that he no longer had a single chance, and needed to grab onto at least something that could help him. Woonsung realized when the Stone of Depth heard these words that this was really his salvation. At that moment, he saw a girl among the crowd who was trying to remind him of the very stones of the depths of which he had in his pocket. He cast the depth stone one more time and felt his body become much stronger, and he felt a surge of energy in his body. At that moment, he realized that he only needed one time to finish this fight. He only needed one blow. Unsung took several steps forward with great speed, and while his opponent was swinging, he struck him. Woonsung moved very quickly, and it seemed like he knew what he would do in a few seconds. His opponent was completely sure that he had already won, so he didn't pay much attention to the boy. But he was deeply mistaken because Unsung was very close and he practically struck him. The spectators who watched this fight became silent and waited for what would happen in the next minute. Unsung's mother and father also held their breath. They watched their son and did not understand where he got this strength from. The Peng family, which a few minutes ago was sure that their representative won this battle, was now surprised and did not understand what the hell this was. When Unsung had almost pierced the body of his opponent at that moment, a loud stop was heard. John Moon at that moment realized what had happened. He thought that this couldn't happen. He clearly felt this boy's sword right in his stomach and a little more, and this sword could pierce through his body. When he looked into Unsung's eyes, he realized that this boy would not stop and would see his job through to the end. At that moment, his grandfather and King of the Fist began to applaud loudly, and all this applause was for his grandchildren. The boy's parents exhaled. They were pleased because it was their son and he was a great fellow. The spectators who watched this fight also began to applaud loudly. None of them could even imagine such an end to the battle. It was officially announced that Cheon Wong-seong of the Skyball family had defeated Peng Jong-moon of the Pyong family. People shouted that this was just a miracle of miracles. Everyone was happy with what they saw and said that we had such an incredible fight that it was simply impossible to see today. It was like pebble breaking a boulder. Unsung's sword was removed from his opponent's body at the last moment. He did this only because the fight was over. The next moment, the boy told his opponent that he was very lucky. John Moon didn't understand what he meant and asked him again what he said. Was he really lucky? Woonsung continued his speech and told his opponent that Tanya's luck was also part of the skill. At that moment, you could hear the beating of a huge drum. The battle was really over. Around, people were scanning Cheon Eun-seong with the heavenly sword, so they voiced that he had won. Glasha, you once again named the winner, and all the spectators who watched this fight began to support the boy. They scanned his name in one voice, saying Cheon Eun-seong several times today. He was their idol. Unsung was ready for such fame, and he raised his hand and began to make excuses in front of the people who scanned his name. Somewhere in the depths of his soul, he did not want to live like a rude ignoramus with a sword in his hands. And only now he took a deep breath. Then he burst into tears because in his mind he wanted to become a noble scientist and not a warrior. At that moment, his older brother approached John Moon and gave him strength with a kick in the ass, said that he was crazy and what he was doing in front of the family of the heavenly ball. The head of the Peng family was also not happy with his son. When they left, he kept repeating that he was a dunce, and in the world he would never be found worse. This curfew made the head of the Peng family even more angry in front of all the people, and their family was humiliated. That's why he shouted at his son and said that he should never forget his today's shame in front of everyone. The head of the family thought that in this case it was necessary to hurry up with his plans as much as possible. At that moment, he left the feast and left the castle with his sons. He had nothing more to do there. The head of the Peng family and his two sons left in shame the place where they were so unlucky today. The old man stood and told his granddaughter that she had enough of waiting. It was time for them to go. It was the same old man and his granddaughter who met Sung on the ship. The girl said that a little more and asked her grandfather to wait. She was sure that she would see her friend. Her grandfather looked at her and thought how stubborn she was, and she wouldn't give up so easily. He understood that due to rigorous martial arts training from early childhood, his granddaughter acquired an extraordinary mind and an inner world that would be comparable to an adult. She didn't control her emotions so easily and didn't get too attached to anything. The girl tried to fast, but it was useless. She wondered if he really couldn't hear. Then she thought about it and realized that this was not true at all, because at the very end of the battle, he released the energy of the depth stone, which means he heard it. The grandfather thought that his granddaughter was becoming quite an adult, and she was already making independent decisions. He always considered her a little girl, but at some point she became interested in the opposite sex, and this was incomprehensible to him. He knew that his innate innocence was to blame for all this. This boy made such an impression. He knew that Sung was an absolute lazy person, but in fact the boy was also a sly fox. He clearly showed this in today's fight between Pim and the youngest son of the Peng family. The grandfather told his granddaughter that it was unlikely that this boy could hear her voice, so they should go. The girl answered her grandfather that she saw him release the energy of the depth stone, which means that he definitely heard her. Grandfather told her that he just reacted naturally due to his unusual structure of the body. So she needs to discard all thoughts about him, and they should leave as soon as possible. The girl thought, if there had been no one in that place, perhaps she would have succeeded. But because of that huge noise, it's not that he didn't hear the whisper. Even her screams wouldn't have reached him. Although, on the other hand, she thought, if he really heard her, then there are no guarantees that he would come to meet her at that moment. She thought that it looked like she had gone completely crazy. She thought that it was unclear what she was doing and walked forward. Her grandfather shouted at her to stop and walk next to him. The next moment, she heard a voice carrying and pillars, and this voice shouted seasickness. When the girl turned around, she saw that Sung was approaching her, and he clearly heard her. Hirin was very happy to see Sung. The boy stopped. He was out of breath and could not say a single word. When he caught his breath, the first thing he asked her was because she told him about the stone. Hirin answered him that of course he was great, that in such noise and in such a commotion he could hear her voice. Sung told her that of course, but he didn't just do that. He always saw how beautiful she was. These words that Sung just said surprised her very much, and she could not say a single word for several minutes. The boy continued to say that when they saw each other on the ship, she was as pale as a white fox, that it was impossible to look at her without tears. And now she's just a completely different person. He said that everything really depends on how the girl preens herself. After these words, she screamed very loudly and told him that he should be ashamed because he was carrying anything. At that moment, the girl's grandfather came up. He laughed and said that he would see him again, and also added that they had almost left. Sung answered him that, thank God, he was not late. At first he thought that he was just hallucinating, but then he remembered about them and the old man rushed over and asked him if it was true, and the old man also asked what was happening. Hyarin's words reached him amid such noise. The boy said that he himself was amazed and that he had never been able to hear at such a distance before. Hyarin was very angry with him because she wanted to know why he told her that she couldn't look at her without crying. She screamed that he was saying that it all depends on how the girl preens herself. Then she asked him if he even remembers her name, because she told him on the ship what her name was. Woon-sung didn't understand why she was screaming so much, but he told her that of course he remembers her name. Her name is Seo Hye Yaren, and asked her to calm down. When she heard that he remembered her name, she calmed down and immediately looked at him with completely different eyes. Then she thought about it and said, "Do you really remember from her face?" You could understand that she was very pleased, and for some reason she began to giggle. Then she turned around and asked Unsung if everything was all right with him, and nothing happened to him in this battle, and he was not injured. The boy replied that he was fine. He was strong as a rock. He was a man, and nothing had happened to him. Then he said that it was true that he had to sweat a little, but now everything is fine. For this you can say a huge thank you to her. Hye Rin looked at him and asked if he knows. Then Unsung asked her, by the way, how she came up with the idea at the very last moment of the battle for Pim to scream like that. Which means she also knows well about the stones of the depths. The girl could not say anything to him in response. They talked to each other for a long time. The old man thought that he was standing like an invisible man and that he was acting like some kind of slow-witted person. So they should be left alone so that they could talk. By the way, Hyorin asked him how he came up with the idea of competing with the heir Peng with the principle of 3 basics. And how did he manage to demonstrate the trailer of the 3 basics like that? And she also wanted to know why this happened to Pim so suddenly. Woon-sung didn't know how to answer all these questions, so he said that he was stupid and couldn't answer so many questions in one go. The girl didn't understand the truth. Is the warrior of heaven stupid? In which case, she's actually a chicken. They talked to each other for a very long time, laughed, they had fun together. The girl's grandfather watched everything that happened. Hye-rin thought that she was having so much fun, and it was good that she had not had so much fun for a long time. The old man watched how they communicated with each other, and thought that they were similar to her granddaughter. Better someone her age than an old man like her. It was clear that, and down where the rule of law of the noble families of the Justice Clan and Di Great Clans had passed, now the era of the Kanho Furrow of the true warrior of heaven had come. The old man, looking at the young man next to his granddaughter, realized that perhaps the Kanho they dreamed of would soon come. Woon-sung and Hye-rin talked to each other for a very long time. They had something to tell each other. They could talk like that for a long time. But the old man coughed several times and told his granddaughter, once she had seen whoever she wanted, it was time for them to leave. The granddaughter turned and asked her grandfather where he had been all this time. Woon-sung wished good luck to Hye-rin and her grandfather on their trip, and the girls in turn wished him good luck. Hye-rin was so happy that she was able to see Woon-sung that when she was leaving she told him that they would see each other again. Woon-sung looked after her and thought at her words. Of course they can see each other if they succeed. The girls said that of course they will see each other again because they have already met twice, and now they need to meet a third time. Unsung shouted goodbye to Noah for free time. She tested how you can sleep during the horse step stance, but he meant the spiritual sleep technique, stand the horse step stance. She thought he was a fool. Unsung was also pleased with this meeting. At that moment, it seemed to him that he was the happiest person in his life. But the very next moment, he realized that everything was not quite as he wanted, and after the latest events, he would definitely have changes. He felt sad because he had been having a great rest lately, because he was busy reading them. And after the fight between Pimu and the heir Peng, he showed great potential. So upon arrival home, even more deadly training awaited him. He thought that a gloomy future was approaching him. With these thoughts, he went back to the castle. He thought why life is so hard, but learning to read books is very easy for him. When he returned, he heard from his mother that he was smart and that he was the future of the Heavenly Sword family. These were the words of his father. He was their hope. The boy asked them to stop praising him. The Peng family from Hebei province. This work has been famous for its muscle strength from generation to generation and used a sword with a single-sided blade as a unique family weapon. The former head of the Peng family, named Peng Jun-do, who wielded a huge ball called the Sword of the Real Demon, gained dominance in Hebei province. He reached the 9th level of the best technique Fen 5 Tiger's breakthrough, and in order to get the last level, the former head plunged headlong into training, but as a result, he fell into a state of chukvayim. This is a state when you cannot control the internal energy in your body. Unable to overcome the demon's soul, Peng Jundo became disabled as a side effect of this condition. And very soon, the eldest son of Peng Jundo, named Peng Il-san, became the new head of the family, but his skill reached his father's. When the Peng family returned to their home and did not understand that a curse hung over them, and what happened today was a disgrace to their family and clan. The head of the family began to say that if the previous head had not fallen into the state of Chukvime and reached the latest level of technology, 5 tigers are breaking through, then Peng would have been able to conquer Murim, that all this time Boseli, the land of the 4 seas. And now they have become a real laughingstock for the entire Murim, having lost to some filthy puppy and the heavenly sword family that used the principle of 3 fundamentals. His youngest son, John Munu, bowed his head in front of his father and said that he had no forgiveness. The head of the family replied that he no longer dared to call him father, and he was not going to take responsibility for such a shame. The head shouted very loudly, "How is this even possible?" Even the words that he fell down from an ant bite would have sounded much more convincing at that moment he hit his son. John Munu apologized to his father and said that this would not happen again in the future. His father replied that this is the first and last time he turns a blind eye to his misconduct. From that moment, his son begins close training. The father said that his son must sharpen the technique of the peak of steadfastness to perfection. John Moon told his father that he obeyed. There was nothing else he could do. After this conversation, the head of the Peng family left and left his children alone. The eldest son said that they are not the future of the Peng family, but are just consumables necessary to make their family's 100-year-old cherished desire come true. On the contrary, his younger brother could not admit defeat in any way. He was thinking about how he would take revenge on this bookworm. When night fell and the bright moon appeared in the sky, it seemed that everyone at that moment should calm down and go to bed. But not in the Peng family. Not one of them could come to terms with what happened today and admit this loss. The head of the family was training. He thought about the advantage of a double-sided sword. It was piercing. However, the main advantage of a one-sided ball was its cross-section. A one-sided sword is thicker and wider. Therefore, compared to a double-sided ball, it is several times more massive and the blows are much blunter. However, it was unclear how his youngest son could lose in this battle. He knew for sure that if he honed his skills and swung a one-sided ball and gave him trained internal energy, he could demonstrate destructive power that cannot be demonstrated with a double-sided sword. The head of the family was very upset, and that's why he trained with this race. When he exhaled, he saw that the ground around him where he delivered his blows was cracked. During this training, the head of the Peng family saw strangers standing right in front of him. He didn't know where these people came from, and even more so, he didn't know how they ended up here and what they needed. These people were delighted with what they saw. They admired the one-sided sword of the Peng family. They believed that this sword truly deserved a loud word. The head of the family saw these men and asked who they were and what they were doing here. He was very annoyed that they were here, so he told these people that he did not understand, since when the Peng family estate had become a passageway. One of these people looked at the head of the family and said what kind of fortune this old man had. The head of the family said that his father slept in the state of Chukvime and became disabled, a well-known fact in Kanho. Did they really come here to mock him? Asked about the condition of his half-dead father. This man with a beard grinned very sarcastically. He was here most likely because of their sword. This man asked the head of the Peng family for forgiveness and said that he did not mean to offend him at all. The head of the family didn't understand how you could be so arrogant and ask him if he's completely out of touch. This man did not say anything and did not begin to make excuses. It was clear how he concentrated energy in his hands. In the next moment, all the energy that was concentrated in the hands of this unknown person was directed towards the head of the family. The head of the Peng family did not immediately understand what happened, but the only thing he managed to do was block the blow that the stranger tried to strike him with his sword. The stranger concentrated more and more forces and tried to deliver an energy blow to the head of the family. The head of the family barely resisted this blow with his sword. But there was so much anger in him after today's events that it seemed to him that this was not the worst thing. The main blow came when this stranger touched this ball, but the head of the family was able to resist his blow. The very next moment, he realized that he needed to throw this stranger as far as possible. What happened next moment? The head of the family threw the stranger aside as far as he had the strength, but at the same time received a blow from him. At the next moment, from this blow, they were scattered in different directions. The stranger could land on the ground and not fall. The head of the family, despite the fact that the blow was also very strong, was able to stand on his feet. After the head of the family raised his head and looked in front of him, he saw that a stranger was standing in front of him. The head of the family laughed and told his unknown opponent that he was playing well. In response, he heard nothing, only the heavy breathing of the enemy. The head of the Peng family told his opponent that they had already played around and now they need to seriously sort things out. He was ready to use the 5 tigers to break through the path. This was a technique that their family practiced. He swung his huge one-sided ball and was ready to hit it. When the blow was about to be struck, something went wrong. The energy and strength of the enemy blocked his blow. The enemy was absolutely calm and completely confident in his abilities. He considered the head of the family an easy opponent. After the head of the Peng family struck his blow, it did not reach the target. His opponent easily dodged this blow, and the very next moment, he saw the enemy safe and sound, and he didn't understand how it happened. Swinging again and trying to inflict damage on the enemy, he did not succeed. This time the enemy avoided the blows. The head of the Peng family saw the face of his opponent and could not do anything about him. He only got angrier because he couldn't hurt him. Despite the fact that he mastered the technique that his family practiced, his opponent easily avoided his blows. I'm trying to strike another blow on my own. The head of the family penetrated and was surprised that the enemy took off the cape he was wearing. The head of the Peng family watched the enemy's movements and could not take his eyes off him. This cape that was just on the enemy's shoulders flew before the eyes of the head of the family, and he stood spellbound. The very next moment, this cape was on the body of the head of the Peng family. It fettered all his movements and covered his eyes. Because of this cape, he could not see anything because it was on his head. And his opponent could do whatever he wanted with him, and he picked him up and hit him on the ground with all his might. At some point, the head of the Peng family, after another blow, felt that he was bleeding. The blows were quite strong. Another such blow, and the head of the family was lying motionless on the ground and could not move. He tried to say something, but he was very bad at it, so he lay there for some time. Then he stood up and cleared his throat. Everything that happened was amazing to him. He looked around and thought that everything that happened to him couldn't happen. He thought that he couldn't believe himself. That is, the one who could suppress his head pang in 50 seconds. At that moment, he clearly understood that if these strangers had the will, they would have crushed the entire Peng family in 2 days. He looked at his opponent and thought that the reason for his defeat was that he could not learn the technique of 5 tigers breaking through further in the levels. He thought that if he reached the highest level, he would not face such shame. When the head of the family came to his senses, the stranger told him that now he could accompany him to the elder. And then he extended his hand so close to his head that he again felt his energy, and this energy he could not resist. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. It illuminated not only the mountains, but also the entire area that was around. There was complete silence in the house of the Pyong family. It was clear that everyone was resting at that time. The only place where the light was on the first floor at the entrance. This color came from the same stranger who demanded to be taken to the elder. When this stranger approached this old man, he brought his 2 hands to his body, and it was visible how his energy passed into the body of this old man. They sat in this position for quite a long time. It was unclear what this stranger wanted from the almost dead old man. This stranger asked for complete silence from everyone. He needed to find out why he came here. Then he touched different parts of the old man's body with 1 finger of his hand. For a moment it was clear that some strange spirit was coming out of him. It was all very strange. Then this stranger began to walk around this old man, and his energy passed into him. He touched from the back with his index finger at different points. From the outside, everything was incomprehensible and strange. Then he touched his back with his 2 hands, and it was clear that great energy and strength were concentrated in his hands. The old man's face became more and more aggressive and scary, and blood sprayed out. But he continued to sit in the same position. The next moment, the old man screamed very loudly and energy rained down from his eyes. Then it was seen how his body returned and became the same. It became as muscular as all the representatives of their family. It was seen how his heart began to beat much faster, and blood flowed through his veins. The old man began to make some indistinct sounds, but it already looked like something human. His son and the current head of the family thought that his father's blocked energy pathways had opened and energy flowed out. He thought about how it was possible to recover from Chukvime. The head of the family asked his father if he was conscious now, and if he could talk to him. He looked at his father's hands and saw that he moved his fingers and began to work. The head of the Peng family was very happy. He looked at all the changes that were happening to his father and understood that this was impossible. But this actually happened before his eyes, and he had to accept it as he should. He didn't understand how else to relate to everything that he had just seen. His father practically came to life before his eyes. The stranger told him that he understood his feelings, but there was no hurry in restoring Tai Yepa Pengjun Do from Chuwaim. A new restoration was taking place, and it was all happening before his eyes in front of his son. Then the stranger held out and said to make a herbal decoction according to this recipe and then to his elder. And then he added that since we have a lot of poisonous ingredients, he should be very careful. Even if you help the old man in the circulation of energy by pressing on certain acupuncture points, after a year, it will be difficult for him to restore his previous skills, however. He will be able to recover in order to pass on his knowledge. The head of the family looked at him and asked again if this was true, and his father would be able to recover. He looked at these strangers and wondered who the hell they were and where they came from and why they were here. And where did they get such powerful equipment and skills with which it is possible to treat Chukvaim? He thought that most likely they have the roots of a vile or demonic clan. If it comes out that they have rallied forces with the vile and demonic clan, this could be the achievement of Murim. However, everything was not as simple as it seemed to him, and he did not immediately know what decision to make. Even if he unites with them after curing his father and continuing his progress, they will have the opportunity to rise to the strongest family in Murim, and only then will they be able to take control into their own hands. At this moment, the stranger said that it was time to now discuss their demands. The head of the family said that he understands perfectly, and as they say, there is nothing free in the world. So he is waiting for the fuck to lay out the conditions. The stranger said that they need to crush one Murima clan. This clan is Cheonho, which is located in the forest region of Hebei province. This was very surprising because even without this request, he would have wanted to do the same thing as this stranger asked. Therefore, he answered that he did not understand why he was asking Peng to do this, when she was quite capable of handling it on her own. The stranger looked at him and laughed. He began to tell him that if they go out, they will receive suspicions from other clans. And if they do this, then it won't be so obvious. And if the Skyball family also interferes, it will become much more problematic to deal with them. And he also added that the Peng family can destroy the Cheonho clan and not worry about other clans in Hebei province. The head of the family said that this is true, but at that moment, a stranger interrupted him. He told him that they would not want to receive suspicion from other clans. They need to slowly take root as a branch of the Peng family in the place where the Cheonho clan is located. The head of the family thought and said that he was ready to make a deal, even with the devil himself, so that Peng would be surpassed to the top of Merim as the great warrior family itself. Therefore, he agreed and asked that they be given 3 months to prepare and for this entire operation. The stranger also said that they would set a trap for the atrocities that the Cheonho clan had committed all this time, and would pin several more misdeeds on them for their criticism of exceeding the achievements in Murim. At that very moment, they Pyong who received damage from Cheonho will come forward, defeat them, and then allow those people dressed in Pyong clothes to settle there. Even while in another part where the military family of the Heavenly Ball lived, everything was absolutely calm, and there were no signs of any trouble. The family returned from a long trip and had a lot of impressions. When Woon Sung was at home, he understood why they say visiting is good and home is better. He was even ready to dance and decided that he needed to change his body a little. The first thing he did when he arrived home was he decided that he should go and take a walk because he hadn't been here for a long time. After taking a few steps, he heard 2-3 times. He definitely didn't want to train now. It was the voice of his father telling him to press both feet to the ground, as if they were sticking heavy iron poles. The training began, and his father explained that he needed to collect energy inside the body. It was the same training, and Woon Sung decided that he needed to attend it too. He weighed all the pros and cons. He remembered that he was told that he would become a master if he moved his body so roughly. It seemed to him that no, he would rather read a book at that time because there is a way in books. But before they could enter, all the boys who were training there began to shout loudly that this was the young head. They ran up to him and started talking about what they heard, that he gave Peng Jong-moon the technique of the 3 basics. They said that it was just fly away. These guys shouted that their young leader was the eccentric of eccentrics, and that only he was capable of such a thing in the world. Everyone shouted that they were coming out. Now they were opening, and the rest of the family of the heavenly ball, and it was he who was part of this sacrament. No matter how hard you look at it, you can't fool the blood. It was clear that Kang-ho would now be at the mercy of the heavenly ball family. Un-sung thought that he urgently needed to leave here and he would not interfere with their training. The coach shouted loudly why there was such a booth. He demanded that everyone concentrate on training. There is an expression. A place creates a person. A person must live by dumping on himself a burden corresponding to the gravity of the place in which he is located. The head of the family is obliged to act and build connections as the head of the family, and the leader of a large clan must act and build connections befitting the leader of a large clan. It was the cargo of the young head of Cheonun-seong and the Heavenly Sword family who, after defeating Peng Jong-mu from the Peng family of Hebei province, changed from a sloth for the better and was reborn into a true warrior of heaven. Un-sung, just a few days ago, could not even imagine that he would have to train all the time. He walked along the path and thought that he would have to work like hell again in order to meet the expectations of others, and, above all, the expectations of his family. He thought that just this thought alone made him furious and his head was pounding. He thought that his youth should have been the brightest. But alas, everything went completely wrong, and he understood that he would no longer be able to do what he wanted. At that moment, he heard some very loud sounds. They did not stop in his head. He thought that these sounds again. At some point, it even seemed to him that he would not be able to withstand this sound, and his head would simply split into two parts. The sound was so unbearable that he thought he lost consciousness. The next moment, when he opened his eyes, he saw what he again found in the cave. Un-sung thought that along with the ringing sounds, a cave of unusual colors suddenly appeared in his head. The only thing that became clear to him was that he needed to solve the riddle of this cave. So he took a deep breath. He thought that perhaps there were secrets here no worse than those in the Book of the Regret of the Flying Dragon. The boy tried to concentrate and understand which direction he should go this time. He felt some kind of force around him, trying to understand where this force was moving. He sat down on his knees in the middle of the cave. Ahead of him, it was clear that this force was concentrated in one place, and it was all ahead. He looked and saw that there was a dragon in front of him, which meant that there was someone else here, namely the rights of a flying dragon. This flying dragon flew before his eyes. The boy thought what a mysterious phenomenon this was. He had never seen anything like this in his life. He thought that he couldn't believe that he heard a voice and saw a dragon in a cave in his head, where his thoughts were absorbed. This dragon constantly repeated the same thing, the one who has the right and constantly moved in front of him. At this time in ordinary life, Ursun was on the very path along which he stopped, stood with his eyes closed and snored loudly. After being struck by lightning, the dragon in his head began to disappear as if dissolving like a cloud, but he continued to say that the one who has the rights. The boy stood with his eyes closed and slept lately. This has happened to him quite often. His older sister saw Un-sung in such a state and didn't bother to figure it out, came up from behind and hit him on the back of the head with her hand. At that moment, it was as if the same sound that was constantly heard in his head had stopped, and he no longer heard it. It became quieter and quieter. The boy opened his eyes and screamed loudly, "Who dared to hit him and wake him up?" His sister replied that she was in shock. It seemed like some ghost of a dream had followed him and was constantly haunting him. She said that at first he slept in a pillar, and now he sleeps during circulation and energy. Is he really planning to invent a technique for energy circulation in a dream, or is he just playing around? The sister grabbed him by the ear, the boy screamed loudly, and said that he should do this to become taller height. His sister told him that he was wasting his talent on the wrong thing. She was very angry with her younger brother. Woon-sung was also angry with her, and because she was constantly trying to control him, he shouted at her to get married already and not touch him. His sister replied that she was not going to get married, and then she got offended and turned around and left. Un-sung answered after her that she was deceiving him. The girl got even more angry, turned around, came back to him and tried to hit him, but Un-sung began to tease her and said that she wouldn't hit her. Another sister got involved in this conflict. She asked who could be mocking the young master. The older sister said that her sister should maintain her manners at home, and she was told this more than once. And I must also add that from now on, you need to call Un-sung young master and address him only as you. When the boy heard, he was very happy. But his sister, on the contrary, was indignant. She asked if she really thought that he should be addressed as you. In fact, he hasn't earned it yet. The elder sister said, if she can't do it right now, then she should at least behave decently so that others will take the young master seriously. The sister listened to everything that was told to her and thought that this was completely unfair, and she was definitely not going to punish him. And the older sister also came up to the boy and said that he, too, should behave in a way that suits the young master. And she also explained to him that he cannot forever play the role of the fool's younger brother. Woon-sung said okay and said that he understood. My sister was very upset because he responded to fuck off. The boy thought that he would first take a little breath, and otherwise he would quit even earlier than he would become a martial arts master as expected of him. His sister said that in this case, he should take this before resting and reached into the pocket of her kimono. The girl took out a box from her inner pocket on which lay a red ball. A strong smell emanated from it. The girl said that recently one person came to them. He said that he received very valuable herbs, on the basis of which, putting all his soul and heart into creating hwandal, he ordered Eun-sung and his brother-in-law to take one pill each. The family of his first brother-in-law, Baek Chul-hyun, is a family of doctors, and from Shanxi province there were rumors before that the current head of the family named Pizke Yun-myung was nicknamed a genius doctor, in other words, this hwandan that she gave him a real miracle cure. Eun-sung categorically began to dunk his head in hands. He did not want to accept anything and said that in that case, this hwandan is worth accepting, and his older sister replied that his brother-in-law had already taken one such pill, and this hwandan was only his. Woon-sung replied to his sister that in that case it was her hwandan, and she should accept it. The girl said that she had signs of pregnancy here, so it was better for her not to take it for now, and at that moment she blushed. And then she began to insist that this is why her brother needs to eat this pill as soon as possible. Eun-sung shouted loudly, no, he was talking about the fact that she can eat hwandan immediately after giving birth. The girl did not stand on ceremony with her younger brother. She grabbed his face and made him open his mouth. Then she told him to say A and tried to make him swallow this pill. Eun-sung said that he was not ready yet, but all his objections were absolutely useless. She already put hwandan in his mouth and he swallowed it. Eun-sung got very angry. He said that we can't see this and why no one is interested in his opinion, whether he wants to do it or not. Then he said that this pill was bubbling in his stomach and everything was burning inside him. He grabbed his stomach. His sister said that he needed to quickly get into the lotus position and start circulating the energy. The boy cursed to himself. He felt so bad that he wanted to pull out this hwandan, but it was already too late because he penetrated the energy pathways. For a moment, he felt that a flame was rising inside him. It seemed as if his whole body was burning. He sat in the lotus position and felt the chi energy that overwhelmed him and could burst out of his body at any moment. Eun-sung couldn't do anything about it. He was quite uncomfortable. He felt this energy flowing through his body and overwhelming him. Such a thick and fast flow of chi energy flows along the energy paths. He thought that it seemed to him as if a huge snake was crawling inside his body. Woon-sung thought that he needed to use the family breathing technique beyond the limit from a clear river. Maybe it would return his calmness. He took a few deep breaths and exhalations, and he really felt better and calmed down a little. Well, this power never left his body. It became more manageable and not so aggressive. After Woon-sung used the breathing technique, he was able to control this power. His sister was surprised because she saw Woon-sung floating above the ground. She couldn't say anything. She stood silently and watched everything that was happening. At some point, it even seemed that he had succeeded and was able to cope with this energy. But despite this, Eun-sung was unable to contain this energy in his body, and it began to splash out of him in all directions. Immediately after this, his eyes were round and he did not understand what happened to him at that moment. His sister shouted in admiration. Wow! It seemed to her that the effect of this pill was just right. She noticed that it seemed that his body was better absorbing the miracle effective medicine, and he took it at the right time. But Eun-sung didn't think so. He answered her that he almost went to the percent at some point. He even thought that everything inside him had melted. His sister told him that as the son of a military family, he might not like taking medicine more than eating snake soup. Woon-sung did not listen to her any further and said that he was leaving. He was not very pleased to be with her now. He turned and pushed off to get away from his sister as quickly as possible. Pushing off with one leg, he felt that he was pushing off with very great force without making any contribution to it. This even somehow alarmed him. He turned and looked in the opposite direction. Having pushed off, he jumped so high that he did not expect this from himself, and it also scared him very much. Unsung tried to land the next moment when he already had both feet on the ground. He felt safe. At that moment, he realized that this is all and the effect is the pills, of course, wow, the effect, and this is just the beginning. His sister said that her little brother should work on controlling his power for a while. Time passed, and evening came, as always. There was silence in the castle. Only the lights were on the first floor. At the same time, in Hebei province where the Peng family lived, something very mysterious and incomprehensible was happening. The stranger who let energy into the body of the head of the family continued his ritual. He needed to complete it. At the last moment, he began to cast spells with the help of which he could renew the strength of the head of the family of the Peng family. This man started repeating the same thing he said, Om Matara. It was part of his spell. Then he exhaled deeply and said, Ha, loudly. At that moment, a large amount of energy came out of his body and was transferred to the head of the Peng family. The head of the family sat in the lotus path, and on 4 sides of his side, 4 strangers gave the energy that he had to receive. Looking at the head of the Peng family, it was clear that he was beginning to come to life, and he was getting more and more strength every minute. It was clear that this spell was working, and it seemed a little more, and he would be able to move independently. But at some point, the head of the Peng family opened his mouth because he could not hold all this energy in himself, and he needed to throw it away so that his body could undergo renewal and restoration. His eyes became like those of a madman. They were wide open, and one could read the very spell that the stranger was casting. Then the former head of the Peng family shouted, and with all his might, the very words that were in the spell, Tarun. Then Matara Tarun. The head of the Peng family was no longer such a useless old man as a few minutes ago. He was a completely different person, and his body had collected quite a lot of energy to recover and continue to act. The very next moment, he began to realize everything that had happened to him over the past few hours. And from the expression on his face, it was clear that he was even a little scared because he didn't understand how it happened. Then he lowered his head and looked down. The head of the family realized that he was floating in the air. He raised his hand and looked at it. It was moving, and he could move calmly as before. The current head of the Peng family exclaimed that everything worked out for them. Everything went well. His son stood nearby and did not understand how this could happen. The stranger stood directly in front of the former head of the Peng family and looked at his result. He succeeded. The old man also exhaled and realized that his strength had returned and now he could act. The first thing he asked was that they give him the sword of a real demon, and his grandson handed him this sword. The young man said that this is the mark and handed it to him. The old man took this sword in his hands. The current head of the Peng family asked his father if everything was okay with him. The old man did not look at him and replied that he was fine. Then, after a minute of silence, he added that the real demon's sword was roaring, and this seemed very strange to him. I didn't meet him. He turned to the old man. He told him that if he takes his medicine for 6 months, then he will be able to demonstrate mastery of the progress of which he can convey. The old man did not want to listen to the end and laughed very loudly so that the stranger did not understand what was going on. Then the old man fell silent and thought for a few minutes. It seemed only now that he realized what had happened. He told the stranger that he needed to cut it down to 3 months. He no longer agreed to take his medication. The stranger who slept his life replied that it was impossible. No one had done it before. The old man thought and answered him that then they will fulfill his conditions within a month for 10,000 nannies of silver. Such an offer for a stranger was completely unexpected, but he did not know why he made him this particular offer. The old man also added that in this way they can gain several months in order to defeat the enemy. The current head of the Peng family said that even though the Qianho clan is part of the Dark Path, in order to crush Qianho and make the Peng branch their domain, considerable preliminary preparation will be required. The old man turned around and looked at his son. Then he told him that while his son is the head of the family, the cat by the balls is pulling the 7 heavenly ball. It has already become better in Hebei. Old man Bowden is determined and said that he will take all the consequences upon himself today. We need to get down to business. The stranger looked and told the old man that they would accept his proposals because he showed such conscientiousness. At this point, their meeting was over, and the current head of the family, together with his son, went to their rooms. As they walked, the younger heir said that if they use a trick and say that the Cheonho clan provoked Pyong and then thoughtlessly take their place, all the clans of the Path of Justice will begin to protest. And then he added that 1 month is not enough to receive compensation, provided appropriate counter-compensation to the Murim clan of justice, and to receive recognition of the honesty of their actions. The current head of the family answered him that when his father completely leaves the state of Chukvim, all his achievements will be transferred to him and his 2 sons. That is, to them. And then Peng will rise above Hebei. They will strive to become the strongest army of the family in all of Murim. The head of the family asked his son how much longer they should tarnish the name of the family. His son replied that he understood everything. The head of the Peng family said that for the sake of their 100-year-old enviable desire, the Peng will no longer step aside. The next morning, everything was as usual in the city, and there were quite a lot of people in one of the 5 establishments. The girl was sitting at the table with her servant and constantly pouring herself alcohol to drink. Her servant asked her to stop drinking because she was already drinking too much. But Milady told her that Tanya would try to dissuade her. If she doesn't get drunk now, she'll burst with anger. And immediately after these words, she completely drank everything she had in her cup. Then she took the jug again and began to pour alcohol back into herself. But the jug was already empty. Milady began to be loudly indignant and shouting what kind of nonsense this was, and her bottle was already empty, so she shouted so that she wouldn't drink the next one. The maid tried to take her out of this foamy establishment because the people around her were looking at them. But my lady kept repeating, "Alcohol, alcohol." You are there in 5 establishments for us. At the same time, there was the young head of the Cheonho clan, Ku Yong-id, who was observing this whole situation. The Cheonho clan is one of the 5 plains of the Dark Path, which is located in Hebei province. The head of the clan is Ku Sang-tai, nicknamed the Sword of Sinister Blood, not very cruel and merciless in human nature, the glory of the Cheonho clan. In the immediate vicinity of the forest region of Hebei province are equal to the law, and the eldest son of the head of the Cheonho clan, named Ku Yong-il, who is not on his back, was surrounded by rumors that he was an inveterate libertine and a ladies' man. Milady could not calm down. She constantly shouted that her bottle was empty and that they would bring her more alcohol. Her maid could not calm her down. When Ku Yong-il saw such a situation, he thought it was just great, and the time had come for him to start acting. He began from his desk, and he walked up to the table at which 2 girls were sitting along with their subordinates. At another table, visitors began to talk among themselves about how today the end of life had come for 2 innocent girls. Another of the visitors told him not to interfere and to watch his language. Ku Yon-il coughed several times as he came closer to the table to make his presence known. Then he turned to one of them and asked that they seemed to have run out of alcohol, but in that case he could buy a bottle for them. Milady's assistant asked the young man who he was and why he dared to approach them. The young man replied that he was the young head of the Cheonho clan named Ku Yong-il. Milady told him that she didn't care who he was, so he shouldn't linger and should go back to where he came from. The young man looked at her and laughed. He told her not to be so heartless, and as they say in China, all people are relatives of each other. If someone runs out of alcohol, can't the other one do a favor and buy a bottle? Although the girl demanded alcohol, at that moment she said that she would refuse his gift, to buy myself a bottle of alcohol. Ku Yong-il. He didn't expect such a turn of events. He was even stunned. But he thought to himself that these girls seem to have completely lost their fear. In fact, they don't act like that. Milady's assistant came closer to him and said, "Did he really not understand? In that case, she repeats for him to get out of here." This made the young man very angry, so he thought that they should be punished. He grabbed the assistant's face and told her that her skin was so shiny, so he wanted to spare her. But now he is very angry. Meladia threw a glass that was on her table and splashed all the contents in his face, and then told him to go away. Ku Yong-il wondered if this was real. He was subjected to a shame that he couldn't even imagine in a dream. The girl told the man to go back to his chair or else everything would end very badly for him. Ku Yong-il has never experienced such humiliation in his life. Not only was he sent, but he was also threatened. After thinking a little, he decided that he needed to act a little differently. He bowed his head and began to say that he was sorry, and he had committed a mortal sin. They are both ladies so beautiful, so he unknowingly showed tactlessness. Then he approached my lady and very quietly told her that she didn't even understand what he was going to tell her right now and what would happen to her if he didn't leave. Milady took her sword with one hand and without hesitation, she told him if he didn't leave right away, he would die. And then she added to him that not only would he die, but his entire family would be wiped off the face of the earth. Koo Young-il has never been so humiliated and didn't understand what kind of girl this is. It looks like she has support on her side if she says such things with such confidence. In these vicinities of Chongho, his clan is omnipotent. However, Zhongyuan is wide, and there are much more powerful forces in it. If she is from a large clan or a noble family, it will not be easy to cope. But on the other hand, if he retreats now, rumors will spread around and the Cheon-ho clan will face great shame. The girl took out her sword and put it on the table. Then she laughed and asked the young man if he had already shit his pants and told him to leave as quickly as possible. Then she said with a disdainful eye that the young man should get out of here as quickly as possible and waved her hand at him. Koo Young-il had never been in such a situation before. He thought that this bitch was holding him for some kind of dog and communicating with him in the same way. He got angry and told her how dare she ignore the young head of Cheon-ho Kuyon Ildaria with his foot on her table so that he turned the table over. He didn't stop and hit her table several more times. Everything that was standing scattered all over the place. The girl was ready to fight with this ignorant Koo Young-il. He also wasn't going to forgive her, so he also took out his sword. The girl swung and tried to attack her opponent. But what Koo Young-il told her, she doesn't even understand who she decided to raise the sword against. Well, it was already unbearable to stop her, and she tried to inflict blow after blow on the man. Koo Young-il only had time to parry her blows. He could not even imagine that she could control the ball. The young man was so angry, and he didn't like this situation that she dragged him into. He couldn't forgive such a shame. That's why he said that he had no skin in her, and she couldn't even imagine who she was dealing with. Despite the fact that his opponent was a girl, he swung and launched an attack against her. Milady was a little surprised. She blocked his blow but did not think that he would start attacking her. Koo Young-il Vanessa told her that she only knows how to talk with her dirty tongue, but in reality, she is worth nothing. He held his sword with both hands and was ready to destroy her. It seemed to him that she was about to surrender. Milady looked at the young man. In turn, he thought that the energy of her ball was not bad. If she were sober, she would not have given in to his strength. In fact, she demonstrates the movement of lifting the ball and being intoxicated. A gap appears in her movements, and the swing of a double-sided felt boot is similar to the swing of a one-sided ball. He also thought this meant that she was not from a famous family, but most likely she was just self-taught. In this case, his hands were free and he could do as he saw fit. He told the girl that she was done smiling. This made my lady very angry. She realized that in no way was this young man taking her seriously. Milady continued to hold the blow and block his attacks. She did not understand why he was laughing at her. And if he treats her this way, she decided that she should show him what we are capable of. The girl swung with all her might and began her attack against the young man. Her sword almost cut him into two parts at the last moment. He managed to escape this blow. Milady shouted to him that he was a damn little rat, and she was not going to forgive him for his statement. The next moment, she swung her hand to strike again. This time, the young man barely escaped her blow, only because he jumped to the side. He did not understand that he would need to use all his skill and strength because he had a fairly strong opponent in front of him. The girl was not going to recover. She swung again to strike the next blow, and this blow should have destroyed him if it had reached its target. But Koo Young-il was a good and experienced fighter. Taking a step forward, the young man avoided this blow, but this angered him even more. Therefore, he raised his sword up and swung to strike back in this attack. He put his strength. It seemed that his sword destroyed absolutely everything in its path because it has quite a lot of power. When my dear saw it, she was scared. She definitely didn't expect that her opponent would be so strong. And the very next minute, Koo Young-il dealt a powerful blow to his opponent, and he reached his goal. Milady did not have time to escape from this blow. She collapsed and screamed loudly. The first blow was followed by a second one. The girl couldn't collect typhus, damn it, although she was good at sword technique. In this situation, she lacked skill and strength. Therefore, after the first blow, she missed the second and then the third, which the young man kicked right in the stomach. At that moment, she let go of her sword from her hands. This blow was so strong that she flew to the side, but at a fairly large distance. She even flew over the chair she had just been sitting at. All around, the visitors decided not to engage in battle and hurried to disperse. Milady fell with all her might and attacked. It was her complete loss, and she couldn't do anything about it. The flood broke everything around her, and for some time she was confident in her abilities. But now, she did not have such confidence. Her assistant hurried to her aid, raising her head. "My lady," her assistant said that they are a bastard. They don't even know who she is. These words intrigued Ku Yeg-il very much. He would like to know who he was dealing with. One of Ku Yong-il's escorts couldn't stand it and asked who they were and why they were here and behaved like that. Milady's assistant said, stuttering a little, that they were from the Pang family, so she thought she could stop this guy. The guys who were with Ku Young-il never expected that these two girls belonged to the Pang family. And Ku Young-il himself wondered if these two girls belonged to this Peng family, which is located in Hebei province. Milady's assistant said that this is exactly the case. This is the eldest daughter of the Peng family, and my lady's name is Peng So-yu. Ku Young-il thought if this girl is telling the truth, then he can be considered a corpse, and the Cheon-ho clan erased from Gangho. The Pang family never showed mercy. My lady's assistant asked for someone who could help them and added that the Peng family would definitely thank them for this. One of Ku Yong-il's escorts told the girl not to let them fool them because they don't understand how the daughters of the Pang family are sitting here and drinking alcohol. Everyone else supported him. The assistant explained that my lady was married to someone for whom she had no feelings, so she disguised herself and ran away. The guys began to be indignant and told the assistant to stop talking nonsense already. If this is really the daughter of the Pang family, then she should definitely have a one-sided sword. The girl tried to explain that Milady had done this on purpose for camouflage. If she had had a one-sided sword in her hands, these guys' heads would have fallen off their shoulders long ago. These words offended the guys very much, and so they asked who she takes them and the Cheon-ho clan to be. She considers the young head of this clan to be. Ku Young-il thought that he noticed in the movement when she attacked that it looked like she was not holding a double-sided sword at all. But the movement was similar to a single-sided sword. She actually had gaps in her movements. The assistant could not stand it and took out confirmation that they are indeed representatives of this family. When the guys saw this, they realized that this was the end, and Milady really was the daughter of the Peng family. Ku Young-il was even more upset because all his assumptions were indeed confirmed, and she was from the Peng family. So he thought all he had to do was choose either he would die or he would kill them if he ended up dying. He needed to have some fun, at least for the last time. He understood perfectly well that he couldn't just kneel down and put his head to be cut off in front of Peng. The guys who were with the young master looked at him. They wanted to know what they should do now. Because in the hands of the assistant, there was indeed an informative sign of the Peng family. Everyone around just started saying that these are Peng identification plates from Hebei, and they are really from the Peng family. Ku Young-il, after thinking for a few minutes, decided that he had nothing to lose, and if this happened, he would go to the very end. He told his guys to get ready because he decided that they needed to be destroyed and made a gesture saying so. His guys didn't quite understand why this was necessary, but none of them became indignant. They got ready and began to draw their swords to carry out the task that Ku Young-il had just given them. They were all ready and just waiting for Ku Young-il's command, and their young master did not keep them waiting long. People in this five establishment began to leave the premises because they were afraid to get involved in this fight. Moreover, the young master's assistants made their efforts to ensure that all the extra ones got out of here as quickly as possible. And after a few minutes, there was no one in this establishment except the young gentleman with his assistants and my lady with her assistant. The assistant saw what these guys were doing, grabbed her mistress, and started screaming loudly for help. The guys did not stop and destroyed everyone who did not have time to leave this establishment, striking with a sword so that the blood scattered in different directions. The guys were having a great time, and it was already clear that several guests of this establishment were lying on the floor in pools of blood. The young master thought that they would kill these two girls with all the other witnesses and destroy the evidence. The tavern was sleeping, so even Peng themselves would not be able to do anything. The young master looked at the meaty and the assistant and said that all that was left was to finish them off. The assistant began to wail and say that heavenly punishment would overtake him, and he was already a dead man. Ku Young-il swung his hand to deliver his final blow to the defenseless. He told them that it was good to go crazy. It's time to go to the next world. At that moment, the door to this tavern opened, and my lady's brother came in. He was glad that he had found his sister Peng So-yu. Milady's brother appeared in this place at the right time. If he had come in a few minutes later, everything would have been beyond repair. Ku Young-il froze in this position. He didn't know what to do because he swung his hand to deliver the final fatal blow. The assistant was very happy that my lady's brother appeared in this establishment. She began to shout, the young head is not here. The brother began to tell his sister that this is why he told her that the outside world is dangerous, and that a lot of freaks live in Kanho. Real happiness for a woman is to find a good husband and get married successfully. And he also added to his sister that she is very smart and she should only see who she looks like now. But he could not leave unpunished what they did to his sister, and so he ordered his subordinates to go on the attack. His subordinates immediately took a few steps forward and began to attack their sister's offenders. Koo Yong-il didn't even have time to catch his breath before his people began to be instantly destroyed before his eyes. The people of the Peng family were not going to talk for a long time with the people of Koo Yong-il. They immediately attacked them and dealt them fatal blows. They destroyed one after another, so that they did not even have time to understand what happened. And Koo Yong-il himself stood and watched everything that was happening. He had nothing to say. On the contrary, the young head of the Peng family was very pleased with how his subordinates dealt with Cheon-ho. Koo Yong-il looked at what was happening and did not understand what was happening and what kind of impudent person he was who dared to behave like this on his territory. So Koo Yong-il asked him who he is and why he wanted to die and behave like this. The guy took out his one-sided sword and put it in front of him, and then said that he paused, so he wanted everyone to understand that he belonged only because he had a one-sided sword in his hands. He then added that he is the eldest son of the Peng family, and his name is Fair Jong-gi, and he is not here to die. Koo Yong-il realized that his position was not entirely secure, and he found himself in a situation that he definitely did not want to get into. But he had no choice, and had to repel the attack of his opponent, the eldest son of the Peng family. Each of them wielded a sword quite well, and therefore they entered into an equal battle as it seemed to them. Koo Yong-il assessed his opponent and thought that he simply has colossal power, and he hits with this force, so his blow is very difficult to hold. Already at the next blow, Koo Yong-il felt all this power and was unable to block the enemy's blow. Koo Yong-il flew to the side, demolishing everything in his path. The blow was very strong, such force that Koo Yong-il flew out into the street, breaking the door and crashing straight to the ground. When he fell, he thought that his opponent was really very strong and he would have a hard time with him. Koo Yong-il tried to raise his head. He succeeded with difficulty. He looked around, and he saw that his opponent's assistants were standing and looking at him. Then he realized that he had nowhere to go. He was surrounded by the boyfriend of the young head of the Peng family, and Peng Jong-gi himself stood and watched what was happening as his order was carried out. Then he said that with such useless skills as his, he decided to attack the representatives of the Peng family. It's even funny. An assistant approached the young head of the Peng family and said that they had found one survivor. This guy who survived begged to be kept in prison. There was so much fear in his eyes that it seemed like he was about to die from this fear. John-ji told this surviving guy that after he was able to speak, he would be required to testify. The stuttering guy replied that he agreed. Koo Yong-il sat and did not understand what was happening. It was all very strange and very suspicious. First, the daughter of the Peng family showed up at a dirty establishment on the outskirts and sat drinking alcohol at the level of the guys. Then, just in time, the young head of the Peng family appears. From the outside, it looked very suspicious. And the most suspicious thing is that in the end, one witness was discovered who definitely shouldn't have been there. Koo Yong-il asked himself the question, is this really an accident? And answered the same thing that no, this simply could not and cannot happen. He did not look any further at this performance and said that it was all a setup, and it all looked like a masquerade. John Guy stood with his back to him. Then he turned slightly to look at him, but did not say anything to him. One of the Peng family's assistants raised his sword above his head and began to spin it, and then say to look at this smart guy. Then he stuck the sword right next to Koo Yong-il's hand and told him that he didn't understand why he was still in the HIV booth. There were even witnesses. Koo Il realized that he was in trouble, so out of despair he screamed very loudly, so he wanted to attract attention to himself. The Cheon-ho clan was located very nearby, and at that moment it was very calm there and did not foretell any trouble. The current head of the Peng family stood and looked down at the place where the Cheon-ho clan was located. He had a plan, and he wanted to bring this plan to life as quickly as possible. He stood with clenched fists and waited for someone to tell him that everything went according to plan. His eldest son came up to him and said that everything went as they planned. Now it was necessary to complete what had been started. The head of the Peng family paused and thought about everything again, and that he could finally deal with the Cheon-ho clan. He turned his head and ordered his soldiers to go forward. It was too late to retreat. His warriors walked with him to the gate where the Cheon-ho clan was located. They all knew how to act. The soldiers who were watching and standing guard when they saw the crowd approaching the gate at first did not understand what was happening. Then they were very surprised by so many howls of the Peng family approaching their territory, and not for peaceful purposes at all. One part of us was led by the eldest son of the Peng family, John Gi. He walked ahead of them. When they came closer, the young man Thunder shouted at them to go on the attack. Only after this did the watchmen realize that it was approaching Voag. Their gates were there at the entrance to the city. The warriors who stood at the gate said that the warrior of the Peng family cannot be allowed to pass through, despite the fact that there are even more of them. But they failed to restrain the warriors who were the Peng family and who were led by their eldest son. They failed. Some warriors of the Chongho family shouted to their clan head to leave here as quickly as possible. Others simply shouted, "Have mercy." And the head of the Qianho clan himself could not understand why Peng suddenly attacked them for no reason at all. The next moment, the eldest son, Peng Zhongyi, burst into the head of the Chonho clan and said that, in his opinion, there was no particular need for him to introduce himself. And with his one-sided ball, he pierced us through the head of the Qianho clan, who never received any explanation. Zhongyi thought that he didn't even need to say anything. He very quickly did his job and eliminated the enemy. Zhongyi. At that moment, he looked with cruelty at the head of the Qianho clan, but he knew that this was his enemy. Therefore, he decided to finish his job, and after delivering the blow, he also pushed him with his foot so that the head of the clan, Cheonho Pasha, fell. He stood over the head of the Cheonho clan, who was lying on the ground unarmed. But he was not going to spare him. He completed his job. It was a victory for the Peng clan. Everything worked out as they planned. Wounded warriors of the Cheonho clan lay on the ground, but no one was going to spare them. When the head of the Peng clan came in, everyone started shouting to him, "Long live the Peng family," scan cheers. The head of the Peng clan looked at those lying on the ground, but he also did not have any regret for them. He had been going to this for a very long time. His eldest son approached him and said that the requisition of the Cheonho clan was completed successfully. The father praised his son, and John Guy told his father that all the corpses that were lying on the ground would immediately be collected and disposed of. His father asked where the witness who was supposed to testify was. The man approached the head of the Peng clan and said that he was the same witness who was ready to testify. The man listened carefully to what order would be given to him and what he would need to do. The head of the Peng family told him that he must now go around all the markets with Rengqiu alleys and live out the atrocities of the Cheongho clan towards Peng. And he also added that he should tell that Peng will personally send the fight and deliver justice by condemning the Cheonho clan. The man said that he obeys and will now do everything. In Hebei Province, Rengqiu County, there were a lot of people at the market, so news spreads quickly here. The man who became a witness began to tell everyone that the eldest son of the Shan clan, Hoku Yan-il, began to pester the eldest daughter Peng So-yun, who had escaped and was published in a tavern and then went to Draco, as a result of which he injured the girl. When Ku Yan-il realized that she was from the Peng family along with his servants, he tried to kill the girl in order to shut her mouth. Everyone around began to shout that Ku Yan-il and his servants were scoundrels. Further, the witness said that he hid in the kitchen of the tavern and survived thanks to a group of warriors from the eldest son of the Peng Zhongyi family. He said that he saw everything with his own eyes. People said that the tyranny of the Cheonho clan has really gone beyond all limits lately. They supported the Peng family and said that they were great for condemning them throughout Hebei province, literally in an instant. Rumors spread that the firstborn of the Yakeonho clan made an attempt to deal with the girl and the Peng family, as a result of which the Peng brought justice and eradicated the Cheonho clan. The eldest son of the head of the Peng clan was pleased that the witness did his job in full. The territory where the Zanho clan was located was completely empty, and it seemed that everyone there had died out. The people of the Peng clan removed from the streets all the dead that lay on the ground after the battle. The eldest son of the Peng family approached the territory to check if everything was done as he ordered. A stranger went there with him, who actually cured his grandfather and who demanded this territory in return. John Guy was here to transfer the territory into the hands of a stranger. His part of the agreement was fulfilled. The stranger, in turn, was pleased that his plan worked and he would get the territory he wanted. Everything went according to plan and everyone fulfilled their part of the agreement. John Guy was pleased with how he did his job. They stood in front of the house where the head of the Cheon Hoyi clan lived and were pleased that their plan had worked. John Guy told them that his men did their job very carefully. And then he added that Peng's remaining subordinates should be taken away from here, and excavations started as soon as possible. The stranger replied that he was obeying. The young man understood that everything happened as he had planned, and this gave him even more power. Night fell, and the sun set behind the mountains. There was such silence and tranquility that it was impossible to even think what happened. After every night, the morning comes and the sun comes out for the next day to begin. At the same time, the seven heavenly sword was completely calm. No one knew about the news yet. The head of the family told his wife that he had carried out all the third-party investigations since the incident took place in Hebei, and Peng destroyed one clan, but he could not find any suspicious aspects. However, his wife did not entirely agree. She did not understand how it could happen that the eldest son of the Peng family was in the tavern at the time of the incident. The head of the family did not see anything suspicious in this, and told her that this had happened many times in Kanho. And then he added, because a witness appeared who testified in the case, now there's no point in complaining. Despite this, his wife still doubted what was happening. She did not agree so clearly with her husband's opinion. She thought it was very suspicious, and she even thought about it and stopped. Her husband didn't understand what happened to her, turned and looked at her questioningly. He couldn't understand why she behaved this way. His wife replied that one day Peng's enmity will reach the family, but it hasn't come to that yet, and soon they won't have time to point out their balls. The head of the family looked at her, and he had nothing to object to her, because it could really be what she said was true. But he pretended that he was very upset and began to shout, did she really think that Peng was capable of this? In his opinion, it was only possible in a parallel universe. She felt like they needed to keep their ears open and prepare for a possible attack by Peng. She asked if he hadn't seen their sinister intentions during Pimu of the son of the Peng family at King Fist's estate. The head of the family thought about it, then said that there was still logic in her words. And then he added that then it was time for closed training for their son Unsog. His wife was a little shocked. She screamed to ask her husband if he was now going to lock his son in an underground stone room. The head said that as the young head of the Heavenly Ball family, he is obliged to sharpen the technique and humble the Tell souls to the 7th level. His wife could not return anything to him because this was indeed one of the rules and a lesson for their son in learning. But then she pulled herself together and answered her husband that he was a complete fool. He had lost his brain with age. Didn't he himself know that the technique to calm the soul cannot be learned in a day? Her husband answered her that in this case, let him not leave the stone room for a year or at least 10 years. He didn't understand what the problem was. The head's wife, Unsung's mother, told her husband that he was a bastard, and how could he say such things about his own son? Her husband answered her that she had to raise her son strong, and now he is like this because he is always doing something unknown. Unsung the fly heard the scandal of his parents and thought why they suddenly started a quarrel at the crack of dawn. His mother shouted to her husband and the head of the family that he was blaming her for this and wanted to hear an answer from him. The head of the family did not know what to answer her, but in no case did he want to give up and follow his wife's lead. Turning around, he saw Unsung and told him that he was great because he came on his own. Unsung didn't understand what we were talking about and didn't even know what to answer to his father. His mother screamed with all her might that no. It seemed like fire was spraying from her eyes and coming from her whole body. The boy was even wondering what happened, that suddenly something like this was happening in their family the very morning. He thought it was very funny, and he even laughed at the sight of such an argument. In another part, where there were only mountains and completely impassable terrain, it seemed that people did not live there. Jumping from the top of one mountain to another, 2 silhouettes were visible, one following the other. It was an old man with his granddaughter. They jumped over the top of the mountain to the top to achieve their goal. The granddaughter listened to her grandfather without reservation. She completely relied on his knowledge and intuition. They moved forward very quickly and would soon be at their goal. In fact, it turned out that a few more jumps were made to the top, and they were already at the entrance to the castle cave. Landing right in front of the entrance, first the old man and then his granddaughter, and they looked to move on. There were huge doors right in front of them. Most likely, these were the doors that they needed to open, so the granddaughter asked her grandfather if he was sure that this was exactly the place. The old man replied that he had been studying the materials for more than 2 years, and he had absolutely no doubt about it. The girl held the stone of depth in her hands. She wanted to feel if they really were not mistaken, and this is the same place. The Stone of Depth, which is also called the Stone of Recognition of the True Howl of the Heavens, can capture even the smallest energy of the true warrior of the heavens. Even if there is truth, the warrior of heaven stayed in this place for only 5 minutes. The breath that touched me in the cave is quite enough. The old man and his granddaughter stood at the very entrance to this cave. Now they needed to find the right move. It seemed that the cave was quite deep and endless, and everything was all around. White, it seemed like it was snow that surrounded them on all sides. The old man took a deep breath and his granddaughter took a breath with him. Then they moved forward. The old man said that fortunately the depth stone did not react at all. This is a good sign. And then he added that it is logical that if the heavens did not decide to eradicate the human mouth, they will not allow 2 true warriors of heaven to be born at once in one era. If in one era, one true warrior of heaven appears in a fair and gendered clan, Murim will be destroyed. The old man added that then fate would overtake that boy of his friend. And if the little dragon born as a true warrior of heaven does not naturally awaken, his entire family may die. Old Man Shaw said that fate is not a comedy. It is chosen with cruelty, so you always need to be on your guard. He was very worried about that little nondescript dragon and thought about his fate. The granddaughter wanted to ask her grandfather why he was so worried. The old man began to tell her that a person should not be the first to condemn the one who was brought down to earth by heaven, even though some events began to happen at the Skyball family estate. The head of the family, having gathered all his children, decided to go down to the bottom of the castle with them. He walked ahead with his wife and their children followed them in the order they were born from oldest to youngest. At the very end was Unsung. He didn't understand what was happening and just followed everyone. When they went downstairs, they came to a huge door. Above this door, it was written that this is the cave of the heavenly sword. The father told his children that a puppy never comes out of a tiger's den, and they should remember this. Unsung. I thought to myself that this is what he was thinking. And why did their father take them here in the morning? I read the lectures. Did he really want to lock him here? His father began to say that the young heads of their family, from generation to generation, surpassed themselves and received enlightenment through open training in the heavenly ball cave. He looked at Unsung and said that from that day on he would begin closed training. The boy was in complete shock. He didn't understand if his father really thought so he asked his father what closed training could be like at that age. He thought it was a waste of his youth. His father replied that it was a revered tradition, and for the family. The boy thought to himself, what kind of idiotic tradition this is? And when he becomes the head of the family, then he will remove all the absurd traditions of the damn mother. The head of the family ordered the gates to be opened. He was determined for his son to begin closed training. His eldest daughter approached and turned so that the gates of this cave opened. While the gate was opening, Unsung thought that they should stop and should listen to the opinion of the young leader. But all this was useless. His father said that until he sharpens the technique of humble souls to the 7th level, the door should not be opened. The boy tried to persuade his father that this technique cannot be learned in a couple of days, and he also asks to sharpen it to the 7th level. His older sister said that if it's necessary, then it's necessary. And he's been scratching a lot with his tongue lately, and she gave him an asshole so that he flew straight into the cave. Unsung was prepared for such a turn of events. Once he got into the cave, he understood that he could stay here for a very long time. Unsung turned and said to his sister, "Doesn't she understand what she's doing?" His sister stuck her tongue out at him and teased him, and right after that, she started closing the door. Unsung tried to stop her, but all his efforts were completely in vain. The door slammed and he remained in the cave to practice his skills. Unsung didn't understand why he needed all this and why he needed to be here. His sister was very happy with what she did. She believed that a man should be calm. When she approached her parents, she saw rage in her eyes. The girl was confused and didn't understand why they were angry. Her father said that he did not understand how she dared to kick the new young master. She needed to keep her manners towards him, no matter how he was. She tried to justify herself. But she didn't do well, so she said that she had a lesson on how to conduct a tea ceremony, so she went, and the other sister also thought that she needed to do her legs. Otherwise, she might get it too. She started to leave, but she was very angry that she had to treat such a blockhead as a young head. The other sister also hurried after her. My sister thought why girls should be subjected to such discrimination. It's not fair when she gets married, she won't even turn a glance towards the Heavenly Sword family. Torches were burning in the cave. Unsung tried to see what was happening around and what was there in general. He saw statues of warriors with a ball. There were several of them, and they were in different poses. The boy stood and looked at them and didn't even know how to behave. He didn't understand what to do. He thought whether he should cry or laugh now. In any case, no one will hear him because he is here alone. He looked at how brightly the fire was burning, and this fire illuminated this entire room. Then he raised his eyes up. Well, he didn't see anything there either. He was left alone by himself. Of course, he understood, and was grateful that he was given a place where he could sit quietly in the lotus position and immerse himself in the book of regret of a flying dragon. But he had one problem. He needed to hone the 7th level straitjacket technique. The boy wondered how he could do this in the shortest possible time and without much expense. His older sister now has this technique at level 7, and it took her 3 years to achieve this result. He stopped his thoughts and thought that 3 years is a very long time, and he cannot spend such a large amount of time on this technique. If we add to this the time spent analyzing the book, then this will be quite a large amount of time and he is not ready to waste it. At that moment, he was very angry, and mentally he was not ready for this. Therefore, he thought that it would be better to simply break through the move and avoid rather than try to learn the soul meter technique to the 7th level. He could not come to terms with the fact that he would waste his youth here just because it was so accepted. He thought that his peers would ride boats in the lake where the petals fly and have fun to the fullest. Only from these thoughts did he feel worse and worse. He realized that he would have to spend the last time in this closed room. He remembered his girlfriend and thought that he also wanted to go boating with her. He remembered what she told him that they would see again. He thought about it. He needed to figure out how to solve this problem. But he knew for sure that he didn't want to be here for a long time. He realized that first of all he would need to get out of here, and this needed to be done as soon as possible. He thought that he couldn't even believe that again, like ignoramuses, he needed to strain his body and train. He walked up to the wall where the balls and spear were and took one sword in his hands. He resigned himself and thought that nothing could be done. He was born with such an ill-fated fate, so he must submit to it. Holding the sword in his hand, he thought that if this was the case, he had no other choice and would have to train. He decided that if he couldn't escape his fate, he just needed to enjoy what he was doing. He decided that he needed to approach his training from a philosophical point and accept it. He took the first pose. It was the pose of the soul tamer, the first form. He wanted to do it as quickly as possible, and so that everything would work out for him. The boy thought that he should have recovered by now, inhaling energy and directing it into the sword. Then, having swung, he had to demonstrate his form, and he succeeded. The only thing he understood was that the sword still works on the principle of cutting, leaking, and blocking. He thought that it was the same with the soul suppressor technique. It works on the same principle. He decided that by repeating the technique from the analysis, he needed to make sure that his body remembered this technique automatically. And only when she remembers this technique and subsequently will her brain begin to respond to it faster. He understood that after 1,000 swings, the sword would become his, and he would feel it as his continuation. The movement of the form must be without a single discrepancy. It must repeat the same thing over and over again. And this sword must correspond to the flow of energy that it gives to him. This is the only way he can master this technique. After some time, his sword really corresponded to the flow of energy, and it was completely a continuation of it. At that moment, Unsung realized that he was starting to succeed and would be able to master this technique. Doing this live was very different from what he had just imagined in his head, so he had to train to make it match one another. He clearly saw the trajectory of the form, but his body could not keep up with this trajectory. He was a little upset because he thought that this was just one form, and he already had so many movement faults. He took a deep breath and decided that Putin was far away for him, and practically resigned himself to the fact that he would need to stay here for a long time. Then he stopped himself and said that he needed to concentrate and then everything should work out for him. He decided that he had better start back from the very beginning and do it the right way. He needed to train so as not to waste all his youth. He understood that he had to get out of here as quickly as possible. But he could only do this if he mastered the 7th level. He repeated it once, honing his technique. He needed this to get out faster. Having finished once, he started from the very beginning and did it again. It seemed that all the statues in this room were watching him perform his movements. Tired, he lay down and took a deep breath. He thought he needed a little rest and focus before starting over. Then he got really angry because those damn riffs annoyed him. He can't sharpen the shape in any way, and he needs to reach the 7th level. This was impossible for him. At that moment, from behind the door, he heard a quiet voice calling him. Unsung decided to listen, and when he clearly heard his name, he asked who it was. There was a small gap at the bottom of the door, and this voice said that he had brought him dinner. The boy thought if this is dinner, then a quarter of the day has passed and he has been here for so long. He was given a glass of tea with water and on a platter 3 green pills and 1 yellow. The boy was wondering why his dinner was so hearty that there was nothing on hand. All the doors were reported by someone who said that he was ordered to replace food with pills and the missing energy with pills too. Unsung was very surprised. His growing body is ready to eat a flock of rams, and instead of food they slip him some pills. Won't he only gain training strength when he eats meat? The girl from behind the door said that when eating meat, excess forces remain in the body that give rise to bad thoughts. She was told that how will he get rid of unnecessary fat and acquire an ideal physical shape? The boy thought that in this case it would be better if he died. This was really a real training of the Celestials. In his 2 hands there were pills that replaced his food. The girl said that one of the pills contains a lot of fiber, so every day he will walk steadily for a long time. The boy was very angry because he definitely wasn't going to discuss his trips to the toilet with anyone. After these words, he hugged the tray for something, and the girl laughed quietly. After that, she couldn't stand it and took a delivery of cookies that she had brought with her in advance. Then she thrust this food at him and told him to take it and remove his hunger for now. The boys got even more angry. He thought that she was mocking him. It turns out she brought him food from the very beginning. She only spoke from the pill. He told her that such heartfelt care brought tears to his eyes and took 1 cookie and began to eat it. He very quickly began to eat cookies one after another. The girl also handed him several books. When he saw them, he asked what it was and who said it should be given to him. He was told that his older sister sent him books so that he would not get bored and could do what he liked. The boy thought that this happened to his sister. The books were sent to him for no reason. It was very strange. He took one of these books and opened it when he started reading. He realized that these books were given to him for a reason, because every single book was about martial arts, and there is nothing interesting in them at the moment for him to study. The girl from behind the door said that she had something else for him, but it was very difficult, and she would like to tell him. These were also books. There were a lot of books, and all these books were on martial arts. The boy thought that his sister was going to turn him into a walking martial arts dictionary, but on the other hand, he had a lot of time. He decided that these books were here for a reason, and maybe he should look at them. But then he turned away and went to eat. He thought that he would not read them, rather than they thought that it would be so easy to deceive him. The voice said that they would see him tomorrow, and she was already leaving. Woonsung ate at the same time and thought that he wouldn't see her anymore. He wouldn't see her at all. But despite the fact that he had a big city and he ate a piece of snack one after another, he tried to convince himself that he would not read these books. And in order not to read and not pay attention to them, he decided that he would turn away and eat while looking in the other direction. But these books did not give him peace of mind. He might not read them. His habit was higher than himself. He thought that he could not give up his habit of reading day and night. Therefore, he turned and went to the side where there were a large number of books that were brought to him. They lay one on top of the other, and it seemed that they were seducing the boy to take their hands and read. He persuaded them that he wanted to do this. He thought that although he understands that this is his sister's little trick, he cannot refuse the fun in this life, and took one of these books in his hand. Reading the book, he realized that it was right up there with his older sister. The books pulled him in. He thought that his older sister sent everything possible from the very basics of martial arts to complex combinations of deep content. Therefore, with great pleasure, he began to read books one after another and could not stop. He really liked it, and he was very fascinated. He imagined everything he read about, and it seemed interesting to him and so boring. At some point, having read one of the books very quickly, he caught himself thinking that he understood everything perfectly. And it was kind of crazy he thoroughly understands everything he read. But at that moment, he began to feel dizzy, and it was from the large amount of information he received. All the words revolved around him, and it was because of this that his head was spinning. The boy decided that this would not work. He needed to do a breathing practice, the transcendence of a clean river through a small celestial circle. When he was doing this practice, he heard sounds. These sounds came again, and they were in his head. Unsung froze and gasped that he was in the same place, but as usual, he ended up in a cave. He already realized that he would have to wander in this cave again, and here he should find the golden dragon pearl. He thought that having received the rights of a flying dragon, he should find a golden pearl and gain true power. He thought that the pearl was beyond time and space, which is why he was here. At some point, he realized that this was all and it was impossible for him to go further. He stretched out his hand, but this time he could not go further. He was interested in only one question. Where is this pearl and why can't he find it? Closing his eyes, he thought only about the golden dragon pearl and that he needed to find it. At that moment, he felt the same dragon that was wrapping around him. He felt that everything around him was so hot it seemed that it was burning, and in his hands was that same pearl. At the same time, in the estate that was captured by the Ping family, and in which the stranger was now located, a delegation was approaching. This delegation was led by the former head of the Pan family with his son and grandchildren. The watchman who stood at the gate at first did not understand what to do. They were not expecting guests. The Peng family was getting closer and closer to the gate of this estate. They were heading here to clarify the situation. The head of this delegation was the former head of the Peng family, who was restored by a stranger. The second member of this delegation was his son and the current head of the Peng family, who was determined. The third member of this delegation was the future head of the Pin family, who supported his father and grandfather in everything. When they came closer, one of the watchmen said that this was the Peng family and ordered the second one to open the gate. The second watchman replied that he understood and went to carry out. Inside this estate, it was very quiet. It seemed like no people lived there at all. Only in one place near the mine there were quite a lot of people, and the stranger and his team were there. The watchman approached the stranger and reported that the Peng family had arrived, and they were coming here. The stranger was not very happy to see them at this moment. He did not expect to see the entire Peng family together so quickly. The young man who always accompanied him looked at the stranger and stood behind him. At this moment, they didn't get to know each other and saw the entire Peng family approaching him. When the guests came closer, they stood right in front of the stranger and the guy who always accompanied him. They stood like that for several minutes. Then the former head of the Peng family told his savior that they had not seen each other for a long time. The stranger was delighted and told him that he had recovered so quickly and that he had greatly exceeded all his expectations. But despite the fact that he looked joyful, he asked the head of the family what business they were here for. The eldest of the Peng family smiled ambiguously and paused for a few more minutes. He then said that since he is able to move, he simply could not sit in one place, and that is why he decided to walk back and forth. Then he looked at the stranger ambiguously and said that he was very interested in the reason for their excavations. And what kind of tunnel are his people digging? Where will it lead and why is he doing it? The workers did not stop their work. Even while they were having this conversation, loud sounds were coming from the tunnel. The stranger was not ready for such a conversation, so he did not immediately know what to answer. Then he smiled and laughed and said that this was not an excavation at all. It looks like there was a complete misunderstanding. The elder of the Peng family looked at the unfamiliarity clearly and asked him again what kind of misunderstanding. The stranger told him that in this city there are absolutely no gold veins. The old man asked him then why they were digging such a deep cave. And if this is not an excavation, as he says, then why is all this necessary and why are they digging? The stranger replied that they were really digging to build a secret training room. The elder of the Peng family asked him if the cave he was currently digging was on public display and what kind of secret room could be made here. At the next moment, a guy's hand appeared right in front of the stranger's face and was following along with him. He did this so that the stranger would not say anything else. This guy looked at the Peng family who stood in front of him, and he clearly had some secret that he did not want to divulge. This guy took a few steps forward, ordering the stranger to be silent. He asked the Peng family what they wanted. The elder of the Peng family did not expect such a turn. He believed that he was dealing only with this stranger and no one else. The youngest of the Peng family was very outraged by the behavior of this guy. He shouted that he did not understand how he dared to interrupt the conversation of the elders. And the very next moment he took out his sword and was ready to attack this guy. The two remaining members of the Peng family, the former current heads of the family, did not even have time to say a word, and they were surprised. The youngest member of the family had already pointed his sword at this guy and was ready to fight him. The stranger only had time to shout who he was and what right he had to take out his sword and threaten them. The guy raised his hand a second time and asked the stranger to remain silent. He was ready to solve this issue himself. Unlike the youngest representative of the Peng family, He was not going to fight and was not going to attack him. He stood silently and looked him straight in the eyes. He was so calm and confident that nothing would happen that it seemed he knew in advance how it would all end. The eldest representative of the Peng family saw this whole picture and thought a little. He didn't want to aggravate the situation, and that's not why he came here. But despite this, he stopped his son from interfering and decided to see how this situation would end. The two guys continued to stand opposite each other, and the youngest member of the Peng family was very determined. The guy who stood opposite him looked him straight in the eyes for some time and did nothing. Then everything happened very quickly, and the guy who stood opposite him and looked him straight in the eyes in one instant was in a completely different place. And the youngest member of the Peng family did not expect such a turn at all. He did not even have time to strike with a sword. As this guy was already at a distance near him, he was moving at high speed. And all this time, this guy never took his eyes off him when they were nose to nose. Only at that moment, the youngest member of the Peng family realized that he was standing as if bewitched. So he swung and hit this guy with all his might, but the blow was successful. He couldn't even understand where his enemy was now because he wasn't in front of him. The first thing that occurred to the youngest member of the Peng family was that his opponent was behind him from behind. His father stood and watched everything that was happening now. He didn't quite like the way his son looked on the battlefield. The eldest head of the Peng family thought about what was happening. He also didn't really like how their family was presented. The youngest member of the family thought that he was not quite able to read the movement of his opponent, and therefore he could not strike him. Then he decided that his opponent was behind him, and he should strike the next blow because he was not as easy as he seemed at the beginning. The Peng family's one-sided sword was raised and had to attack its opponent. But this guy really wasn't that simple. He stopped that sword with 2 fingers. The youngest representative of the family was not ready for such a turn of events, and he did not understand what had just happened. Before his eyes, it was like a guy stopping a sword with 2 fingers, and he couldn't do anything about it. This guy opposite did not need any weapons at all in order to enter into battle. The next moment, his eyes lit up with fire, and around the youngest representative of the family, a black force formed that surrounded him on all sides. With every minute, this black force became more and more pain, and it came closer to him. At some point, the youngest representative of the family realized that he could not resist this force and lowered his sword to the ground and then fell to his knees. All this action was observed by 2 more representatives of the Peng family, who also did not understand what was happening. The head of the family could not understand who this guy was and why he had such power. He thought if he could bring the youngest of their family to his knees without a weapon, and if he remembered from the very beginning how he behaved. The stranger's name was Yun Ga Han. When this guy raised his hand, he obediently stepped aside from one of his movements. The youngest member of the Peng family thought that he was most likely in a hurry to attack him now. The elder of the head of the Peng family thought for a while and remembered the power that restored him. And at that moment, he realized that this guy was older than them and the head of all these people, along with Yun Ga Han, who came to his rescue. That's why this guy was so self-confident and didn't really engage in conversation. The elder of the Peng clan, I thought, did this guy really have such great power? It was definitely clear that this young guy is their head, and he has very great power. He was completely confident in himself and was able to very easily defeat an armed elder without a weapon. The elder thought that he couldn't believe himself, that during his stay in the state of Chugvaim, such a powerful warrior appeared to us. Then he looked at him, and once again felt this power. He realized what it was. Maybe it may very well be now, until the time has come for the Peng family. He had to come to terms with these thoughts. Not for the first time, he realized that his family did not have the strength to be the strongest. Looking at this guy again, he said that this fight should be ended because it is pointless. The elder told everyone that in his opinion, even more time and effort is needed now, and therefore they will provide them with the desired equipment with human resources, and also create conditions in which no one will suspect them of anything, and no one will become a hindrance. The current head of the Peng family tried to interrupt his father, but he told him to shut up. The guy stood and looked at them. Listen carefully to what else they will offer. His advantage over this family was clear, but the guy saw the dissatisfaction of the youngest member of this family, who could not accept the defeat received not a few minutes ago. He tried to draw his sword. This guy looked at the representatives of the Peng family and asked what this family wants then. The elder replied that his grandson had great talent in martial arts among their family members, so he decided to bet everything on him. And he asked them to carry out cleansing on him by applying ML. A representative of the Peng family was surprised why he needed cleansing, and even by applying. The guy thought for a few minutes, looked at the young man sitting on his knees in front, and made a decision. The rest of the Peng family were waiting for an answer. It was important for them that he agreed to this deal. The guy closed his eyes and said that in principle this was a good deal, and he agreed. So they agreed. The elder said that in this case he completely relies on him, and Yun Gahan wished him a successful journey. For the Peng family, this was the only opportunity to make a leap upward. So he left his junior representative, and the rest left. It seemed to them that they had succeeded, and the youngest of the Peng family was even happy about it. But he had doubts. He was now thinking about only one thing: whether he could master the same mind-saving power as this guy through just one purification. He now needed to understand and absorb everything that these people would say. For him and his family, this was the only way out. Yun Gahan approached the younger Peng and asked him if he really wanted to become stronger. And if this is really so, then in this case they can help him with this. Junior Peng asked him how to do this. He really wants to become stronger, and he needs his Peng family to be the strongest. Therefore, he asked Yun Gahan for help, to which he laughed loudly and then said that, "Okay, so be it, we will help." And then, closing his eyes and being silent for a while, he said that, however, there is something that he cannot understand. Should a student who asks for knowledge take such a pose? Should he kneel before his teacher? Junior Peng didn't understand what he meant and why he said that, because he was asking him for help. And then, on his knees, he began to beg to be trained and made as strong as possible. This picture was seen by a guy who approached them, and he clearly didn't like this whole performance. Therefore, the first thing he said was that it was pathetic how the youngest representative of the Peng family behaved. When Junior Peng heard these words, he did not understand what it meant, that this was from a deity and why he said that. The next moment, the guy turned around and began to walk away in the opposite direction, and the younger Peng continued to kneel. Yun Gahan told him if he doesn't want to become a waste among the 9 great clans and families of the Kangho table in the mainstream, he needs a thread of communication, and then put his hand on his shoulder. And after that, he added whether he checked which thread he was holding on to and whether it was a rotten rope or not. The young man did not understand at all what he was talking about. Lone Yun Gahan handed him the book and said that he must learn this. The guy took it in his hands. Yun Gahan explained to him that in this book there is a secret method of mastering internal energy that will not cause disharmony with the methods of mastering the internal energy of the Justice Clan and the Vile Clan. And when he masters this, only after that a new path will open for him. And if he wants to be able to study their techniques after purification, he will then help him with this. And he also added that if he is not a fool, he will understand which thread he should grab onto, after which Yun Gahan turned around and left, leaving the young man to study the book. Junior Peng thought that their degree of skill was simply impossible to assess. The level of martial arts of these people exceeded the absolute level, so he needed to master this book. Junior Peng immediately began to master this book, while Yun Gahan and his head watched him from the sidelines. The guy said that the Peng family fell for the bait they threw, so they did everything right. Yun Gahan added that this family is very greedy when it comes to techniques, so he is 90% sure that this is exactly the case. At the same time, the gate of the Heavenly Sword Cave was still closed, and behind it was Unsung. The boy thought that if he stayed closed here for a little longer, he might soon go crazy. He thought that he had managed to be locked here and was being forced to train. At that moment, he screamed loudly. He realized that these were the differences between his will and someone else's. Then he looked at one of the statues and decided that he would paint the eyes of the stone statue with a brush and give it the name Sok Ku, which meant juice. It would be the stone ku, in which case it would be old. Then he did just that, drew the eyes and wrote the name of this statue on the forehead. Unsung started talking to this statue. He asked her to talk to him too, but she didn't answer at all. So he asked if she was offended by him. In this room, he had the only interlocutor, Sok Ku, and he decided to play corpse with him. For this, he fell right in front of this statue. Then the boy sat down in front of the statue and decided that in this case, they would flow into space along with this statue. Then he thought no matter how much he twisted and got distracted, but he also couldn't leave this room with anything. Therefore, he became very angry and shouted. He was worried that if this continued, he might seriously go crazy. Taking his sword in his hands, he decided that he should resume his training and try again. Maybe he'll succeed. He began to repeat the 8th level of the technique. He repeated it over and over again to master this technique. He understood that the technique that he would master after 10,000 sword swings, he would definitely be able to use it at any moment. Unsung turned to his stone friend and said he saw how he could demonstrate this technique even with his eyes closed. The only thing the boy thought was that in the form he had just demonstrated, cracks appeared in 17 places. Therefore, he decided that he needed to scroll through these faults again, but in his head, and get rid of them. It took some time to figure out how to get rid of these 17 faults. He replayed in his head over and over again what he needed to do so that he wouldn't have these faults. Then he looked at his sword and thought that it was not so bad in his case, because it took his older sisters 2 years to start noticing faults in others. And in order to see her faults, it took her exactly a year. Then, if he identified a clear number of faults in himself after a short time, this means that he is already on the path to success in mastering the 8th level of the Pacify Tell Soul technique. When he realized that he was on the path to success, this thought made him feel much better. After thinking a little, the boy decided that this was all wrong. He was just having ordinary glitches. And from this thought, he felt completely sad. He wanted him to leave this room as quickly as possible. He looked at the statue and asked her if it was possible to complete the 8th level in 6 months. He himself was not sure that this could be. Therefore, he began to continue to train and repeat the infection level 8 times to remove the rift. Then he saw his faults again and thought in this case that most likely he could study the 8th level in 6 months. He thought that he still felt the cracks that he had created and then immediately removed them. He thought that if he repeated this matter several more times, then he would be able to get rid of the rifts in all forms and finally complete the 8th level of the Pacify Tell Souls technique. After long training, he realized that he had already mastered the 8th level and could take a deep breath. He stood opposite the exit from this room. It seemed to him that his imprisonment here was already over, and a true warrior of heaven, despite identical aging, he achieves amazing results. Unsung was very happy at that moment. He thought that he was just a monster and even began to jump a little. He decided that it was time to say goodbye to the basement training. He looked towards his stone friend and told him to stay here in the basement, and he was already leaving. When the boy approached almost the door itself, and he had 1 step left to leave this room, he told himself to stop. He thought that it was important for him not to go outside, but to avoid being driven into the basement again. He remembered his father, who said that in order to become the head of the Heavenly Sword family, he must master the technique of humble himself to the 8th level. Such were the traditions of their family. Even at that moment, he became a little angry when he remembered everything that happened to him and how much time he spent to study the 8th level technique. Despite the fact that the boy recognized the forms, he did not have enough inner strength to show them properly. But now his inner strength is enough so that he needs to complete the 8th level and get rid of this training once and for all. To do this, he decided that he needed to look again at the Kugel of the 8th level. Kugel is an explanation of the technique of how he needs to move and how to circulate internal energy correctly. In order to complete the 8th level of the Tame Tell Souls technique, you must demonstrate perfect ball movements without a single break. And he needed to do this so that between the movements of the ball, there was not a single drop of difference in the flow of vital energy. He thought that if you make a swing, put the ideal amount of energy between movements, the movement of the ball will become a thick chain. And in this case, it will be possible to create an energy chain only when energy flows throughout the body like a stream of water. This is the ideal 8th level. When he realized this, he put down his sword. Then I sat in the lotus position and concentrated all my strength. Now I needed to release my inner strength and bring it to the limit. When he started doing this, he caught himself thinking that something was happening to him. He realized that Tanjin had grown even more, and this gave him even more strength. And it became clear to him that the powerful energy of internal fire had gathered inside him, and there were miracle drugs that he took every day. And he thought that he should expand the energy of fire by seeing it in the small and large circle of heaven. And then he realized that this condensed energy that he received as a result of his actions, he must use this energy to break through the artery of paired control in the body, breaking through which means that the warrior has reached the stage when his strength is pouring out of him. And in the next moments, everything worked out for him. He was able to do it. He broke through the artery of the pair control. His eyes at that moment were burning with fire, and that same energy was coming out of them. His pupil was fiery in color, and the energy that was inside Unsung came out from behind it. Unsung at that moment saw a clearing in the middle where there was only one tree, and he stood in the middle of this clearing. Clouds and small islands on which there was vegetation were flying around. The boy stood in this clearing and felt that there were some people behind him. It was feelings that he had never experienced before. One of these elders called him, and it was Chan Pun from the Wudong clan, and with him was Monk Tal from the Shaolin Temple, and Hong Chil Gon from Kaban. All of them were great teachers and served the same era. When the boy heard his name called, he turned his head back to see what kind of people they were. One of the elders said that he also needed to follow this path that they walked. But some people disagreed with him and said that Neni's youth had no dreams or aspirations. So he believed that the end of Kanho had come. The monk from Shaolin told the boy that it was time for him to grow up, and he should think not only about his desires. Woon Sung listened to them carefully and asked them to stop because he believed that he was doing everything right. The elders told him, of course, correctly, this is his life and he must do as he knows. And at that moment, they disappeared. Woon Sung didn't expect that they would disappear so quickly, and he wouldn't be able to talk to them anymore. He was even upset. But he decided that he needed to act further. He closed his eyes and plunged completely into the state he was in before. His inner voice told him that he only needs to go forward. He felt the energy in his chest and felt that he could control this energy. The energy he felt was quite large and gave him strength. He thought that from the artery of paired control, vital energy would not get tired and fill with a spring. His vital energy was like a huge waterfall in the middle of which he was. At the end, he took a deep breath, but for a while he sat with his eyes closed. Then the boy stood up and thought that he had succeeded this time and was ready. With such inner strength, demonstrating the 8th level without a single mistake is now a piece of cake for him. He took his sword, looked at it, and decided that he should do it right now. He decided that now he needed to create an imaginary opponent for himself, and then he would be able to complete the 8th level. Closing his eyes again, he tried to create this opponent in order to complete the 8th level. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the enemy was right in front of him. And this opponent was the same Sok Ku who recently became his only interlocutor. At some point, it even seemed to him that this statue came to life in order to fight with the boy. Unsung decided that he had a very successful opponent, and he knew how he could fight him now so as to show the 8th level technique, Pacify Tell Soul. The next moment, he shouted that he was attacking Soku and showing him the Soul Terrorist technique, first form. Unsung, without mistakenly, showed the movement for the movement of the first formula to pacify Till's souls of the 8th level. When he started attacking, he showed every move without a single break. He really saw his opponent in the stone statue, and this gave him even more strength. The most important thing was to correctly strike blow after blow against the stone enemy. And at some point, he realized that he had already shown the first formula. So he thought that all the other statues should take turns attacking for him, so that he could reach the end of the 8th level. At that moment, he realized that all the statues that were in this room were so that he could learn the technique, and one by one he attacked the statues. The next statue was the Soul Suppressor technique, second form, and he also successfully passed it. This form was the third form, and he passed it without any effort. He realized that now he was left with the 8th level, fourth form, but he was not going to stop. Woon Sung walked up to each of these statues and showed off his skills that he had acquired over the past few days. He stopped to look at his next opponent and continued to the 8th level. He hit the sword of one of the statues and then continued to attack his stone opponents. He only had time to turn his head when he finished with one and moved on to the next. So one by one, from one to another, Nisa strikes them and demonstrates the 8th level technique, the Soul Breaker. The next moment, the boy realized that he had almost reached the very end, and he had gone through all this technique. There was only the final moment left. He jumped into the air in order to strike them all at the same time. When he landed on the ground, he realized that he had completely completed the entire 8th level. And at that moment, we realized that the chain of the ball creates energy and helps it at this level. He tried again, and he succeeded again. This gave him even more strength. After he creates a ball chain from energy, he then cuts through the energy chain. At that moment, he tried what he had now discovered on his stone opponents by turning around once. When he finished and returned to the starting point, he thought that right now the 8th level of the technique of pacifying the tell of friendship was completed. Now Unsung could exhale in this situation. He worked hard for glory. He thought it was a little too much even in his case. Then he realized that it seemed that he could not escape from his predisposition to ignorant martial arts. He decided that he was good at science, and that in battles there was simply an ideal balance between knowledge and martial arts. The boy looked at his stone friend, Seok-ku, and told him bye, and then added that the commotion would break out again in the Skyball family. And when he realized what he said, he started laughing very loudly. He realized that he had succeeded. But the very next moment he thought it was a curse because he actually didn't want it at all. He should at least change the blood of the howl to the families of the heavenly ball, who know nothing except the immoral and unremarkable with the blood of honorable and noble scientists. That was his goal. The next morning the sun was shining very brightly and the day should have been favorable by all indications. The whole family gathered in front of the gate of the heavenly ball cave because it was supposed to be a significant day. The head of the family said that he needed to open the door and looked at his eldest daughter. His daughter understood half a word and unconditionally followed her father's orders. She went to the lock on this door and turned it to open the door. The girl succeeded and everyone saw a bright light and Eun-sung standing in front of the door. The door opened wider and wider, and Eun-sung stood very calmly. It seemed that nothing in this life would surprise him. When they saw Eun-sung, everyone realized that in front of them was a completely different Eun-sung. He had a completely different look. The head of the family and his father were pleasantly surprised when he brought his son. He still had a few questions for him. "Look at your son." He appreciated him and had no intention of showing his surprise. The door slammed behind the boy. Eun-sung walked out of this cave and out of this loneliness. His father asked about what he heard that Eun-sung had already reached level 8. He praised him for that. Eun-sung in turn spread his hands and laughed and answered his father, "Where will the pride of the heavenly sword family go?" His two other sisters began to say that he was behaving inappropriately. A man should have authority and should not put on such an arrogant face. The people who came here also began to discuss and say that they think that their young heir is the only person in the world who, in just 6 months, managed to complete the soul meter technique because it was difficult for them to master in their entire lives. Is it really possible? People said that their heir was one of the biggest eccentrics, and another supported him in this. The head of the family turned away from everyone and started coughing. He did it so that everyone else wouldn't see. He then told Eun-seong that a representative from their family should also participate in the current formation of members of the Murim Union. After these words, the boy's eyes widened. He couldn't even imagine that his father could entrust him with such a thing. The head of the family then called Heavenly Sword Squad leader Seok Han-dong and Deputy Commander Yu Gang-won. Immediately, these two stood in front of the head of the clan and asked if their master had called them. One of them was the commander of the Heavenly Sword Squad, Sok Han-dong. He was one of the warriors loyal to the owner. The second was his deputy Yu Gang-won, and this was also a person whom Mr. trusted. The head of the clan said that they would take charge of the six-ball squad and go with the heir to the union. Woon-sung, when he heard these words, categorically shouted no and asked them to wait. The boy said that the head of the family should go from there as a representative, that is, his father. Why is he sending him? His father took a deep breath and then said that there was a reason for this because he spoke better than anyone in their family, and he doesn't see any other candidate to convince the leadership of Murim. What is so replete with various statements, Eun-sung categorically disagreed. One of the arguments he gave to his father was that it was hard for him to be away from home. These words upset my father very much, and he shouted that he was a disobedient asshole. His father said that it was time for the boy to gain experience, and as the heir of the Skyball family, having acquaintances with other clans is his main task. And then he said that, who knows, maybe this will become a much more significant foundation for him to achieve progress than training. Only after these words Eun-sung agreed. And he was even glad that his father perceived him not only as a fighter, but also as a person who can convince others. Immediately after Eun-sung left the Heavenly Sword Cave, he decided that he needed to spend some time eating and reading. He opened the book and thought that this is not bad. He should think positively and then everything will work out for him. He thought that if on the way he admired the stars, read poetry and books under a tree in the forest, it would be no worse than a new entertainment. The commander of the Heavenly Sword Detachment approached the boy. He said that it was time for the heir to leave. The boy was not quite ready. He was a little indignant, but he had no other choice, so he went and muttered to himself that life was so unfair. The heir walked first, followed by the commander of the Heavenly Sword Squad. The head of the family looked at his son and said in horror that just look at this clubfoot. Then he could not restrain himself and shouted loudly what kind of walk with his toes rose. He ordered his son to straighten his shoulders and walk as if he commanded the whole world. Unsung turned his head towards his father. He had no choice but to straighten his shoulders and walk as he was ordered. Well, the boy decided to turn to his father. He said that he wanted to tell him something. His father did not understand and asked what was wrong with him and what he wanted to say by this. His son took a few confident steps forward and stopped right in front of his father. He stood silently for some time, looking at his father. At that moment, it was clear that Unsung was completely confident in himself. So he told his father that a sloth cannot be forever a despicable person. Therefore, he will seize this opportunity, see the world, broaden his horizons, and return back becoming an adult in the present. One of his sisters said that he is a shameless bastard and does not blush when he lies. The second supported her and said that their family has a dark future. Then the heir to the head of the family commanded a detachment of 6 balls, that they should all go counting left, right, and they moved forward. His father, along with his mother and the rest of the family, remained in place to watch their heir. The mother thought that the phoenix must go to the heavenly world before its wings harden and then burst into tears. Even while at the Peng family estate in Hebei province, everything was as usual. One of the sons of the head of the family knelt in front of his father and said that he had finished training. His father responded by saying that if he did not learn to control his own emotions, he would never be able to win. The youngest son of the Peng family knelt in front of his father with his head down. He said that he remembered his father's words. His father said that despite the fact that the tiger's technique again exceeds 6 levels, if he cannot control himself, he will return to the kindergarten technique of the 3 basics. These words from his father greatly upset the young man. He understood why his father was telling him this. It was all because of this little scoundrel. That's why he thought that he would tear him into pieces. He hated Qian Wung Sung so much. The young man laughed and told his father that he heard that the heir of the Qian family left the estate and went to the main unit of the Murim Union. The father asked his son how he knew this, and he wasn't making it up because it couldn't be. His son replied that he could not suppress that fierce anger in himself and continued to follow Unsung. That's when he found out about it. The head of the Peng family was very concerned about what he heard. He did not understand why this young man went to the Murim Union. He turned and looked on the street. He thought that his son's evil could still be understood. After all, because of this young boy, he was locked in a stone room for quite a long time. At that moment, his son shouted that he wanted to destroy Unsung. He hated him so much. His father told him that he was a fool because he had already told him several times that he should not behave frivolously. But his son insisted that this was a great opportunity if he got rid of their only heir without a trace. The entire Qian family would go. And then he added that in this case, their family will be able to restore strength and regain lost authority. The head of the Peng clan thought about the words of his son. On the one hand, he was right, and so with one blow, it was possible to solve all this. But however, if something went wrong, there was a possibility that the Peng clan would become a target for the Justice clan. His son was in despair. He proposed to do this and use the tactic of killing with someone else's knife. The head of the Peng family thought about his proposal to kill with someone else's knife. Then he said that this is true for such cases, because there are mercenary plans, and it is necessary to send killers to deal with Cheon Unsung and his guides. And since the head of the family clan did not go with them, it will be impossible to get rid of them. His son said that this was not an impromptu idea that only came to his mind today during the close of training. He only thought about the fact that he wanted to tear Qian Unslan En to shreds. The father looked at his son and thought that blood cannot be fooled. He thought that his atrocities were exactly reminiscent of him in the same young years. The son continued to say that this chance was sent to him from heaven, and even if the mission fails, there will be no evidence against them. The father thought about his words. Then he said that on the one hand, this is good, but in return, what will they get? Then he added that under no circumstances should this be disclosed until death. His son was glad that his father heard him and agreed with what he offered him. He joyfully said that he obeys his father and promises him that he will cope completely. The road that the heir of the Qian family and his entourage had to take was the most ordinary one. The young heir and all his escort moved at high speed, leaving forests and fields behind. The young heir, pushing off and moving in leaps, wanted to look around and remember it was very interesting to him. The boy moved at such a speed that it seemed he could not recover, and dreamed of getting to the place where they were going as quickly as possible. The commander and his deputy tried to slow down the heir. They were already tired and a little exhausted, so they tried to shout to him so that he could hear them. The commander began to ask the heir of the Cheon family. He begged him to give them the opportunity to rest. But Unsung moved at such a speed that he did not hear what his escorts were shouting to him. At some point, the boy decided to slow down and looked where his troops were. He saw that they were already exhausted. The commander told the young heir that they had been using the light step technique for an hour already. Moreover, they were doing it at maximum speed. Unsung did not understand their indignation and asked if this was how they had been moving for so long. But he did not stop. At some point, the young heir decided to slow down. All the soldiers accompanying him at that moment felt that they were saved. The commander said that his heart would literally explode now, and his deputy that this was the first time he felt sick after the light step technique. The commander asked the young heir what he ate that made him not the least bit tired. The boy answered him that he thought it would be better to arrive early and rest. That's why he was in a hurry. The commander told him that he understood everything perfectly, but asked him not to overfuck the stick. Therefore, the young heir said if they had already rested a little, then they were ready to continue running further. The commander was very indignant, and so he asked the young heir if he was proposing to use the light step technique again. The boy answered him that the light step technique is not the most important thing in martial arts, and also added that they should train this technique diligently. The deputy commander asked the young heir whether the light step technique is the most important thing in martial arts, and isn't it the sword technique? The boy answered him that, of course, sword technique is also important, but if you meet an enemy stronger than him, you will have to flee. And then he added, that's why, no matter what master he is, if they don't catch up with him, it means he won't die, the captain said. But you can become a warrior for whom no one will suit as an opponent. The boy objected. Is this possible in one day? If you're unlucky, even a few decades won't be enough. And if in this period you meet someone, the ball masters think everything is down the drain. The commander and the entire retinue could not object to this young heir because he was completely right. The boy continued to say that only if they live there will be a future and an opportunity for revenge ahead. One of the warriors who accompanied the young master said that he was indeed a born speaker, and the second added that he felt that his words convinced them. The commander said that is why they are not walking along a path, but through the mountains where it is convenient to perform the light step technique. The boy said that at least the main thing is to see to get to the Union because this is their goal. The commander had nothing to object to. He stood silently with his mouth open and looking at the young master. Unsung, the very next moment, said that their time of rest was over, so they should run as fast as they could for the sake of excellent survival. His entire retinue followed him. The commander at that moment said that they would now end. The young master ran so fast that everyone accompanying him asked him to wait for them. At the same time, in another part, Ga Khan ordered all his subordinates to disperse. He and the head wanted to look at their work. They made this cave in order to get to this particular place. This was their main goal. The guy looked at this door and realized that he had achieved his goal. He said that in this place there is deep knowledge of the head of the Red Death clan, Hekoen Fi, which he has been searching for several decades. And then he touched this door in order to open it with the help of the power that he possessed. He extended his hand and concentrated all his strength in it to open this door. From the force he used to open the door crumbled into small pieces and scattered in different directions. The guy stood and realized that he was one step away from the goal he had been walking for so long. He stood there for some time, and behind him they stood and watched everything that was happening. Behind this wall, there was a huge cave, and at first there was a complete misunderstanding of what was stored here. Then they saw a fiery red sword that was driven into the stone and chained on different sides. It was the Scarlet Sail's sword. It was Henkin Fi's favorite sword. The guy thought that such a jewel as the Scarlet Heaven sword was originally a white ball that released a snow-white shine like white jade. However, having absorbed the blood of several Essence warriors, he gradually began to acquire a red color. The blood of several more 1,000 floors turned red and began to be called the Sword of Scarlet Skies. In fact, it was one of the bloodiest balls, which is why it was chained here. That's why this guy came here for this sword in this cave. After thinking for a few minutes, he climbed the steps to the house, took the ball into his hands and tried to pull it out of the stone. But despite all his expectations, he did not obey him in any way and did not want to leave the stone and remained in place. He even started screaming for the sword to obey him, because now he is its master. And he began to pronounce incomprehensible words that were more like spells. It was clear how the owner of this ball was holding it void, and the second was trying to become its owner and pulled it out of the ground. In fact, it was a battle which of them would defeat them, who would become the current owner of this sword. But the very next moment, the guy realized that the sword did not belong to him, but he just wanted to know why. Why did this happen? And what did all this mean? What he saw now in front of him. The real owner of the ball told the guy that he was a little late. The guy didn't understand what he was getting at. He turned his head towards the owner of the sword. He wanted to look into his eyes and find out why this was happening. The owner of the sword said that he deals with the scum of the Justice clan and the great clans and noble families of Kanho. If he is ready for all this, then they are on their way. The guy who came for this sword asked his opponent what he was talking about. The owner of the sword jumped up to be closer to the guy and look him straight in the eyes. The guy didn't understand this whole situation and didn't understand what he wanted from him and why he said that. Then the owner of the sword pushed this guy with both hands. He had such great force that at some point the guy could not resist him. At that moment, when the owner of the sword was caught in the trick of the Chegal and Namgun families and met his last moment of life under the attacks of the Justice clan, it was from the red hair that he tried to attack the enemy. Then he said that he had gained knowledge and true martial arts. A guy who was confident in his invincibility and strength could not resist him. And then the owner of the sword completely blushed, and this red energy covered his entire body, arms, face. And then he said that he hid this knowledge with the help of blood energy in his favorite sword, Scarlet Heaven, which he placed in a deep cave. But the guy stood and could not utter a word. He tried with his last strength to stop the energy that was trying to kill him. The owner of the sword told the guy that for the sake of his descendant, he is the head of the Red Clan, and the death of Hekrin Fei, you, washing away the last remnants of life from yourself, leaves this Yugal and strength to him. And then he added that with the help of this ball he will gain true knowledge. Then the master of the sword, Scarlet Heaven, having completed his mission once his spell dissolved, was completed. And all the knowledge was transferred to the guy who came for this sword and wanted to get it in any way. When the owner of the sword had practically disappeared because he had transferred all his knowledge, the guy turned to him. He said even if his descendant turns to dust, he will still accept this gift no matter what. Then he pulled the sword with all his strength, and this time the sword obeyed him and came out of the stone. And then he broke all the chains that were chained to this sword. He did what he came here for. Now he has become even stronger with the help of the power of this sword. He, as a true descendant, had to obtain this sword with its knowledge and techniques. The guy looked at this sword and saw energy emanating from it. It was bloody energy that was inherent in the power of this sword. The goal was achieved, and he was glad that he was able to accomplish it. The guy thought that now the time has come for the Bloody Death Clan, and he is at the head of this clan, Henkrin Gi Hua. At the same time, it was already getting dark in the forest, and it was almost night. The young heir of the Cheon family quickly ran forward. His companions, as always, tried to stop him. This time, the deputy commander and the commander shouted to the young heir that it was already getting dark and asked how long they would still run. The night in the mountains comes quickly, but the boy didn't hear them. The commander tried to catch up with him and stop him. When the commander leveled with him, he told the young heir that they should stop here for the night today. Unsung replied to the commander that he agreed and was ready for them to stop here. They chose one of the tallest trees and decided to spend the night near it. The young master stood watching how tired his escort was. He just didn't understand why. The commander said that due to the fact that he only trained with the ball after such a marathon, his legs hurt very much. And he also added that the night in the forest is very cold, so they need to light a fire first. And they also needed to eat something simple, and only then they could rest. The first thing they did was light a fire. The commander knew how to do it in such conditions. Therefore, he asked the other warriors to find suitable twigs to keep the fire burning for a long time. While the commander was busy with the fire, he did not keep an eye on the air. At some point, he asked everyone where he had gone. The deputy commander told him not to bother him because the air was sitting on the side and was circulating energy. The commander was very surprised. Because the young heir first ran all day long with a light step, and now the energy is circulating, he is not tired at all. Woon Sung closed his eyes and sat to the side, circulating his energy. Lately, he has been good at it, and he could do it and enjoy it. The commander looked and said that the air was indeed a real object for study. Other warriors, looking at the air, said that he needed to eat first. There was enough food anyway. and they thought only about one thing: to go to bed. All those accompanying the young heir lay down to sleep. The commander ordered one of them to keep guard properly. He was the first. The young master sat and thought that the daily circulation of energy in the training room has become a habit, so now he is naturally circulating this energy. Moreover, the circulation of energy in the fresh air, which allows you to transmit the energy of nature through the entire body, fills the energy force even better. The young heir of the Cheon family decided that one peacock pill would be enough for dinner. Then he accepted it. He felt an even greater surge of energy. He caught himself thinking that he heard the sound of the wind and the rustling of grass. He also heard absolutely all grass insects and the sounds they made. Unsung realized that he felt all this and everything around him without opening his eyes. At that moment, he realized that this was not imagination at all, but a picture of an insect popping up inside the brain. Despite the fact that his eyes were closed, he clearly saw every movement of insects in the darkness. He realized that his third eye had opened, and he could see it was the spiritual eye. The third eye, being a sense organ, is located on the top of the head and helps to capture light with temperature. When a person's third eye opens, all six senses develop, due to which it becomes possible to see with the help of the soul, with the help of the senses, what cannot be seen even with the eyes. People degraded due to the fact that they did not use this organ, but the participation of snakes or lizards still left the third eye, so they are able to perceive temperature and light with it. Unsung became interested and said that we should now try to increase the scale of visibility of the third eye. When he enlarged this scale, a shadow appeared in his image that was heading straight towards him. Unsung understood that it was somewhere far away, but he wanted to find out what it was that he saw. At first, he thought it was a panther, but then he decided that it wasn't her. This shadow moved very quickly and approached him, hiding behind the trees. And the very next moment, he made a big jump. He saw that it was not a beast, but a man in a mask who was ready to attack him. At that moment, the young heir realized that this was danger, and it was very close. This man threw his metal whip with a sword at the end so that it should have hit the young heir of the Cheon family. Unsung immediately realized that this was a hidden attack, and that this person was very dangerous for him. Therefore, he did not hesitate and took out his sword in order to repel this attack. At the last moment, he managed to dodge, and the sword passed very close to his neck. The assassin attacked the young heir and did not give him the opportunity to use his knowledge. Unsung turned towards his entourage and shouted to them that they were under attack. One of the warriors who screamed loudly when he saw that they were mercenaries, and there were many of them. When all the accompanying people woke up, they saw that they were really surrounded on all sides by mercenaries. The deputy commander didn't say anything. He just shook his head. The commander looked at this whole situation and thought how this could happen, and also nodded his head. And the rest of those accompanying the young heir began to repel the attacks of the mercenaries who tried to destroy them. The commander shouted to his subordinates that these were killers, and they needed to form a close formation. He was interested in the heir. He wanted to know the order of the heir, but no one answered him. The commander and deputy commander did not let these mercenaries get close because they understood that the young heir was somewhere behind. When Unsung escaped from another attack by one of these killers who was trying to destroy him, he realized that he needed to do something. This time, the hidden sword again reached its target and passed very close to the young heir, who managed to dodge at the last moment. Then the killer swung again in order to strike again, and this time so that he would reach the target. The hidden sword was pointed straight at the young heir. At the last moment, he managed to jump back and repel this hidden sword this time again. But the killer's attack was unsuccessful. Unsung looked around and realized that his opponent was very dangerous and could attack him at any moment. He stood ready opposite the killer who was preparing for another attack. The killer told him that it wasn't bad at all, but they didn't want to finish them off slowly so that no one would know that they were going to die. This killer looked at the boy and thought that it was impossible that he sensed an attack. He then asked he is the heir and family of the heavenly sword. Unsung did not answer him anything but asked him a counter question. Who is he? The killer told him that he is a sucker, and he has no manners and he does not know how to talk to elders. The young gentleman answered him that it was simply unthinkable if he talked to him in plain language. Would he really sit him down and get him out of here? The killer got very angry and told the boy that he was impudent and he would make him know what hell is, and swung his hand to strike the next blow. His hidden sword again did not reach its target. The heir escaped the blow in time. Well, after one attack, the killer immediately continued to attack again, so Unsung had to be as careful as possible. This time he repulsed his opponent's attack, and his sword did not reach its target again. The killer was a little surprised that this kid was opposing him. The killer decided that he was tired of playing with this boy, and he grabbed his sword. Unsung held this sword with the last of his strength, as it seemed to him his strength was unequal, and it already seemed that the killer could take the sword from him. When the young heir decided to concentrate all his strength and all his energy in order to confront his enemy, he jerked his sword so hard that he tore it out of the killer's sword's grip and fell to the ground. The commander, fighting off the attack of other killers, shouted with all his might. The heir wanted to make sure that everything was okay with him. The assistant commander ordered all those accompanying him to protect the heir and not let the killers get close to him. At this moment, the heir rose up and said that he could protect himself and that they should not worry. Woonsung thought even though he freed the technique of pacifying Till's souls, he still lacks real experience. He realized that in a long-distance battle, he had no chance of winning. He needed to go into close combat and destroy the power of the chainsword. Well, on the other hand, he understood that it was impossible to get close to him because his opponent skillfully mastered the technique. In this case, the boy thought, he will have to use his secret weapon. And this secret weapon was survive or die. He shouted to his escorts that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The killer did not expect such a turn of events. He shouted to the boys where he went, and after him. Did he really think that he would be able to escape? The captain, his assistant, and all those accompanying him continued to hold the killers. They saw the heir running away very quickly, and one of the killers behind him. The commander shouted to his deputy to protect the heir, and he would keep all the other killers here. The deputy commander swung and struck one of the killers. He told him to get out of his way. The deputy commander only had time to shout to him, "Mr. Heir," but the boy ran away very quickly. The killer caught up with him and said that he would not die just like that. He would tear off all his limbs one by one and make him suffer. The killer tried to attack with his chainsword, but the blow was not at all on target and hit a tree. This tree fell right in front of the young heir of the Qian family. The boy did not stop, but he was thinking about what to do. At the last moment, he decided that he could not jump over this tree, but he could slip under it before it fell. And he succeeded. He managed to slip under a falling tree with great speed. The killer did not stop chasing him and continued to attack him, but the boy did not stop either. The killer raised his hand to strike again with his chainsword. To do this, he swung his sword over his head with very great force. It seemed like he was holding an umbrella over his head. The killer continued to chase the boy and swing his sword above his head. The young heir turned his head to see what his opponent's plans were, and what he saw didn't exactly make him happy, but he didn't want to give up and moved forward very quickly. This sword was like a huge circle at the end of which there were blades, and when the killer approached the trees, his sword cut them down. A plan arose in the head of the young heir, and he thought that he still needed to go into the stupid forest, and the killer had to follow him. And the killer really followed the boy. He tried to catch up with him and constantly attack him. When they went even deeper into the forest, the killer delivered another blow, trying to hit the heir. The boy dodged this blow at the last moment. The enemy's sword passed very close to his head. Unsung tried not to lose sight of his opponent's sword. The first attack was followed by a second. The young heir was a little confused because he didn't have time, and because he lacked experience, he had never participated in real battles before. At some point, he stopped running, stopped and turned around. He needed to do something. The killer stood opposite the young heir and was already ready for the fact that he would now destroy him. He told him that despite the fact that the boy runs away very quickly, nothing will change. He will still tear him to pieces. Unsung told him to be lighter in his expressions and asked him to at least take a breath. And then he told him not to take everything wrong. He didn't run away from him at all, and added that he needed to assume that he just needed time to think. And then he added whether his weapon would be able to show all its power among all these trees that surrounded the young gentleman in this situation. The killer didn't understand and asked why he misunderstood everything, and the boy didn't run away at all, but deliberately lured him into the thicket. The killer held his chainsword and was very surprised. He didn't even have words. He didn't understand whether this impudent boy didn't understand that his plan had failed. And he can calmly cope with him even in this forest. He swung his hand in order to strike the impudent man. His chainsword was pointed directly at the young heir, but at the last moment he managed to knock it aside. And at the same moment, the young heir fell on his back, holding his sword in front of him. Thus, he redirected his opponent's sword further to another target. At this moment, The killer was not taken aback and began to spin his sword so that the trees began to fall. It seemed as if they were breaking into two parts at the moment. The killer was spinning his sword and there was not a single tree in the radius. Young Master Dom thought that mercenaries are more inclined to use external energy, but he controls the chain mancha with his inner strength, and it seemed very strange to him. His plan didn't work, so he had to do something. The killer asked the young heir if he was serious. Did he think that some trees could save him? It was all over for him, and he swung his hand to deliver the next blow, but his chainsword began to form, and it was no longer one blow, but three at once. Unsung managed to escape this blow at the last moment. He jumped to the side and was not hit. The lone was the next blow and was also missed only to split a huge stone. The young heir decided to parry the enemy's next blow. He swung it to protect himself, and he succeeded. With one blow, he repelled two blows from the enemy at once. Woonsung thought that he really does not have enough experience, but he has no choice. He needs to survive. The killer looked and didn't understand that he was messing with this kid. He should have finished him off a long time ago. In turn, the young heir watched the killer's every move. His life depended on it. The next moment, the young heir pushed off from the earth and jumped as high as possible. He caught on one of the trees that were nearby and began to climb up. Then he began to move from one tree to another at high speed. The young gentleman moved around these trees so that it was unclear where he was. The killer looked at him and said that if he thinks that such a cheap trick will work on him, then he is deeply mistaken. The killer used his whip and filled it with magical power to hit his opponent and stop him. Unsung turned his head back and saw that the enemy's whip was already very close to him, and he understood that he needed to try to dodge the blow. At the very last moment, he was able to push off from the tree trunk and jump to the side, and the whip missed and broke the tree. He turned his head back to see what happened to the tree, and at that moment he was shocked because he did not expect that the power of this window was so great, and if he had been in the place of this tree, he would have already come to an end. He saw the whip flying towards him again and tried to fight it off with his sword. This knife was special. It was made of iron and had sharp spikes along the edges that could easily cut anything if used correctly. Unseo noticed that the whip was stuck in the tree trunk and thought that now was the right moment to jump forward and try to counterattack his opponent. Pososi couldn't believe that the guy decided to counterattack him, and he was now in a losing position because his whip was stuck, and all he could do now was retreat. Unseo understood that he needed to attack right now, and the killer's frightened eyes further confirmed to him that now is the best moment for this. The killer looked at the boy with frightened eyes and thought that this was some kind of curse, and he could not even imagine that such a situation could happen. He had no choice but to drop his weapon and burp back so as not to take damage. Unseo didn't have time to follow the assassin's movements and missed. Nevertheless, he managed to knock the bent one out of the hands of his enemy. He looked at this assassin and thought that now the course of the battle depends only on him, and he must not miss his chance. Unseo crouched to push off the ground and gain maximum momentum during the jump. I looked at him with frightened eyes. He couldn't even imagine what was going on in this boy's head and what he was going to do. But the boy was serious and ready to fight to the end because he understood that his life was on the line. He struck again with his blade and tried to wound his opponent, but at that moment, nothing was clear because Rahu managed to dodge at the very last second, and he still didn't understand whether he could hit him with his blade or not. For what moment did time seem to stand still, and the killer saw a blade in front of his face, and his mask began to disintegrate into two halves. He saw splashes of blood flying out of his face, and couldn't believe that he had just been wounded by a blade from this boy. Unseo acted instinctively. He was simply protecting his life. And when he saw the cows that were pouring out of the enemy's body, he was also surprised that he could do something like that. The killer fell to the ground and hit his head on the stone surface of the ground, but at that moment the boy tried to land and group himself. Unseo stood for several seconds and silently looked at his opponent. But after that he smiled and whispered that he managed to do it. He looked at the enemy's body, which was divided into two halves. His hat, mask, and clothes were cut, and blood flowed from the body from a small line that left his blade on the killer's body. Suddenly he was afraid of Vitya. He did not expect that he could do something like that, and his joy suddenly disappeared somewhere. He took a closer look and saw the bloody long face of his enemy. This killer was lying on the ground and bleeding. He was already dead, and so felt a sharp and nauseating feeling, and he felt uneasy after what he saw. He felt creepy because he had just killed a man with his sword. Blood dripped from the blade of the blade and fell in small drops onto the floor. A small puddle of blood formed on the ground and flowed down the blade of the blade. He looked at his hands and saw that they were now stained with the blood of the enemy who wanted to kill him, but he didn't succeed, and the boy killed him with his own hands. It was as if he was seeing blood for the first time in his life, but it was not his blood. It was the blood of another person, and therefore it was terribly restored to him. He turned pale and opened his eyes wide. He froze in place, as if his body had been cordoned off, and all he could think about was that he had just killed a man. But he didn't have much time to reflect on this event, because at that moment he was attacked from behind by a second killer who wanted to kill him. The commander noticed in time that the air was being attacked by another pump and shouted to him to quickly get out of there. But Unseo barely had time to turn his head back to see what was happening. Unso saw the commander suddenly appear in front of him, carry a blow with a ball and try to cut the body of the killer who wanted to kill him. He again saw a large amount of blood flying in the air and bursting in different directions. The joint venture commander asked the boy if everything was okay and how he was feeling, but the guy couldn't answer anything because he was still shocked by all the events that happened here, and his voice trembled. But he was still able to say that he was safe and that everything was fine with him. At that moment, they looked to the side and saw that the battle was still going on, and the battle was not over, and the accompanying people continued to fight with the assassins. The deputy commander shouted very loudly that there was very little left, and he needed to push even harder in order to achieve an enemy attack. He very quickly and skillfully began to swing his ball and scatter his enemies in different directions, inflicting mortal wounds on them. But suddenly he realized that there weren't too many opponents around and he was now fighting alone against 3 at once. One of the assassins thought that the information they were given was false. Initially, they were told that 6 people from the sword squad were guarding one sucker, so they brought the appropriate number of fighters, but this child just cut their commander in half. He suddenly realized that they had simply been fooled and deceived. But he did not understand why this was done because they did not lose too many fighters in this fight. At that moment, the commander took out a homemade grenade from the inside pocket of his coat, which he kept for special occasions. He twisted the top cover to the right, and sparks began to appear inside the grenade. The commander swung this grenade with all his might and was preparing to throw it at the enemy because it had already been activated. One of the killers said that things wouldn't work out this way if they didn't continue to fight. They would simply lose all the fighters. They needed to retreat. But suddenly a grenade started flying towards them, and they didn't have time to notice it. Suddenly a grenade exploded right next to them, and there was a large explosion that threw them in different directions. After the explosion, the fighters left but nevertheless were not injured. One of them said that he did not understand where these opponents got smoke grenades from. Suddenly, one of the fighters shouted very loudly that they needed to retreat while there was time, and ordered everyone to finish the battle. But the commander was just starting to warm up, and he didn't want to let these killers go just like that, so he started running after them. But the assistant commander suddenly stopped the guy who was preparing to run after these killers and said that it was better for them to stay here. He looked at these guys and thought that it would be better for them to just leave these guys alone. At that moment, the assassins began to run away as quickly as possible so that these crazy soldiers would not catch up with them. When they ran, smoke remained behind them, but this did not stop them and did not continue to run further. The soldier and the assistant commander saw these guys running into the forest and getting lost between the trees, and the soldier asked if they would just let them go after everything they had done. But the assistant commander replied that the safety of the air comes first, and they can fight them and risk their lives just to calm their ego. A few hours later, night began and the moon and a large starry sky appeared in the sky. The captain said that taking care of your life is good, but protecting the air and saving his life always comes first, and the assistant commander replied that he understood everything. Unso saw the commander scolding the soldier and said that he was fine and asked them to take care of the wounded first and then deal with him. But suddenly he turned his head to the side and again saw something terrible and something that terrified him and made him feel sick. He looked at the floor and there was a dead man lying in front of him. His face was covered in blood and he was no longer breathing. The boy looked carefully at Lena's bloody face of this guy and his white and dead eyes that looked into nowhere. He remembered the moment when he cut the killer's body into 2 parts and killed him with one blow of his blade. He thought that the throwing sensation that he felt at that moment, like a sword, cut through the flesh and the smell of blood that was thickly oozing out, scared him. He felt the smell of death and sheer fear, and at that moment he vomited. The commanders and those accompanying him looked at the young gentleman in surprise and did not understand what was happening to him. The commander suddenly thought that the boy got a show after his first kill, and when the heir gains experience, everything will be fine. The commander thought that when his sword did not waver and emotions, then he would become a real Kanho warrior. He lowered his head down and stepped on his eyebrows. He thought that he still didn't understand how the heir could sense the approach of the killers. The boy at that moment continued to sit on the ground, and he still felt bad and his face was pale, and he continued to vomit. The commander thought that thanks to the young master's instincts, they were able to stay alive, and he became interested in unraveling this boy, but this child was still complex and incomprehensible to him. The commander gave the order to bring the heir in place where the smell of blood would not be felt, and where he could rest and calm down after this battle. They lit a fire to rest a little and warm up next to it on a cold night. Most of the squad were already asleep, but one guy was sitting near the fire and fucked them up. The young master at that moment was sleeping very sweetly on the grass and had dreams. He made some sweet sounds, but suddenly he seemed to begin to feel something strange in his sleep, and anxiety was visible on his face, as if something bad was about to happen. At that moment, a hand dressed in a black glove appeared from the ground, and it very sharply stretched out of the ground. This hand came out of the ground more and more, as if the dead man who was in the ground suddenly lived. A few seconds later, another hand appeared from the other side, and these hands were near the young master's body, as if they wanted to grab him. And after a few seconds, this is what happened. Two hands grabbed the boy's body and squeezed him tightly, gathering their sides so that he could not move and run away. The boy at that moment felt severe pain in his body, but since he was sleeping, he did not understand what was happening to him now, and the hands that grabbed him began to emit dark energy. Unso opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was dark energy flying around him. He tried to look up, and at that moment, the face of the very commander of the killer he killed with his blade appeared in front of him. This monster came from the dead and was now right in front of him. He looked at him with dead demonic eyes and laughed terribly, looking into his eyes. The boy was seriously scared when he saw this terrible picture. He felt uneasy. He didn't understand what was happening. In front of him was the very captain whom he killed. This captain looked at him with his terrible eyes and smiled with his vile smile. But suddenly this dead man seemed to get angry and began to scream very loudly and make an incredibly terrible scream. He opened his mouth to eat him. After a few seconds, this living dead made a swift dash with its mouth towards the boy and otherwise engulfs him and bites off his flesh with its teeth. The boy began to scream very loudly, and at that moment morning had already come, and the sun came out of the horizon and began to illuminate the clearing in which they were. He woke up and was breathing very quickly. His heart was beating at an incredible speed, and the boy realized that it was just a dream, and he shouldn't have been so scared. I thought that this happened because of yesterday's event, because he killed that person. This person came to him in a dream in order to scare him and take revenge on him. He felt the bright advice that blinded his eyes and decided to cover his face with his hands. He looked at the sky and saw the bright sun. Unseo thought that Kangho is a world where they play by the rules of the jungle. Things like this will continue to happen, and he just has to come to terms with it. He clenched his fists tightly, furrowed his eyebrows, looked forward with a confident gaze. He told himself that now he needs to overcome all difficulties. He clenched his fist even tighter and shouted very loudly that he had to survive, and for this he would have to fight. But then he immediately calmed down and took control of his emotions, and said that he would definitely do this and he had no other choice. But suddenly he heard the voices of the guys who accompanied him and remembered that he was not alone here, and he felt uneasy. The assistant commander looked at him in surprise along with the rest of the guys and asked what was happening to the young master. What did he just say? But the boy felt awkward and said that he was just talking to himself. The team began to gradually collect things and prepare for departure. Apparently, it was already necessary to move forward. The retinue that accompanied him walked behind the young gentleman. The captain walked in front. The captain's assistant walked behind him. The boy asked if it was possible to find out the identities of the people who hired these killers. The witch wondered who now wants him dead and why these people hire killers to kill him. But the commander replied that unfortunately, at the moment it won't be possible to find out anything. He looked at the boy and said that they saved the weapons and clothes of the mercenaries so that later they could use it all as evidence and be able to help them figure out who hired these assassins. He said that he also released explosives, along with a hidden scent of persecution that does not disappear for a whole month, and they will be able to recognize these people by the smell. Kadir said that if they are capable of tracking hidden scents using the secret techniques of their clan, then in this case it will be possible to find out the enemy base and understand who these people really were. The boy looked at the commander with a questioning look and thought that this was all a very long time, and he would like to find out who these people are as quickly as possible. Unso said that Kaban Yi is the best at collecting and using information in Chunyuan, and suggested going down to the village and finding their unit to ask for their services, and the commander agreed with the boy's request. They continued to walk further along the mountain serpentines, heading to the village that was located at the bottom of these rocks. The scene of the action is transferred to the Cheonso clan, a small village that was located in the thick of the forest, and at the top of one addition, and the blue flag of this faction developed. The gentleman sat on the throne and received guests who came to him for an audience. The youngest son of the Peng clan bowed to the master and said that he had heard rumors that they had found what they wanted and conveyed his congratulations. The gentleman looked at him dissatisfied with a slight smile and asked if the guy had finally decided to do this. The youngest son lowered his eyes and said in a confident but slightly trembling voice that he had decided to do it. I lowered my head down and heard the gentleman answer him that at that time he was considered his usual trash, but still now he sees that the guy is good for something. Mr. reeled his eyes and said that the cleansing technique twists the muscles of the bones and removes blood vessels. All waste artificially changes the structure of the body and makes it suitable for mastering martial arts. He said that any warrior wants to master this technique, at least in a dream, but if in the process he cannot withstand the accompanying pain, everything can lead to death. And the guy got scared when he heard this and began to tremble. But having overcome his fear, he fell to his knees and shouted very loudly that he wanted this and began to ask the gentleman to fulfill his request. The gentleman looked at him with a contemptuous look and understood that this guy was too weak for such a thing. But nevertheless, he decided to think about his request. He thought for a long time and did not give a quick answer, because the decision he made could affect many processes. But after a few seconds, he still replied that he was ready to start doing this right now, and after that, he immediately stood up from his throne. The youngest son looked joyfully at the master and thanked him very loudly for agreeing to do this. The gentleman sat down opposite the guy, took his head with his hands, and began to emit very strong purple energy from his body. He used acupuncture techniques to press on the most important vital points in his body. The gentleman used his power to transfer it to the guy and activate all the necessary processes in him in order to feel this power. The pain that he experienced at that moment could not be compared with anything. It was not like everything else. But nevertheless, he had to restrain himself, and his fortitude manifests itself. He himself asked for it. But at some point, the pain became unbearable, and he felt the veins on his face getting bigger, and there was a feeling that he was about to explode. His veins would just burst, and blood would start jumping out of them. His eyes began to glow with a violet light, and for a moment he stopped seeing anything other than this violet light. He screamed very loudly and felt incredible pain. The veins continued to bulge on his face, and it was all so spontaneous that he didn't even have time to understand what was happening right now. At this moment of the publication in which the ritual of transferring power took place, a very loud cry of the young master was heard. In the city at that moment, everything was calm. People were walking the streets of the city, walking through trade markets and going about their business. One homeless man was sitting on the floor and sleeping in the lotus position. He slept so sweetly that snot was leaking from his nose. But suddenly he heard the clink of coins that fell into his bowl. It was as many as 6 bronze coins. He immediately opened his eyes and looked down in surprise. He couldn't believe that at least some little thing had finally appeared there. The homeless man bowed. The gentleman said that he wished him health and blessings for centuries for such a mercy that he had just done. But the boy who sat in front of him was not so simple. He said that he would like to get some information through the cabin division. The homeless man looked at him in surprise and said that, I don't know who this boy is who is sitting in front now, but this is beyond his powers. He is unlikely to be able to help with anything. The boy smiled and told him that the heir of the homeless sword family of Hebei wants to see the head of the Kaban division, and this is all that the homeless man needs to know in order to fulfill his request, and at the same moment the boy showed his ID card. The homeless man stood up at the same moment and said that in this case it was already within his powers, and he would take the boy straight to the people he was looking for. Don't waste time. He began to walk towards the place where these units were located, and the boy and his retinue followed him. He walked ahead, and for some reason his face was tense, as if he didn't want to take these people to a place they didn't want to go to. But nevertheless, he had no choice. When they arrived at that very place, a homeless man approached the old man and whispered something in his ear. The old man asked the boy if he was the heir of the Heavenly Sword family, and then asked what business they came for. The commander put a drawing on the table of this old man that depicted Commander Osina. He said that they would like to know about a group of hired killers who are operating in the area of Henan province. And after that, he said that they are wearing these clothes and they use iron whips. The old man carefully examined this drawing and said that this iron whip is called a chainsword. And after that, the old man said that this is the Quisal Valley. Unso said that he had never heard anything about the Quisal Valley before and wanted to get information about this place in order to do business and where it was located. The old man replied that even they don't know where their base is, and this group appeared only recently. So little is known about it. The boy replied that in this case he wants to be provided with information about the immediate plans or families who were recently attacked by the Quisal. The boy said that he also wants them to be given a person who can track hidden scents using the tracking technique. He smiled, looked at the old man with a sly look, and said that they cannot charge the Heavenly Sword family for information. The old man replied that they take money in advance, and otherwise 20% will be added to the main amount for the inconvenience, and slyly began to show an invisible coin in front of his fingers. After that, they went into the alley in search of one trading shop on the doors that didn't even have any sign because it was located in an inconspicuous place. A person who can sense a hidden aroma because it is impossible to teach this aroma to other people who do not have special abilities. They found a man who was called the 10,000 hidden scent of Chong Li Chu. He was a tall, muscular man with tattoos on the right side of his body or face. In normal times, this person cannot detect hidden aroma. However, if he takes special medications and circulates energy according to the secret method of his family, he will become especially sensitive to the hidden aroma. At this moment, he took out a box in which there were special fruit oils and special ointments to activate the smell. He took out one bottle and said that what they were looking for would cost as much as 1,000 silver coins, and the commander at that moment said that this was a very expensive price for one bottle. The boy thought that if this person asks for such a lot of money for a small bottle, it means that he has the appropriate ability to clearly identify the smell. He smiled and said that he agreed to pay that amount and the Skyball family would pay him for it. And they went into the forest exactly to the place where they had a battle and showed the place where the hired killers fled. Chong Li asked the commander to throw explosives with a hidden scent into his hands, which he used so that he could smell this smell. The commander at that moment threw the explosive to the side, and after it exploded, a large white smoke appeared. Chong Li waved his palm to bring the smell of this water closer to him so I could feel it. He inhaled this smell with his nostrils and tried to remember this aroma and feel its trace. Suddenly, the tattoos changed their color and turned green. Veins began to appear on his body and something was clearly happening to him. He looked forward and suddenly smelled a very strong smell with his nose. He turned his head to the side and saw a stream of wind. It was the same one left on the body of the killers, and he could only follow this smell. With the help of the bottle that he drank, he was able to smell the smell of these killers and could clearly create a picture of what was happening and where they went. He made a sharp leap forward and did not waste time. He began to run after this smell. Chan continued to run forward because he didn't want to miss this smell. He wanted to understand as quickly as possible where these people ran away. But at some point, he stopped in the middle of a forest clearing and did not understand why this smell stopped right here. He noticed that during the escape, one of the killers stayed behind and spent a quarter of a day spying on them, and realized that these guys were in a lot of trouble. Thanks to this, the traces remained much stronger, so it would be much easier to pursue. He took a deep breath through his nostrils again and tried to smell more of the scent they left behind. The scene moves to the city. A guy is running on the roof of a building. He tries to be very quiet and inconspicuous, but at the same time leaves his fast speed. This guy stopped at the edge of the roof and carefully looked at everything that was below. He felt a large number of odors, as if they were trying to scatter in different directions in this place, but he still managed to figure out the correct smells and the directions in which they were moving. He saw the entrance to one of the buildings. The commander asked their guide if this palace was their base, and the man with an incredibly strong sense of smell replied that he was absolutely sure that this place was their base. The assistant commander said that these guys were very brave freaks, after all. They turned the palace but busy streets into strongholds, and no one even suspected that these monsters were here. The boy said that even their name of the Kisal Valley was invented to deceive the people of the extraction, and falsely thought that the base was located in a mountain valley. He looked at the commanders and asked if they knew which clans had recently been attacked by killers of the Kisal Valley, and the commander answered him that Baekwan Seok, the second younger brother of Baekwan Haeng, the head of the Baek family, which is one of the 10 strongest families in Henan, was attacked by the Kwisal Valley, and as a result, that's why he died. He said that the head Baekwan Hyun found out that the attacker was Kwisal Valley. Well, they still don't know who hired these killers and why they did it. The commanders said that they were never able to find out where their stronghold was. He looked forward warily, squinting his eyes, and said in a quiet voice that the warriors of the Baek family would soon appear. So thought about what to take from each other, but to kill a person is a very low act, and they bear the blow to the Kwisal Valley by borrowing the strength of the Baek family. Armed soldiers walked around the building and guarded the perimeter of strangers who could accidentally sneak in. On the throne sat an old man with black hair and long, thin hair like a Chinese dragon. It was the head of the Kwisal Valley named Imkadok. He was very dissatisfied with the news that the killers brought him because they said that their mission had failed and they could not defeat their opponents. One of the guys told the gentleman that the heir of the Heavenly Sword family and his guides were not at all the snot they thought. The gentleman was not satisfied with this answer, and he became very angry. He said that in this case, they did not think that the fact of their survival could turn out to be the most common trap. The guy replied that they looked back several hundred times on the way back and checked for 24 hours that they were not being followed. And that is why the journey back, which is a quarter of a day, took them 3 days. The gentleman calmed down a little when he heard this answer, but nevertheless he felt some kind of catch and could not just let go of the situation. Otherwise, he felt that everything here was not just like that. He stood up from his throne and shouted loudly there that for some time all the killers under his leadership should refuse any tasks. Instead, use all their abilities to kill that child because he can bring a lot of problems. After this, the gentleman added that just in case, they should carefully monitor the outer perimeter. After this order, most of the guards moved to the outer perimeter and took up as many positions as possible so that no one could get through them. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a large number of arrows with red bombs attached began to fly to the side. The wicks of these bombs were burning, and at some point these bombs were supposed to explode. Everything was calculated so that by the time the arrow crashed into the designated point, the bomb would explode. The guards suddenly noticed these arrows attached to bombs that were flying towards them, but they could not understand what it was. Why they suddenly decided to attack them. The attacker's plan worked, and the moment the arrows arrived at the right place, the bombs exploded. Everything around was exploding and flying in different directions. The guards didn't understand what had happened and got scared and began to scatter in different directions. The attackers were expecting this reaction, and as soon as they saw fear in the enemy's ranks, they immediately began their attack. The guards looked at the attackers in fear and could not believe that someone decided to attack them so quickly and suddenly. Unso smiled and said that now they also need to help their ally and join this battle. While the Baek family is dealing with the Kwisal Valley, they will take it upon themselves and deal with him specifically. Before the battle began, the sounds of iron hitting iron were heard. Dreams were spinning in the collision station. Sparks were emitting. The guys started shouting very loudly that they needed to be stopped immediately, and the opponents attacked suddenly, so you can't let them get into the building. At that moment, aspens and killers in purple clothes appeared. They heard him in a sudden attack and decided to help their guards. On the other side of the entrance stood the head of the attackers. He had white, long gray hair on the cheeks of his face. This man was the head of the Baek family, and his name was Baek Wan-han. He shouted very loudly that the characteristics of hired killers are hiding and hidden attacks. So there is nothing to be afraid of those who are tightly surrounded on all sides and ordered to destroy every single one. The gentleman approached the door and saw that real chaos was happening on the street. Everything was burning and exploding, and at that moment his soldiers were fighting with some strangers. He looked at these attacking people from the Baek family and wondered how they knew about this place. He began to feel very angry and an eerie feeling of weakness. He thought that they had recently received this palace for sale and made a base out of it, so they had not yet installed any lava sheik or defense devices here. He clenched his teeth tightly, and you could hear his teeth clenching very tightly and making a disgusting sound. He waved his hand and quickly began to walk towards the door in order to close it. After the door was closed, he immediately took the red bag and began to put all the money that he had hidden in the cabin and the precious gold coins that were in the box. But suddenly I heard how the door was broken during the day, and 3 people flew into the room, some child in a green suit with a blade and 2 accompanying him. The gentleman got scared, started screaming very loudly like a little girl. He asked no one, "What are they doing here?" Unseo smiled and said his name. He explained that he is the heir of the Hebei Heavenly Sword family. Mr. Thunder shouted that he was trapped and said that he did not have time to deal with them, so he threw an explosive bomb and said that he needed to run away from here as quickly as possible. The commander covered his face with his hands and ordered everyone to do the same, because the shell could be poisonous and no one should breathe while in this room. The assistant commander once developed smoke in front of him and said that it was just an ordinary smokescreen. When the smoke cleared and they didn't see that this guy had run away, and they didn't understand where he had disappeared, but they saw a broken window on the wall. The assistant commander said he thought he had followed the head of the Kisal Valley. The commander got angry and said that this guy is really stubborn, and you need to quickly follow him and not let him get away. The heir ran away very quickly along the forest and didn't even look back, because he understood that there might be a chase after him. He ran as fast as he could, but he was already quite old, and it was difficult for him to move with speed for a long time. While running, he constantly repeated the same thing about the people who attacked him being real freaks. He thought that even though he had recently shown real activity under the name of the Kisal Valley, how much time he had endured difficulties in order to achieve all this. He could not come to terms with the fact that he had been working on this project for 20 years to create this valley in such a short time, which was not even a quarter of a day. Everything collapsed like a sand tower, and now he must be on the run. He suddenly recovered and said that he could no longer run forward and that he was tired and needed to rest. The heir lowered his head down and was breathing heavily. He said that he couldn't believe that he had come to such a life. Suddenly, he looked up and thought that this was all because the heir of the Heavenly Sword family gave his soldiers to kill, and they failed the task and ended up at the very bottom. He promised that he would finish off this child. But suddenly behind him, he heard the crunch of a branch that was sawed with a blade. He turned his head back and saw the very child who was to blame for losing everything. This child stood with his sword raised up. Unso looked at him and smiled because he was finally able to catch up with him and find him in this forest. And for him, it was no problem. The doctor's heir was looking in different directions and couldn't understand what to do and where to run. But I didn't realize that the guy was here alone and asked him if he really decided to fight him one-on-one and didn't take help with him. The boy smiled, and with a tricky voice said that he was not sure that now it was worth acting so carefree, because on the way here he was growing trees and left notes. The young master said that it was the poets who would soon accompany him, and he would no longer be alone. At that moment, the heir realized that he had serious problems and cursed the boy. He began to run away from here. At the moment of running, he thought that he mastered the skill of a light step and would be able to quickly run away from the guy. But the reason why all this time he managed to break away from his pursuers and stay alive lies precisely in the light step. Suddenly, he looked to the side and saw a boy running parallel to him. He realized that cover skills are also important. The most important thing is the skill of a light step, but the guy still caught up with him. He didn't understand how it could run with him and keep up with him, and how he could even find it. Suddenly, the heir thought that he was already old, and because of this reason, the child found him so easily. But suddenly, he was still able to break away, using all his strength. He said that after all, his brilliant light step skills were still alive, and he could escape from here. He used his internal energy to apply a new technique. At that moment, his body was divided into several parts, and he created his own clones that ran in different directions. Malchi saw such a technique for the first time and didn't understand what was happening now. He didn't know which of these clones he should run after. For a moment, he stopped to think because he had never seen anything like this before. This technique was new to him. One of the slopes ran forward along the forest along a path that had already been trodden. 2 other clones began to run in different directions, one to the right side of the forest the second to the left side of the forest. He understood that he needed to get his bearings very quickly and understand exactly what slope he needed to follow. At that moment, the old man pushed off the earth and made a rapid leap forward. He tried to break away from this young pursuer as quickly as possible and lose sight of him, pushed off the stone and took a leap forward. Well, there was a grimace on his face of no understanding. He felt that everyone was watching him. The cloak left traces in the air and scattered from the wind. What a moment he stopped running. He saw some bright flashes of light in front of him. The old man stood up and carefully began to examine these flashes of light flying in the air. He smiled and said that now even this child will not be able to catch up with him because his technique is excellent. No one will be able to unravel its secret. He thought that it was inevitable to be pursued after an assassination attempt, and he ran away from such pursuers and survived thanks to the skills of light steps and shelter. But as soon as he relaxed and thought that everything had already passed and he was able to run away from this guy, suddenly he heard the voice of this boy. Unso landed on the ground next to him and was able to figure him out among all these copies. The old man did not understand how this happened and was simply hiding behind a tree. The old man was angry. He shouted loudly and asked the guy how he didn't get confused in his clones and got here. Unso smiled and said that the beats are not used as a visual illusion. The image is sufficient, but he was still able to quickly get his bearings and correct it. He explained that the slopes do not have a body, so he also does not have a shadow, and the grass does not move around him. And it is enough to just follow the one from whom the shadow is falling, so it was not so difficult to figure out the main creator. He smiled and asked the old man if he really thought that with such an easy trick, it would be possible to deceive his eyesight. At that moment, the old man turned pale and did not understand who this boy was, because he was an ordinary brat. But he knew so much as if he himself was a real master of the blade. He opened his eyes wide and his pupils shrank to the size of a small bug. He thought that this boy was just a child, but nevertheless he was able to notice the movement of the grass. The old man understood that he had no other choice. He should just continue running away from him, because if he didn't do this, they would kill him. When he was in the air, he used a technique called a cicada, dropping a golden cocoon and everything around him became orange and smoke appeared. Suddenly, this old man disappeared somewhere, and all that was left was his clothes in the air, around which there was a large cloud of smoke. His clothes slowly began to fall down, and smoke gradually scattered in different directions. When his clothes fell to the ground, they continued to emit white smoke and mist. The boy looked carefully at this smoke and realized that he did not know where this old man had disappeared, because he did not yet know how to resist this technique, and the masters had not told him anything about it. He began to turn his head in different directions, trying to understand where his opponent disappeared because he could not run far. Unso realized that now he just needs to concentrate as much as possible in order to understand where this old man could have disappeared. He picked up his clothes and began to look carefully, and he thought that he could find a clue in these clothes. Unseo noticed that the fog was starting to slowly dissipate in different directions, and there was no one in front. The boy realized that there was no time to waste, and he had to inspect the area as quickly as possible before this old man could go far. He steps slowly but goes forward, steps on the leaves that were lying on the ground. The old man at that moment was in the ground and was breathing with the help of a wooden tube that was in his mouth. He was underground. This tube was the only thing that allowed him to function and breathe while in the ground. And at that moment, the boy was walking right above him. He thought that he should just get rid of the energy in his body and hide in a pile of leaves and wait for it to come. He thought about the fog and its side, and now the most important thing is to make sure that the tube that looks out of the ground is not noticeable. It was difficult to breathe for a long time underground using this tube, and you had to keep yourself under control so as not to give away your position. Suddenly he realized that the oxygen was cut off. For some reason he could no longer breathe, but he did not understand why this was happening. He thought that the exit was now blocked by leaves, and because of this he could not breathe, and in this case he would have to climb out of here. When he ran out of air, he realized that he couldn't stay there anymore. He had to crawl underground to get new air into his lungs. When he crawled out of the ground, and he noticed that this guy was sitting in front of him, and with the help of his finger, he was closing the hole in the wooden tube with which he was breathing. With one slight movement of his finger, he was able to find his opponent and develop his stealth spell. Unso took the pipe from his mouth and looked at this dirty, helpless old man who was now in front and could not do anything. The gentleman looked at this child with a frightened look and did not understand where this young monster came from here, who so easily copes with all his stealth techniques. Unseo suddenly said that this was a trick that he was unfamiliar with, so he almost fell for it and was ready to give up, but still decided to use his head and try to figure out for himself where to hide his friend. The old man jumped out of the ground and shouted loudly that this child had come to kill him, but he did not understand why. Then he was mocking him so much and began to run away. He pushed the ground again with his foot and made a rapid dash forward in order to jump as far away from him as possible. The boy looked at this old man in surprise and was perplexed because he had already failed to escape twice, but he still continued his escape. The gentleman flew up very high and moved with the help of tree trunks, pushing off from them. At what moments did he have to land on the ground and push off from the ground? The boy continued to chase him and did not lag behind him for a second. The gentleman sometimes turned his head back to see where this guy was now and how close he was now approaching him. He continued to run away. Despite the fact that his strength was running out, he thought that this boy would not unhook from him just like that, and he would continue to chase him until he finally caught him. He saw a large tree branch in front of him and decided to grab it, but first he needed to jump as close to it as possible. When he found himself next to this branch, he grabbed it with his hand and tried to use it as an auxiliary object for escape. He began to spin around this and the branch at an incredibly fast speed, as if he wanted to show off some kind of trick. After he scrolled around this branch several times, he landed on it and sat with both feet on this branch, trying to catch balance. I put my hands to the side. The gentleman took his hands to the belt that was on his belt and took out some kind of box. He pulled it out and it turned out to be a leather bracelet with a small box in the middle. The gentleman said that he had nothing more to lose, and after that, he put the bracelet on his hand and tightened it very tightly so that the bracelet would not fall. The boy continued to approach him and did not understand what this crazy old man was doing now. But nevertheless, he understood that he should not let him go. The gentleman put his hand forward and slammed the lid of this box. He shouted that even if he dies now, he will take this child with him to the afterlife. After he pressed the lid of this box, sharp needles began to fly out of it. There were a lot of them. They flew out at the same time. So saw a large number of small and dragging people approaching his side. But he didn't understand how he could now properly dodge these needles, because they were already too close. One moment later, these needles hit him directly in the body and began to leak through his body, getting into the vital organs, and the boy began to scream. But suddenly the gentleman gave me a frightened face and could not understand what had happened so much, because he was supposed to kill this child with the help of his weapon, but his plan apparently did not work. As it turned out, the boy used his shadow column instead of himself, and the needles pierced an ordinary pacifier, so the boy himself remained unaffected. He watched as the green frock coat fell down along with the cloud of smoke from which the phantom clone consisted. He said that this technique was called throwing away the golden thread, but he could not believe that a boy at such a young age could master such a technique. At that moment, he heard behind him the sound of a blade cutting through the wind, which was already very close to his head. The gentleman understood that he had become the prey of this child, and it was too late to do anything because he would not even have time to dodge. This child was able to deceive him and uses such a banal trick. A moment later, the blade cut his back with a sharp blade, and the master felt very strong pain. The blood behind his back would begin to spit. The deceiver launched his attack with a strong chopping blow. The coffin flew in different directions, and on the red background you could see the splashes that splashed out of his body. After such heavy damage, he was unable to stay on the branch and had to fall down to the ground, after which he received severe damage when he collided with the ground. So that this gentleman is still alive, but nevertheless he was in pain, because the lesson he had just learned was almost fatal. The master looked at this boy with frightened eyes. It was as if he had just seen death in the face of this young warrior. He could not believe that this little monster was able to steal his equipment, at the same time tracking him down, and he should have immediately stopped breathing. But he was used to the cold when the sword cuts him flesh. Unso stood near the wounded enemy, and he again felt terrible fear and these terrible sensations that he felt yesterday. But nevertheless, he understood that he had to control his emotions. In front of him lay the infiltrator bleeding, and his enemy could no longer move because he had received critical wounds. The gentleman thought that this child was crazy, and this is the situation in which he found himself today. This is madness because his life is now going to end due to the fact that he was simply asked to kill Little Master of the Heavenly Sword family. He tried to crawl and somehow leave this place because he knew that if something went wrong, there would be serious problems for the group of shadows and killers. He leaned his back against a tree trunk and thought that he could not complete the task and end his life in such a shameful way. But suddenly the boy said that he would jail him if he told him who ordered the murder of the second brother of the patriarch of the Beck family. But the gentleman looked at him with a frightened look and said that this boy is a crazy idiot because his life will end if he says this. But Unso decided to remind him that if he doesn't say this, then his life will end right now and he's unlikely to like dying at the hands of a child. The boy said that the group of shadow killers has already been destroyed, and there is no point in following these rules because no one will appreciate such a sacrifice. The gentleman looked at him in surprise and asked if he really thinks that it is so simple, because even those who make requests often hide their identity, and they also don't want to know them because they will have a lot of problems because of this. Well, the guy answered him that he doesn't think that the other killers know about this, but he is sure that their leader should definitely know the answer to this question. The boy looked at him with a sly look and said that it would be difficult to live with such a large wound on his back if he didn't stop the bleeding now, and this path would be better for him even if it made him wallow in dog shit. The gentleman got angry and shouted very loudly that he couldn't believe that they would spare him if he revealed the identity of the customer. This all looks like some kind of absurdity to him. But the guy took the blade and ran his index finger over it. He said that he promises, as the son of the head of the family of heavenly swords, to fulfill his promise. The gentleman looked at him contemptuously at that moment and thought that it was important for him to live even if he had to roll around in dog shit. He averted his eyes to the side and said in a dissatisfied voice that the one who demanded the death of the second brother of the head of the Peck family was the Seojin sword, and the same person ordered the murder of Un-so, and now he demands that he be released. The boy could not believe that this man decided to order his murder. For him, it was all very wild, and he could not understand why these people decided to give him. Well, the gentleman said that he does not know the answer to these questions, but he can vouch for the fact that this information is true, and these people decided to order his murder. The boy said that he requires proof. He cannot just take his word for it, because this man can say anything in such a situation. The gentleman thought for a while and then put his hand into his pants to get evidence confirming this murder order. He pulled out a piece of paper from a red bag that was a letter and said that this letter could be evidence. Unseo closed with his ball and hit his hands with all his strength. He knocked the red bag out of his hands and the pieces of paper began to fly in different directions. The old man did not understand what was happening now. The boy's face at that moment was very angry and rage enveloped him. At that moment, pieces of paper with orders were scattered next to him. The gentleman began to shout very loudly that the boy promised him to spare him and did not understand why he was so angry now. Unso took this piece of paper in his hand and began to carefully examine it for a moment. He even smiled at the corners of his lips. The gentleman screamed very loudly that the guy was breaking his promise when he looked at him so angrily. Unseo smiled and asked him not to be a coward. He said that no one can see them now, so there is no point in worrying. The gentleman did not understand what exactly this child had, and he became even more scared because of this. He began to bleed under the tomato from fear. The boy sat down and began to lay out pieces of paper on the ground. He said that there was no need to worry, and if he promised to spare him, then he would do it. But the gentleman must take care of himself and be able to survive. At that moment, the gentleman realized that he could just run away, and he decided not to waste his time in vain. He began to run away and said that he hoped that he would never see this damned child again. But the boy shouted after him so that he would not even think about taking revenge on him to the group of killers. On one of the pieces of paper, he saw a letter that said that this was a contract killing of the Hebei Peng family. He thought that he should stop withdrawing into himself and start practicing martial arts. And if he messes around, his family will suffer. These words did not leave his head. He understood that he was in the midst of a power struggle between the clan and the greed of the Rome clan, and the forces needed to put up must be inexhaustible. He looked up and thought that he needed to become a stronger person than he was before. At that moment, clouds appeared in the sky, which sounded very quickly and covered the sky, although the clouds were mixed with smoke that appeared from the village. The place of the vile clan of murderers was completely destroyed and burned almost to the ground. Soldiers were running near the destroyed building, trying to put out the fire. The battle was over. The assistant commander pointed his finger to the side and said that the young leader was returning from the forest, and this news rejoiced all the warriors who accompanied him. He walked confidently and marched to his soldiers, and his shoulders were straightened in his hands. He held a red bag, and in his other hand he had a blade. The commander saw the young gentleman and immediately rushed towards him so that he could find out what happened to him. The commander said that he always needs to take guards with him when he leaves. If the leader finds out about this, 10 lives will not be enough to return safely. But the boy replied that next time he will do so. He turned his head at them and said that he managed to find out something and took out one letter from the bag. After that, he said that this should be sent to the head of the family, and this is proof that the Xiaojin Ball family ordered murder on them. The commander was shocked when he picked up this letter. He couldn't believe his eyes. The boy wanted to say something else. He handed the commander a red bag and said that this was their remaining money. He asked the commander to count this money and tell him how much there was. The commander said that there are more than 12,000 nannies here. He understands where the young gentleman found such a large amount of money. The boy scratched his chin, and after that said that he wanted this money to be divided by 10. But then he remembered that he was also part of the team and calculate the money so that there would be enough for him too. He made an expression and asked to divide this amount of money into 11 packs. They were shocked when they heard this and could not believe their mashek. The young master behaved very wisely at such a young age. But the young master didn't understand why they were looking at him so stupidly and asked if they really had problems dividing them into 11 packs instead of 10. The commander said that they have no problems. If the young leader found this money, then he should take it all for himself. The boy lowered his head down, closed his eyes, sighed heavily, and then said that he would not have gotten this money without their help. So he once divided it into 11 packs so that there would be enough for everyone. They were shocked when they heard the wise decision from the young master, because it seemed very unexpected to them. Unseo just waved his hand and started to walk away. He said that this guy doesn't even get his 1 coin because he wasn't with them at the time of the battle. The assistant commander, surprised, asked how much money everyone would have if they divided 12,000 into 11 packs. And one of the soldiers replied that this would result in more than 900 nannies for each soldier, and they would not have accumulated that kind of money so easily, even after 10 years of hard service. At that moment, the boy began to rage because his subject was so carried away with money and ordered to immediately follow him. The soldiers were delighted with this act of their young master and said that they were ready to give their lives for him and serve him until his death. They said that they would devote all 100 years of their lives to serving him. But the young gentleman asked them to stop and said that they should take large bills and exchange them for small ones so that they could distribute the required amounts of money to everyone. In the city at that moment, it was calm and quiet. People calmly went about their business and there were no signs of trouble. But suddenly, a young gentleman appeared on the city street along with his retinue, who followed him and constantly repeated the phrase, that they have the best gentleman. The boy was very pleased with his subjects. They were incredibly happy. And he couldn't even believe that with such easy actions, he could make all his subjects happy. He whistled a melody with his lips and thought that apparently the heavier the money, the easier the steps become. He was born as the young head of the Hebei Peng family, so he never had to save money. But it is still money, and his parents, as soon as he earned some money, he Zhong Wusong took it all from him. Suddenly, the boy turned his head back with a sharp movement and looked at his servant. He said in a dissatisfied voice that when they look at them, they come up with the idea that they have lung diseases, and asked him to remove his arms from his chest because they behave very strangely. At this moment, the commander, all the other soldiers immediately removed their hands behind their backs so as not to irritate their young master. It seemed that they even stopped breathing for a moment. The boy ordered them from now on not to touch his chest anymore. It literally screams to people that his money is here. The commander nodded his head along with all the soldiers, and at that moment they realized that the young gentleman was right. And if they behave coolly, then all the scammers and robbers will know that their money is here on their chests. One of the guys still kept his hand on his chest, and the second soldier reprimanded him not to immediately remove his hand from there, because this is the order of the young master. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that it shouldn't be like this, and that they should be forced to stop thinking about money until they get to the mountain path. After some time, they left the city and went to the forests, and after that, they would begin to wait for the police more often. The commander said that he thought it would be better for them to eat well first, because they had to run along the uneven mountain path. But the gentleman did not listen to their words and continued to run forward. He wanted them to run after him and stop thinking about their money. For yours, it was necessary to distract. The young gentleman said that drops of sweat that are not now actually felt can suddenly turn into drops of blood, and that's why he wants them to run here and breathe the mountain air. At some point, he stopped at our place and decided to take a break. He smiled and felt satisfied. The boy looked up and smiled. He said that in front of them was now Mount Song, but the soldiers who ran after him were very exhausted and tired and began to fall. They did not expect that they would stop so abruptly. The boy said that they should quickly drop by the Shaolin Temple since they were already in this place. The commander suddenly asked the young gentleman when they will not come to my Rome camp, because this is their most important task. The boy raised his head up, looked at the leaf that was flying near his face, and said that if they get there, he will only get the headache of a conflict between political groups. He turned his head back and said that he wanted to stop at the Shaolin Temple to learn something new and light incense after that, to pray for the health of his family's development. The assistant commander looked at him joyfully and said that the martial artist should visit the Shaolin Temple. The soldiers' morale suddenly rose and they began to discuss the fact that he is a young gentleman, he has outstanding talents, and in the future he will be a real legend, but the boy became embarrassed and just started scratching his head. They say that they are just joking. When they went up and they saw strange statues that were several meters high, there were a large number of these statues. So smiled. I said that this place is called the Forest of the Year, created in memory of the monks, and this place actually looks great. He said that the larger and higher the status of the monk who was here. But suddenly his nose smelled an incredible smell, and he immediately felt a pleasant sensation. He couldn't believe that he was feeling something like that with his nose. The soldiers said that they smelled alcohol, and the boy said that in addition to alcohol, he smelled delicious meat. The commander asked the young gentleman in surprise if there really were such things here, and the smell of alcoholic meat could be heard very clearly by their noses. They approached a statue that emitted a smell, but there was no one here, and they weren't sure that the smell was coming from here. The assistant commander said that there were signs of this, and no one could get inside since the tower was carefully thought out and built. There was not a crack in it where even a small finger could get through. But suddenly a man appeared in front of them, opened the flask, and then drank the contents from this flask. It was an adult bald man with large red beads on his neck. He was holding a bottle of alcohol in one hand, and in the other hand a painful piece of meat. The young master immediately paid attention to this man, and he saw this monk sitting and looking straight at him. He realized his hand up and pointed his finger at that guy. He asked everyone to pay attention to him. At that moment, the monk jumped from the top of the monument and disappeared somewhere. They didn't understand where this guy had disappeared, why he was moving so fast. When they looked at the monument, there was no one there. The young gentleman thought that this guy was hiding somewhere behind the monument so that no one would see him. He decided that he was now concentrating on the stone and would find this monk with the help of his third eye. His eye expanded more and more every second, becoming so large that he could see the space. He looked at this stone monument, and his eye was directed specifically to this point in order to find the monk. He saw this bald monk sitting behind the monument and drinking alcohol so that no one would see him. But suddenly this monk felt someone's gaze on his face. He realized that someone was spying on him and could not believe that someone saw him. A few seconds later, he made a rapid jerk from the steps of the monument and somewhere else again. The young master couldn't believe that this monk could sense his hidden eye and immediately leave him. He thought that this mysterious man had not awakened the third eye before, or he was a master who could detect other people's eyes. The boy thought that it was very strange that this monk was drinking and eating at the top of the tower, and the commander decided to ask what was wrong with the young leader. The boy threw his cloak aside and said that he wanted to climb to the top of Daeungjeon and light incense so that it would smell. We didn't approach the small red building and saw the inscription on the gate of this building and realized that this was exactly the place. But suddenly, some people appeared in front of them, and the soldiers began asking each other who was standing in front of them now. They stopped and saw that 3 monks were approaching them. One of them was clearly the main one, and during the day, 2 young monks entered. The head monk smiled and said in a friendly voice that Kwanwon's only unique grandson was now standing in front, and he could not believe that the young master of the Heavenly Sword family had now come here. The boy looked at this monk in surprise and said that it seemed to him that they had met at his grandfather's birthday, but he was not sure about it. The monk smiled, narrowed his eyes, and greeted. He said that the boy always understood, and in any case, 1,000 people came to his birthday, so it was impossible to remember everyone. Unso said that he saw a monk drinking a bottle of liquor on top of the monument in the stone forest, and he did not dare to guess his level. But I think that Shaolin has a headquarters in Muhak. At that moment, the monk looked at the boy in surprise and asked him what he had just said. He thought that Wojin Sabayak was a talented young man with great potential, but left the temple due to an accident. He secretly returned 50 years ago. He smiled and said that the young master could not see Wojin Sabayak drinking and hiding in the stone forest. But the boy looked at this monk with a dissatisfied look because he doubted his words. He didn't like it. He asked this monk where Wojin would go. The monk answered him that Wojin Sabayak only spoke with the head monk a few times. He behaves like stones of a tree, and they cannot predict his actions, so they have to understand where he is now and where he will be later. The young master began to laugh and said that if they could not meet him now, they would surely meet him later. He immediately turned around and began to walk with quick steps. He said that in that case, he wanted to inspect everything here, but he sighed and then looked where this boy was going. He understood that he was still very smart and hot-tempered. Young master, yes, Hammer. What if they don't want to meet the Peng family? He should become stronger. His dream of becoming a scientist is leaving and further away from him. This was most likely a sign. He thought that they could come from the back of a tiger only when things get worse for us. But for now, we need to try something else. The young gentleman said that at least look around here, and his soldiers agreed with him. He turned to the commander and assistant commander and said that I am the only place where he should go alone without an entourage. The commander liked them and said that they couldn't just leave one, and sighed heavily when he heard these words. Unso knew that they would answer like that, so he explained to them that they are now in the Shaolin Temple, and this is not the place where martial artists would go to fight him, so they should stay here, and he will return soon. The commander asked him to stop and said that they still had to stick together. She was already starting to stress him out with the insistence of these commanders, and they were irritating him with their tutelage. He looked at them with an angry look and ordered them not to pursue him under any circumstances, because in this case he would become very angry. They had no choice but to listen to the young master's request, and they simply remained waiting for this place. The commander did not know what to do. He stood in a daze and said that this should not be the case, and the assistant commander replied that this young gentleman will create serious problems if he constantly leaves alone. The area was very quiet and peaceful, and the large mountains created a beautiful view. The Shaolin Temple is the source of Buddhism on the Central Plains. The boy thought that he wanted to know where he got so much alcohol and meat in such an area. He knew that in the Shaolin Temple you couldn't buy alcohol or meat, and therefore he concluded that he either buys it here from someone or gets it himself. It was a riddle that he had to solve, but the answer did not occur to him, and he began to get angry because he did not know where to get such things in this area. He scratched his chin and thought that this monk moss catches his stomach and makes alcohol from fruits. He began to run forward very quickly and thought that he needed to find a place in the forest where he could find them. But at that moment he heard a strange sound behind him and immediately drew attention to it. He stopped and looked around in fear. Judging by the sound, it could have been a wolf or a fox. He pushed himself off the ground in order to fly into the air and hide on some branch. He ran along the branches of trees and wanted to get as close as possible to the source of this sound. Below is a view of the same monk who stood in front of the fox. This monk in a rude voice ordered the lion to slowly give him the prey and stop resisting. The fox was forced to give him the prey that she found in the forest. She released the hair that was in her teeth. The monk took this meat for himself and calmly began to go into the forest. The fox continued to look at him with a dissatisfied look. Unso was surprised when he saw this picture. He couldn't believe that it was a monk who just took the hair from the fox's mouth. But he was able to solve one riddle of where he gets his meat, and it became a little easier for him. All that remained for you was to solve the second riddle of where he gets his alcohol from. He saw this monk walking into the woods and realized that he should not lose sight of him, and he needed to follow him. The monk approached a cave which was located under the large roots of a tree, and in this cave there was a small hole with water. He opened the empty flask, and when the cork left the neck of the bottle, there was a very loud sound. The monk filled the bottle with water and straight from this small source. So continued to follow this monk, and he was interested to see his trajectory, all the places he would pass along this forest, and what he would do next with these things. The monk threw the hare's corpse onto a stone and stopped in front of it. He waved his hands until fire began to appear from his hands, and this fire was so big that it seemed that this monk could start a whole fire. But he simply brought his hands closer to the hare's body, otherwise he would heat its dead carcass until the meat was fried. Unso continued to watch him closely, looking out of the trees, and said that now he could just eat the rabbit and drink here. But he didn't understand why he was doing this in the forest of the tower. He spied on him standing behind the tree, because he only wondered why this monk was doing such things in the tower forest. He watched this monk cook food on the stones using his fire technique, and thought that the other monks would go crazy when they heard the smell of meat and alcohol. He looked away and saw that this monk was walking somewhere, and he wondered where he was going next. The monk stopped for a moment, opened a bottle of alcohol, and began to drink it in large sips. When he took several large sips of the liquor, he exhaled with relief and said that it was very good. At some point, he suddenly turned his head back and loudly shouted to the boy to stop hiding and come out from behind the tree and not behave like a rat. Unso thought that there was no point in hiding anymore and decided to come out from behind the cover in order to see this monk face to face. He looked at him with a dissatisfied look and stepped on his eyebrows. His facial expression was clearly dissatisfied with something. The monk looked at him with a contemptuous look, examined him from head to toe, and then said that the last time he looked like a trembling, frightened machi when he was in the stone forest. The boy coughed several times into his hand, and after that he decided to introduce himself. He said his name Jong-un Seo, the young master of the Hebei celestial sword family. The monk at that moment sat down on a stone and said that the name of his family had nothing to do with the monk, and then asked if the boy had any problems because the monk was eating and drinking here. Unso was surprised when he heard this question. He was confused for a moment and began scratching the back of his head with his left hand. He didn't know what to answer to this monk. The silence of this boy began to irritate the monk, and it was clear from his face that he was starting to get angry, and in a few seconds could explode like a real bomb. Unso continued his head and measurements of the place as if he had turned into ice. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. The monk, in an angry voice, said that this is impossible, and this young boy has somehow already achieved a state of overwhelming strength. He looked at him with surprise and amazement. He said that, for the first time they saw such a young boy who was already able to become stronger than the monk himself. He was introduced to this state for 40 years and only now awakened, but this child was already at the same level of strength as him. The monk was very angry because he did not understand how this young child managed to get this state of power so quickly. He suddenly calmed down and said that it didn't matter, and after that he decided to ask the boy who he was. Unso looked at this monk in surprise and thought only about one thing. How did this monk know about his hidden powers with just one look? The monks once again asked the boy why he was here, because at first glance one can assume that this boy is an ordinary thief who came to steal his liquor. Snacks on the boy immediately began to say that everything is completely wrong and he was misunderstood. The monk began to get even angrier and said that nothing would work out for this child, and if he is a real thief, it is unlikely that he will be able to steal food and alcohol now, and if he does this, he will go to hell after death. The boy saw how this monk suddenly made a sharp jerk forward. "And where did you disappear?" he asked to recover, but it was already too late. The boy also made a swift dash forward and otherwise ran after this monk in order to catch up with him. The monk decided to test the boy's strength and ran away as fast as he could. Mano shouted the phrase Jean Salseong very loudly. This meant an ominous deity controlling a person's lifespan, also known as a bad omen. He continued to shout that Jean Salseong had awakened, and now he was shining, and this color could not be stopped. His light was getting brighter and brighter. The boy continued to run after them and did not really understand what this monk meant. But nevertheless, he tried not to let him harass him and continue the chase. They didn't move forward very quickly, and each time the ground bounced, they left a mark of their feet on the ground. The boy made a very quick leap forward and came as close as possible to the monk. When he was next to him, he decided to ask the monk again what he had just shouted. He looked him in the face and asked what this monk means when he shouts the phrase Jean Salseong. The monk looked at the boy and answered him that he meant to take this boy into account, and he thought that this should be clear to him. But when he saw the misunderstanding on this boy's face, he grabbed his face with his palm and said that everything was much more complicated than he thought. The monk continued to fly forward and shouted loudly that this child is an ordinary thief. He just wants to eat his fried meat. Suddenly, the monk grabbed the tree trunk with his hand in order to slightly stop his movement. Using his fingers, he began to cut the tree trunk as easily as if scissors were cutting paper with their blades. The monk began to scream very loudly and opened his arms so wide as if he were a mad monkey and decided to attack his opponent. He shouted that he could not stand the heavenly thief. Using his internal energy, he created a fire on his right palm and said that now destroy his blood vessels. This little thief will never be able to decorate his liquor and snacks again. His palm was blazing with fire, and he moved as fast as the wind. His palm was rapidly approaching the boy's body. Unso looked at him in fear and understood what was about to happen, but he knew one thing for sure. He needed to try to somehow block this blow because he would not have time to return. The boy put his left hand forward and touched his palm to the opponent's palm, so he was able to block his blow. Unso saw a bright flash of light and realized that the enemy's power could now crush him and destroy him if he did not urgently use his internal energy. Small pebbles and chips began to scatter in all directions. Unso continued to stand on his feet, despite the fact that this powerful energy was gradually throwing him back. But he still resisted and used his energy to prevent himself from being destroyed. The monk felt excited when he saw the strength of this boy and decided to use even more internal energy and increase the fire in his palm. A huge flame appeared between them, which was about to explode and destroy everything around them. But they still continued the confrontation. Unso felt this incredible force that was ready to throw him back several meters. He had to use his second hand to resist this force. The fire was so powerful that the clothes on his sleeves began to disappear and turn into ashes in a matter of seconds. Unseo at that moment was thinking that one Jin was penetrating the 11 meridians and the lung meridian to destroy his veins. He understood that if his technique reached the lower jaw of the boy's abdomen, then he would simply die. I felt the weakest point in my stomach and understood that I couldn't allow myself to pass the enemy by touching it, because then everything would be such a miracle. The only way to defeat the pass was that he needed to gather his strength and hit him back. The monk was not prepared for such a turn of events, looked at the boy with frightened eyes, and did not understand where he got so much strength from. Suddenly, the red light of the monk changed to green-white light from the energy of the boy. Bright flashes of light scattered old ones interspersed with fire and leaves that were in the air. It was a very strong energy that threw away everything that was around them. The monk began to smile when he felt such strong energy. He had not fought with anyone with such incredible strength for a long time. But suddenly, he looked at this young guy in surprise and said that he could not believe that the boy had a divine body. So felt like the veins of evolution were inflating, and if he used a little force flowing, they could burst at any moment. The monk suddenly said that this guy's veins are as strong as skin. Suddenly, the monk raised his other hand up and used another fire fist technique, and then said that it would not be difficult for him to destroy this child's divine body. So understood what was happening to this monk and why he was behaving so cruelly. He reminded him of some real monster. The monk used his second hand to put as much energy as possible into this confrontation. The guy opposite him still withstood this pressure, and his strength was enough to resist. Unso suddenly thought that he was in a very bad mood and his body was starting to melt under such pressure of fire, and he didn't understand what to do. Suddenly, the boy shouted very loudly and ordered this monk to open up so that he would receive damage. But the monk was so consumed by the desire to win that he heard absolutely nothing and would continue to splash his large amount of energy. Suddenly, the monk screamed very loudly. His pupils were furious. He looked as if he was about to tear this poor guy to shreds. Unso understood that this monk was not going to play with him, and he was actually going to kill him. So he urgently needed to do something. The monks used a large amount of energy to kill this guy. At some point, the boy's resistance was over, and his protective energy was destroyed. Drops of blood appeared in the air and flew in different directions. Unso could not stay on his feet and flew backwards and hit his back on the ground, after which he rolled several meters on the ground. The blood continued to fly in different directions, and it seemed that time stood still as drops of blood flew in the air. Unso Erjan was on the ground and coughing up blood. The veins on his face were swollen, and it seemed to him that just a little more and he would die. The monk stood near his body and looked at him like a predatory beast watching our killed prey, waiting to tear it into pieces and profit from its flesh. Suddenly, the monk stopped, took out his bottle of alcohol, opened the cap, and smiled very joyfully. He immediately began to drink liquor from his bottle and took very large sips as if it were not alcohol, ordinary water. He looked at the boy with his strange eyes and said that the problem was Cheon Salsung. He turned his eyes to the side and said that I won't let anyone eat my food. Suddenly, the monk began to run away and told her that he urgently needed to go back while his food was still hot. He very quickly began to run away in the direction where he left his fried rabbit meat and constantly laughed, because soon he would be able to eat. But Unso lay wounded on the ground and could not move. He felt incredibly strong pain throughout his body, and his eyes glowed yellow. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and smoke began to emanate from his mouth, as if his soul was leaving his body. His eyes began to sparkle even brighter. Suddenly, he felt pain all over his body, and this pain was impossible to bear. But this pain did not last long, and almost gradually it began to end, and only a couple of points on his body still hurt. He closed his eyes and heard slight crackling sounds in his body, but his skin still continued to smoke as if he had just been burned. He was lying on the ground in the forest, and no one could help him because he was absolutely alone here. Evening came, hid behind the roofs of houses. There was an orange sunset. Apples were calmly flying across the sky. The next morning, the sun reappeared in the sky and illuminated the morning roof of the buildings and this village. Unseo was already lying in bed, but he was still unconscious. He was alive after such severe damage that he received yesterday. His lips moved during sleep. He clearly felt some kind of pain. The captain and the captain's assistant stood next to the bed. They suddenly saw the boy open his eyes and in a joyful voice asked if the young master had woken up. And so immediately sat down on the bed and looked at one point on the wall in front of him. He asked what happened. He looked at the two captains who were standing near the bed and repeated his question again in order to find out what happened to him. They looked at him in surprise and asked the boys if he was okay, and a calm voice said that he thought he was okay. Suddenly he stopped and asked the commanders how long he had been unconscious. The commander looked at the young gentleman and said that he had been unconscious for 3 whole days, and this news surprised the boy. He bit his lower lip and thought about something for a few seconds, just sitting silently and looking at the wall. But suddenly he grabbed his nose with his hand and said that something stinks very much. He smells this terrible smell. He looked around him and saw horror at the dirty bed that stank of something dead. He said that the commanders should have at least given him a clean blanket. But the commander put his hands forward and tried to calm the young gentleman. He said that they had already changed the blanket 4 times while he was unconscious. The boy asked them if they really wanted to tell him that it didn't leave his body. The captain's assistant said that after they found the young gentleman unconscious, they immediately put him on the bed, and black sweat began to flow out of the young gentleman. The commander suggested that something in the young master's body began to change and transform. Unso thought that most likely these are impurities in his blood that came out after a life-and-death struggle with this monk, and most likely this is the only way to get rid of the negativity in his body. He got to his feet and thought that this was all incredible because there was so much bad in his body, and his body began to throw it all out through black sweat. He said that he urgently needed to take a bath. When he went outside, he saw in front of him a large red palace with 2 red columns on either side. The boy saw the senior monk in front of him and decided to approach him along the coast. The monk greeted the boy. The monk said that it seemed to him that the boy's meeting with Wojin was still not over, and they would certainly meet again, and asked the boy if he wanted to stay here longer to check it out. So thought about the words of this monk. He couldn't believe that they wanted him to meet with this madman again. But at the same time, he thought about Wojin's words. He thought that if what he was talking about was true, then he shouldn't be offended by this prediction. The boy folded his hands in front of him and agreed to the request. The monk said that he would stay here for another 10 days. After he came to his senses, he went out into the forest. He walked along the forest path and thought that it doesn't matter what bad things you have to go through in life because fate will always hit him in the back of the head at the most inopportune moment. He needed time to think about everything and thought that the only reason he was doing all this was just because he wanted to find out as much as possible about Wojin. He didn't understand why Wojin used so much of his energy during the battle. He wanted to find out whether this monk wanted to kill him or teach him something very important. But he had a feeling as if he knew the answer to this question today. The clouds began to scatter in different directions and made more room for clear skies. Unso suddenly stopped in the middle of the forest and began to turn his heads in different directions. Try to look around. He felt the presence of someone next to him. Vojin ended up behind him, and in his rude voice asked this brat what he was doing here. They looked at each other. There was a tense pause between them. The boy cleared his fist and then said that he came to this forest again to see him. The monk involuntarily looked at the boy, waved his hand, and said that there was no time for all this. And if the boy wanted it that way, then they better just take it and fight right now. Unso looked at this monk in fear and thought that he was completely crazy, and he was scared to even imagine what came into the head of this crazy monk. Unso suddenly said that, unfortunately, he was only familiar with the technique of holding the ball, and the monk began to shout at him that this stupid child had gone completely crazy because he was going to use the ball, even though he didn't even know how to move his arms and legs correctly. Suddenly, the monk punched him in the chest with all his strength and threw him back. He said that this stupid child cannot even block the most ordinary attack. Unso began to cough, and it became very painful for him. He said that the problem was that the questions were not prepared for this blow. But it didn't matter how his reservation was, but he got into a fighting stance to start the sword technique as strong as any sword strike technique when used by a world-class master. But the basic technique that Wojin is using right now can be more terrifying than any other in the entire world. The monk suddenly lunged forward to launch an attack and said that the boy must react the moment he was about to be hit. He immediately struck hard with his elbow and tried to throw the guy back. He punched him in the chest with all his might to show him his own weakness and said that her boy needed to work on his vigilance. After that, he immediately made another blow with his hand to his face. After this, the monk quickly began to run forward, and the boy fell to the ground. The monk turned his gaze on him and said that the boy should train his body to look like he had never trained beyond his capabilities and feel sorry for himself all the time. So just came to his senses after the damage he received and looked at this monk. He saw that this monk was preparing for another blow, stretching his fists, and asked him to stop. But Vojin was not going to stop and feel sorry for this brat. He said that receiving blows is also a skill and cannot be given up only after the first blow received. In the forest, the screams of Kanso were heard. He asked me to stop and help him. Unfortunately, no one heard me. A few hours later, night fell, and the moon replaced the sun in the sky. When night fell in the lame monks, there was light in the upper windows. The captain and assistant captain looked at the young gentleman in fear and did not understand what was happening. Unseo was lying on the bed and writhing in pain, constantly talking about how his whole body hurt. His face was pale and he screamed very loudly that he was dying, and now his body seemed to explode from this pain. The captain, in a frightened voice, asked what happened to him and why he looked so terrible. And the captain's assistant at that moment was thinking about where the young gentleman had gone and why this was the second time he had found himself in such a state. From us, we could hear the screams of a young gentleman who constantly said that he wanted to die soon so as not to feel this pain. The next morning, the sun came out again and ice shone on this small village. When the boy opened his eyes, he was very in love because the pain disappeared somewhere and he felt good. He didn't understand what was happening, and it seemed to him that it was all just a bad dream that he had yesterday. He went outside and began to look at his arms and legs and body and stretch. He thought that his body should be bruised and hurt from the inside. But the places where he received blows are now full of energy. He feels healthy. The boy looked at his palms and couldn't believe how the monk felt, strengthening his muscles with the help of the blows he gave him. The captain and the captain's assistant saw how the young gentleman immediately ran into the forest to the very place from which they had already pulled him out half dead twice. Near the tree trunk stood the young master's sword. The monk stood opposite the boy and told him that he only had 3 days left and he could not waste time even on breathing. Suddenly, the monk clenched his fists and took a fighting stance. He said that there was no more time to waste and he needed to start training. He immediately began to carry very fast punches and talked about how every attack starts with the eyes, and the eyes, aimed at the intended point of impact, should always be focused on the fists. Unso tried to dodge all the blows that were flying in his direction, but he still couldn't predict some of them to dodge them and therefore receive damage. The monk shouted loudly that he sees that yesterday's beating is working. His body reacts instinctively, trying to dodge the blows. He continued to strike the boy with a strong blow, and Unso did not have time to dodge them and receive damage. Monok said that after the eyes, you need to concentrate on the shoulders and he can predict what the next attack will be if he looks at the movement of the enemy's shoulders. Unso didn't want to fall to the ground. He would be in a weak position. So he tried to stay on his feet and listen to his mentor's advice. The monk said that the boy was thinking about how to keep the eyes in his head and let them atrophy. He ordered to immediately use this to read the movements of his opponents and prevent himself from being damaged. Unso understood that he needed to react very quickly and use the third eye technique in order to see all the enemy's movements faster than he could make them. With the help of his third eye, he sees the energy inside the body of his sweat, and thus he tried to predict the next blows. He saw a fist flying towards his face at an incredibly fast speed. But he learned very quickly, and with the help of his technique, he was able to dodge this blow and not take damage. He saw the enemy's hand miss and fly near his face. Vojin realized that he needed to speed up his attacks so that the boy would react to them as quickly as possible and try to dodge all these blows. And the boy began to succeed. Vojin continued to inflict a series of quick hodos and told the boy to look at him and not even think about closing his eyes for a second. So felt his eyes starting to hurt. He wanted to close and blink at least for one moment, but he couldn't do it. In this case, he would get a very strong blow. The monk began to use his legs to attack the boy, and missing one such kick could be very, very painful for him. But Unso can bend even from a kick, and it was not difficult for him. He opened his eyes and his mouth in surprise and said that this is a six-direction fist, and this is the first time he has seen such a technique. But Vodkin stopped for a moment to tell the boy that there is no such fist fighting and art that changes direction. Unso told the boy that it does not change direction, and he understands this, which means it is a completely different art. He does not know what this art is called. The monk continued to quickly attack and said that the boy must learn to control his body correctly, especially with his arms and legs, in order to be able to evade such techniques. Unso was already starting to get tired of constantly dodging such fast ones, and nevertheless understood that there was no other choice because he no longer wanted to feel the pain that he felt last night. He lunged backwards and forwards and jumped up or squatted down so as not to take damage. Some of the attacks were very sudden. It was no longer possible to evade them, so I had to block them with my own hands and hold back these attacks. He saw a bright flash in front of his eyes. It was a flash after the impact, as if two balls had touched their blades, and from this contact sparks began to fly. Mina hit this boy with all his strength with his leg and dealt him a very powerful blow. But the boy was able to block this blow with his own hands. Wojin beat him and said that the boy had very little time and only 2 days left to learn the art that people learn throughout their lives. Unso asked the mentor in a surprised voice what he meant by saying that there were only 2 days left. The monk replied that he would explain to him what he meant, but only if the boy could improve his skills. It had already begun on the street. The sun was hiding behind the mountains, creating an orange sky. Unseo dodged his opponent's blows throughout the day. He felt the strength in him running out. At some point, she jumped back and could barely stop and stay on her feet. Voyin again stood in a fighting stance, and for some time stopped striking. He said that there is a heavenly connection, martial arts, when a person becomes one with the heavens. If the boy applies it to the ball or dagger, then he will become a sword or dagger technique, respectively. The monk said that the boy who is now standing in front is half determined, but he lacks the sense of power to reach the next level. The monk looked at him with a contemptuous look and touched his abs on his stomach with his hand. He looked at the sun, which was now far from them, and said that despite the fact that the monk's life was full of regret, he was able to meet a guy like from the last minute of his life. He took a stick that was not far from him and said that the boy had only 1 day left and he must immediately take his sword. Unso immediately ran to the tree near where his sword stood and grabbed him by the sheath. He took his sword out of its sheath and didn't understand what training would be next, but he was ready to go through this training. Unso suddenly heard a completely different sound from his ball when he took it out of the case. He did not understand why this sound changed. The monk suddenly said that the boy is very stupid, and the monk had already told him that the master is different from those who are below the master the moment they draw their sword. And Unso asked him if this really means that he has already achieved the title of master. But Vojin got angry and shouted that the boy had only learned how to correctly draw a sword from a sheath and nothing more. He lunged and stabbed the enemy with his weapon, but the boy was able to parry this blow with his blade. Unso saw the quick movements that the teacher made with this stick and was not prepared for the fact that he would control this weapon so quickly. Suddenly, he felt a very strong pain in his left rib. This pain was due to the fact that he had just received a blow to the ribs with a large, long stick. Vojin asked the boy why he trained all night with his body, if he can't even use his sword correctly. He said that everything the boy learned is worth nothing if he cannot handle his ball and fight at the moment when he is most tired. Suddenly he jumped and swung his stick to deliver a strong blow from above. He hit with his stick, but the boy managed to dodge this blow and jump back. Wojin looked at him with an angry look and shouted that the boy should not even think that martial arts of the sword are different from the art of fist fighting, and they need to direct the heavenly connection to the blades of his sword and his movements. He continued to strike quickly and with his stick, and told him that the boy should think of his sword as a fist or an extension of his. Suddenly, Unseo realized that he needed to treat his weapon like his fist, and decided to try it right away. He grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly and began to feel it as an extension of his hand. He looked at his weapons and realized that he needed to change his attitude during the battle and understand that this is not just a weapon, but this is part of his body. After he understood how this technique worked, he immediately began to use it in battle. I began to dodge blows and thought that being one with the sword is the principle of exalting the boundaries of martial arts and the art of the sword. He clenched his teeth tightly and looked at the enemy. He thought that he would not be able to understand this deep, difficult principle. Just think about it, and he needed to see and try it. Unso made a quick lunge to the side and thought that when his fist becomes one with his weapon, martial art and art with weapons will become the same. His sword began to move not with the help of his hand, but by finding its own path and cutting through the air. He realized that the blades of the sword were his fist and tried to strike his first blow and counterattack the enemy. His blow was incredibly powerful. He immediately made a series of attacks using his weapon, and these attacks forced the monk to jump on. Vojin thought for a moment that his young student understood the principle of working with weapons and was finally able to apply it to his sword. At first he was worried whether within 3 days he would be able to explain that difficult knowledge and technology to this little boy. But this meant that the rest of the fire he could work to become better acquainted with everything he taught him. Wojin looked at the boy and said to himself that he had lived a life full of regret. But until he met this guy, he had never felt such shame. He looked at the fact that this might take some time due to the fact that he is long. His high self-esteem will overcome this weakness, and he will completely cope and go through this path. He stepped on his eyebrows. Wrinkles appeared on his forehead. He thought that if this continues for a few more years, he will eventually be able to cope with Zhang Salxiong. The monk began to rotate the stick in his left hand to prepare it for the attack. He understood that this boy would be a great blessing for the political factions and would not be able to use his powers. He began to attack and said that the boy should try to stop his blow right now and hit him back. He raised his stick up and began to spin it with incredible speed in order to deliver an attack. Unso watched the movement of his opponent's hand and carefully watched every movement of his muscle in order to understand where the next one would fly because the monk decided to use all his power to deliver a large number of blows at the same time. He wondered if the boy could do all these blows. Unso was confused for a moment. He couldn't even imagine that he would have to fight off hundreds of blows at once. He has no other choice if he doesn't block these blows and dodge now. Most likely, he'll just die because his body is unlikely to survive such a large amount of damage. His eyes were tense. He did not close them for more than 1 second because he could not miss a single blow, and he needed to withstand this attack to the end. The monk continued to deliver his attacks, and his blows did not end. They only became faster, and 5 new blows were added every second. Unso was at a loss. He didn't understand how long this would last, and he became scared because there were sticks from all sides. He had to knock out each of these sticks. He thought that the wave continues to pass him with its staff and does not stop, dragging him into the hurricane of these blows. But Monaco said that the boy must overcome all obstacles to become the best, and he has no other choice. Wojin used even more force to increase the number of talks, and his sticks immediately began to strike 5 blows per second from each side. Unso saw this avalanche of sticks that were flying at him, as if hundreds of archers had fired their arrows, and now these arrows were aimed only at him. Does he need to use some kind of special protection in order to fend off all these blows and turn into a wall that can withstand such an onslaught? Vojin continued to strike, shouting that he would need to climb over this thick and high wall in order to move on, and there was no other way out. His question was because the strongest survive. The one with whom you will have to fight in the future will be even stronger than Vojin. Unso understood that the monk was doing all this only to improve his ability, and he knew that this monk believed that he could become a better master. But the boy was scared because these sticks were already behind his back, and they surrounded him on all sides. There was complete house around him. It was as if he was at the center of all events, and it was real hell he had to choose alive. The monk shouted to him that if he does not cope with these attacks and cannot overcome himself and protect himself, he will lose his mind and become a demon. Unso began to get angry and used his internal energy, after which his eyes began to glow orange, as if there was fire in them. The fire in these eyes became brighter and brighter, and circles appeared in his pupils on his skull, which helped him better see the situation around him. He saw his sticks that surrounded him on all sides began to turn into evil spirits, and these evil spirits wanted to devour him and destroy him. But he understood that he was not going to give up, and he needed to cope with these opponents in order to become stronger and not allow them to be allowed inside him. He understood that this demonic game could consume him, and he would never be the same again and would not come back. And the higher the level of his martial arts, the more complex the magical game, the higher the wall he needed to climb. The wall that high-level martial artists have experienced is now hitting him and trying to devour him like a big monster that wants to eat him because he is very hungry. Unso was scared because he had never seen such a large number of spirits before, and they were very close to him. But he understood that now there was no time for fear. Wojin, so that the boy faces this demonic wall as early as possible so that he can experience it and develop tolerance and courage. Wojin seemed to appear inside him. He appeared in his eyes. He existed inside his head. He no longer looked like a monk or a man. He looked like a real demon ready to devour everyone around him. He shouted that the boy should think about the time when he was full of self-confidence, and the energy inside his body circulates properly when he moves correctly. If he is used correctly, it can even break an entire mountain with one blow. Unso listened to him with his mouth open and tried to delve into every word he said, trying to understand what he wanted to convey to him. Suddenly, he noticed a bright flash of light. It was as if there was an impenetrable hole that now surrounded him. He saw a huge night sky with an incredibly large number of stars. At that moment, he was thinking that if his work and brains also work and the brain is there, and that means he must control himself. He lived tightly in his hands and said that since the hand should not move the sword, it should move independently, and it is just a part of his body. He swung his ball and tried to hit his opponent with a side kick. His ball began to emit very strong energy that surrounded his body and the blades of his weapon. He made swift fish forward towards the demon who was attacking him, and at that moment he was no longer afraid of these monsters and was ready to fight him. He forcefully made the first blow and split the skull of the evil spirit into many small pieces. After this, the evil spirit was visible in the sky and a bright flash appeared somewhere in front. From this bright flash, a moment later, his mentor, the monk Wojin, appeared, who stood in front of him and looked at him with a weapon. Unseo continued to run forward and was ready to tear his opponent apart and destroy him forever. A very bright flash of light appeared in front of him, and it seemed that everything here would explode into pieces. Wojin saw the boy cut his stick into two halves using his blade. He did it with one long blow. It took a moment for him to catch his breath and look at his enemy. Wojin looked at the boy and couldn't stop. He laughed and thought that he had never seen anything like this before, and in front of him stood an unusual child and a real talent himself. Wojin looked straight into the boy's eyes and said that it looked like he managed to run away from problems. Unso smiled and said that he was very hungry and asked the master if they could go eat now because he was very tired and had not eaten for 2 days. Wojin said that before they eat, he needs to do something. After these words, he pushed off the ground and made a rapid leap forward. The monk touched the boy's head with his palm and squeezed it tightly. Unso watched his master and saw how he now flies over his head and makes a very fast movement. Suddenly, the monk found himself on the head. He stood leaning with one hand on the boy's head, and a fiery glow began to appear around them, as if a large amount of energy began to splash out in an instant. Unso didn't understand what was happening and wanted to ask the master, but it was very difficult for him to speak. He felt a lot of tension. She screamed loudly and threw the mentor to stop and stop doing this. He could no longer delay this onslaught. But the monk ordered him to remain on his knees and obey him until he said that the training was over. Wojin used a technique called body alienation. This is an extreme technique of transferring one's internal energy to another person. A person who absorbs internal energy not only increases vitality, but also increases luck for life. However, a person who gives away his energy loses his vitality and rapidly ages at the risk of turning into a mummy. Vojin transferred all his energy with all that he had. He was ready to give this boy all his life's energy. At some point, he stopped transmitting energy and jumped to the side, and the boy continued to receive incredible, powerful energy from himself. The monk landed on the ground and looked at the boy, watched him, and tried to see what was happening now. Suddenly, the monk said that his time had come and he did everything in his power. He thought that it was very good that he met this boy, and for the first time in his entire life, he was lucky, and he completed his mission. And at that moment, he grew old very quickly and turned into a grandfather in seconds. Wojin asked the boy to protect Shaolin, then he would be in danger, and now this is his mission. He was aging faster and faster every second, and wrinkles began to appear on his body. He said that it was all the will of the Buddha. Wojin slowly began to walk away into the sunset and said that because of his pride, Wanho's brother once gave up his life after losing a duel, and he still can't come to terms with it. To atone for his sins, he left Shaolin and meditated in a cave for 5 years without leaving it. At the moment when he was almost teaching the Buddha, the evil forces overtook him, and it was a terrifying demon with which he could not fight. And after 3 days of suffering in the fur, when he was ready to give up and commit suicide, the demon offered a deal. Wojin left the cave for the first time in 5 years of meditation and stopped on the edge of a cliff. The demon appeared behind him and ordered him to stop and move immediately. He appeared before his eyes and looked at him. The demon said in an angry voice that if he gave up his desire for a deeper understanding of Buddhism, the demon would stop trying to turn him into a demon before the end of the month. So he became crazy, and after that he went back to Shaolin and spent a month there trying to find gifted people. But all this time he just drank and ate meat. And 3 days before the end of this month, he was still able to find his very chosen boy. He was annoyed that this boy was not a monk, but nevertheless, he decided that it was to this boy that he would give all his strength and teach him everything he could do. Vojin raised his head up and looked at the sky, and he said that he had no more time left and his time had expired. The monk made a rapid leap forward and disappeared somewhere, but the boy remained in the same place, continuing to emit a strong flow of energy. The monk was jumping on the rocks, rising higher and thinking that before the demon takes control of his body, he must get to the cave and hide in it. When he was at the top of the mountain, he saw a gate in front of him. It was a stone gate that closed the cave. His eyes began to glow with a bright light, and he said that now he must release the last grain of soul and internal energy from himself so as not to turn into a demon, and began to emit incredibly powerful energy. He broke the stone gate with the help of his energy and wanted to rush to his ancestors as quickly as possible. I make my way through the scattered stones that he broke with his own hands. He quickly flew forward. After he got into the cave, the stone gate was broken and littered with large cylinders of stones. The boy suddenly woke up and saw a painful explosion on the top of the cliff, but he did not understand what was happening now. Unso didn't know what was going on in this monk's head, but he understood that if they say either, they will meet in the next life, and now they should say goodbye in this life. So understood that the monk passed on to him all the knowledge that he himself possessed, from knowledge of the art of heaven and earth to knowledge of healing the energy of weapons. He looked at the top of the rock and thought that Master Vojin, who dedicated his entire life to the art of combat, passed on his knowledge to him. All he could do now was bow to him 3 times and give back for such a sacrifice. Although he taught him for only 3 days, the boy realized that in front of him was a great master who showed him a secret technique. It was already night outside and gray clouds appeared in the sky, covering the sky. Unso was returning back to the village, and near the village gate stood his subjects who were waiting for the young master to return. Everyone was wondering where he had been all these 3 days and why he didn't return back to the village. They wanted to know what was happening to him. But the boy simply waved his hand and said that first he wanted to eat something because he was very hungry and his stomach was grumbling a lot. When they arrived in the village, they brought him a large amount of food to feed the young master, and he ate in silence for several minutes, not talking to anyone. The captain told the boy that if you eat quickly, your stomach may hurt, and therefore the young master needs to curb his ardor and eat a little more slowly. But the young gentleman answered him with a saying that one should not provoke a dog when it is hungry and busy eating. The captain decided to ask the young master why he was talking like that and asked him to drink some water, offered him a cup of water. He said that the young master's speech had become very rude, but the boy had no time for that now, and he continued to stuff his mouth and stomach with rice and vegetables because it was very tasty and he wanted to calm his hunger in this way. The scene shifts to a city called Wuhan. A joyful voice shouted that they had finally reached this city, and after a long journey arrived in Wuhan. The young gentleman walked down the street accompanied by his subjects, and said that even though they didn't expect to lose so much time in Shaolin, they got here without any problems. The captain looked at the young master and said that it was a miracle they could reach the formation of members of the Marima Union in 3 days, and the boys averted their eyes to the side. He answered the captain that it was better for them to stop at a tavern to rest after the journey, and then go to the Murim Union, and the captain's assistant said that he also really wanted to have something to eat first. The young gentleman walked up to the shop, lifted the curtain, and greeted the man who worked there. The man greeted the young gentleman with surprise. The assistant captain asked if they wanted to go to another place because in this establishment, all the tables were occupied. But the tavern worker looked at them and turned to the gentleman. He said that they would definitely like it in their establishment, even despite the fact that they had practically no empty seats. The commander took out a silver coin from his coat and asked if they could find free tables for them because they were very hungry. The waiter approached one table and pointed to the table that was intended for them and said that they could sit here. He pointed his hand over another table and said that these people can sit down and join the people who are already sitting at this table. The captain said that this scoundrel knows how to charm his teeth, and he won't be surprised if someday the guy opens up, but he has the potential for this. Unseo smiled and thanked the waiter for allowing them to read for it, and thanked the people who were already sitting there. The man who was sitting at this table said that everything is in order, and because of the formation of members of the Murim Union, there are always a lot of people here. He smiled and greeted them. He said that fate brought them together and invited them to introduce themselves to each other and find out who they were. The captain smiled and bowed to this man. He said that his name was Seok Handong and he didn't do much of his kanho, so unfortunately he doesn't have a title. The young master also bowed and said that his name was Cheon Unseo. The man in red clothes scratched his beard when he heard the name of this boy. I said that he had a feeling as if he had heard this name somewhere before. Another person who was already sitting at this table suddenly said that if he is not mistaken, this boy belongs to the Heavenly Sword family. Unso turned his head at this man and asked what he meant. The man with a smile on his face explained that people say that the young master had perfect control of the 3-axis ball. That's why they call him that. And he can't say that he didn't know about it. So at that moment thought that he certainly doesn't mind that it is called the Heavenly Sword. But the 3 basics ball technique is the very basis that cannot even be called a third-class technique. So no matter what is attributed to it, it still remains a low-class technique for him I do not like. This man raised his glass to drink and said that this is a great title for a young man. The waiter at that moment looked at the boy in surprise and thought that it couldn't be that the sword of the 3 fundamentals was now sitting in front of him. Unseo smiled awkwardly and looked at all these people. He felt uncomfortable because they only knew him because of his title.